MVPs to step up and set up, it's going to be so difficult to beat them. Yeah, like right now, like this is the worst case scenario for the PEL World Champs because they are just locked in here. Gotta be able to get a knockdown.
You just can't leave, and he's just, oh my goodness, okay, what do you want to do? He just even picks up an extra scar, just have a secondary AR, just to really increase his odds of coming out on top, and he didn't take that much damage. Sure, he's down to about a third, but a fourth, a 2-elimination fight, that's pretty decent. Can he get it back to back? He does get another one! 1 life, 3 points, that is the top way. And we keep talking about top all the time, right? But it's not, he just gets so many sick eliminations. How can we not talk about him?
Dude's insane. What can I say? I mean, he's on top for a reason. Now, we're going to see some beautiful sprays there from Nobu. And since there's no healing factor, and he gets the double. Absolutely insane. Oh, making a triple. Nobu showing off his stuff as well. That is how you get it done here. Oh, did he go for the AWM? Did he get it?
Nice try.
Yep. Let's see it. Top again.
It's a good play when you are low HP. You know, you've got possibly a chance to get only 1 bullet out, so you try it, and if you hit it, you know what, that's an extra point for yourself. So I do like the strat of going for the orb when you're low HP. And now it's going to be 33 to 30. You know what, that gap has closed a little bit between these two teams.
There we go.
Very interesting, as Doc has been also hard carrying. He's got 12 eliminations, top 8, Federalis 8, and then 5 for the side of Noble, which is definitely a bit more reserved in the way he's pushing about. He's more like a support player for his teammates, start going more aggressive in these skirmishes. The top looking for the engage, though, quite low in terms of bullets in the Scar chamber, and he's showing his back, and that's instantly shut down by Paraboy. Nice point secured, 34 to 34. It's still up in the air as to who's going to secure game 2.
It's so close. I think we're seeing the PL teams adapt a little bit here, right? They're not trying to fight those tight peaks anymore, which I think is the right decision. Just try to be able to find these guys off guard. Maybe you send one player out, have some shots right there on their side, but they're turning things around here. Back up
2
against
points.
the wall, down 3. Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. Federalis just trying to go for the big old pre-fire with the AKM. That's all you need, really, is to get one more Sook. It's going to be one of the last 2 points they need. Top on the front line. Jimmy right in the line of fire, but will overwhelm Doc, but it will not be enough. That's it. Noble locks it down and secures not only the point, but the game, as it's a 2-0 point headed the way of the International Finals MVPs.
And they're just locked in, you know what I'm saying? And they're the MVPs for a reason. That's a difficult squad to beat. Okay, you know what? Yeah, we are one of the best teams. Let's go up against in a TDM, right? Some of the best players that we've seen. Man, we can see why they are for a reason. It was a great job, and you can see them just say, you know what? Like, I think if we could have had just a couple more minutes, we could have made something happen. But, man, way to go. And from the finals MVPs, match 2 will be coming up here shortly, guys. Don't go anywhere. ready for the second set of TDMs, and we can see Rebel, Silas, Yol, all these guys getting locked in, ready to go here. And Rebel's already smiling. I think he's excited to put in some work here on this final showdown.
Yeah, and Say Cloud, he is the boys.
I did, yeah, my bad, Say Cloud.
I was like, Say Cloud, come on, you won PMWC last year. No, definitely some stacked lineups, but come on, I need to see a PL win. I don't care who takes it. Please, QZ, Jing, AJ, Tianyu, can you guys make it happen? Oh, okay, so 5, so yes, that's 4-0. Okay, they're cooking. All right. As they're getting pushed up, can they get a 5th one to 0? But no, apparently there's going to be a little bit of a cheeky comeback. 4-2 now. The lead has been reduced a little bit, but Revo straight into the line of fire. AJ gets that one. Oh my goodness, like they're looking so aggressive. They're just swarmed. Almost their enemies spawn right away. I'm loving this approach from the PLF MVPs.
I think it takes a little bit of an adjustment too, right? Getting used to this lobby here, because the fact that there's no utility, you can kind of stay in your spot way longer than you normally used to. Because as a player, you kind of get that anxiety, like, okay, I'm going to get naded any second now. But since they're not here, you can just hold those angles, keep trying to hit those shots. Zio's got the Come on, Zio. Let's see it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy he doesn't have the P90. We saw what he could do in the main tournament with that weapon, so it would be bad, but he does secure it onto Tianyu. But that's going to be a nice double secured. AJ doing so much work with the AKM onto Revo, and also Say Cloud getting picked off by Jing. So 12-8. Hey, you know what? It seems like we might be seeing a PL win here. Of course, still early days. We've seen bigger comebacks happen, but they are definitely maintaining a pretty healthy lead so far in this game. And Say Cloud, actually a little bit of elevation here secured on top of that roof on the shed. Can actually give him a bit of a surprise factor as he does drop down into the nitty-gritty portion of it. Looking to get in CQC range on Tianyu and QZ in the middle, and QZ in the middle here on literally 1 HP. Not going to be an easy hold as 2 members get instantly taken on out.
Nice, see AJ being starting to slow down a little bit right here. PL team running with it, 17 total. And we saw a nice slowdown from the champs say, all right, let's reset here. Let's catch up to this leaderboard that they're starting to little by little. That's 18-13. Let's see what the PEL MVPs can do here. And it's now this, yeah, it's so crazy to watch all these different TDMs, just how these different strategies come into play.
Yeah, I mean, I just love how aggressive they are this time, really trying to surround. It's still not as good a team play as we saw, for example, for the international FMVP squad. But now they're looking to play a little bit more together, and I love that. Red team just going completely far over to the west side, looking to now hold the angle on the enemy spawn. Ziol again with... Ziol. I said that really weird. Ziol. Ziol. When he has the arm, it's Ziol. Go and play with that one. Does shoot 1 bullet. Unfortunately, will not connect on the target. Oh, wait. Oh, cheeky angle there.
Why did you switch? I want to see that. Come on, Ziol.
Here's Ziol.
Here's Ziol. Come on. AWM. Can he hit the shot? He's trying. It's going to be a tough one, though. Oh, now that pressure, that hurts. Yeah, instant. Nice pre-fire there from Jing.
He's trying his best. Also, there is a poll in the chat. Feel free to tell us, would you like to see more TDM matches in global events? You know what? I did really enjoy it when we had that 1v1 showdown, the King of the Hill. And especially the last match, it was Nomi versus Noble in London 2 years ago. That was pretty high. So if I could recommend, I would say you guys should ask for that in particular. But give us your feedback in the YouTube comments. We would love to know what you think about TDM. So far, though, 25-23, the gap has not been only reduced, it has been created in favor of the international champion squad. So we'll see if they can try and maintain it. But so far, it's pretty much neck and neck. I feel like this is the one matchup that I really believe, Hodgix, any of these two teams could come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a nice little lead there from the PEL final MVPs. Now that lead is closed. The international champs have caught up to them. And it is a tie game right now. QZZ putting down some nice shots, ends up catching Silas. But, man, there's trades happening all over the place. This is going to come down to the last second here.
It's definitely going to be down to the wire. Who's going to get it? Zioli's like, please, I just want to get my arm again. Come on. Oh, let me in. He's going to try and lock it down. As Jing trying to go for the free fire onto Silas. Got himself some decent, healthy damage earlier. Unlike Silas, just not looking super healthy. Just
Look
going for
this
a
way.
few
Come on, look.
burst
Got it.
sprays. Oh, he barely gets him. And you said it earlier. You just want to try and see that one pixel from the top of the helmet. And that's exactly what Xing was able to pull off. Good execution. And now they're looking to push onto Seoul. Got to be careful here. You don't want to get surrounded. Or that position is instantly going to be taken out of the picture. As he's got himself some good info to feed his teammates.
He's like, they're over here, they're over there. Go get them. And they are. Wow. Okay, nice little shots there. 31 points to 31. Silas catching that player off guard as well. Ooh, lay down. He's done this before, and it works. They can't see him. Silas invisible when he hits that lay down the wide open.
He's done some WWE.
Can't see me.
Can't see him. Yeah. There you can't. And now Silas still. Oh, good ridge. Right, playing behind that angle. And he's able to get himself some good line of sight. Say Cloud, though, good pre-fire. He spots an enemy. Oh, I thought he was just going to get an instant elimination onto QZ.
Let's see. What can QZ do, though? Can he make a comeback here? Say Cloud leading the charge here for the international team. 10 eliminations, but it is quite close. Also on this. Look at the spread.
Yeah, look at the spread. Yeah, exactly. For the POF MVPs, it's like 9, 9, 7, 8. Everyone getting close to that 10. So it's definitely been a massive team-wide effort. Unlike some teams that we've seen, there's just mainly 2 players doing a big portion of the work. It's QZ going to go for the pre-fires onto Say Cloud's head.
That's exactly what I was talking about.
That one. Almost trying to get Silas, but no, it does not connect on the second one.
QZ did exactly what I was talking about, right? You lean standing up, then crouch while hitting those shots, and you can get bad beats. That is like TDM strategy or high-end TDM strategy 101 there. That is how you do it.
How do you call it, though?
Yeah, you gotta make him look. Gotta make him look. See, QZ, he's peeking out his head, standing up, and then instantly crouching. It's catching him off guard.
It's the lean prank. It's real.
It's like, oh, am I here? Am I here? Oh.
I'm actually a little bit lower. I'm actually tiny.
Yeah.
Puts the head way lower. There you go. Good pre-fire.
Oh!
How does he come out on top?
Wide
literally 1 HP. Okay, now QZ, this will be a good time to go loot the Orm because you're literally on like 1 HP. You need to try and hit that one singular bullet because that can make the difference. It's 36 to 35. We're 4 to 5 eliminations away from knowing who will be taking home the first out of this BO3 for the International Elite Showdown.
By the way,
PL versus international players.
Anybody using the SCAR here? I don't think so. I haven't seen it, no. Yeah, nothing but AKs here. That's a nice little mix up there. Take out, running on the open, gets one. They end up getting the return fire, though. It's close. The international champs only need 2. The PEL finals MVPs need 4. And now, things are slowing down. There's still plenty of time here. But the international champs are just sitting back, relaxing, saying, hey, you guys come to us. Bring it. Bring it.
I mean, the international champs can also take a bit of a risk. If they get traded, it doesn't matter because they maintain the lead.
Oh, Say Cloud. I thought he had that.
But he didn't even peek him. How would he have that? He didn't even show his character.
But he didn't.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. In the middle, though, you've got to be careful. That gap is closing. Sure, it's a 1-for-2 trade. 3 points away for the POF MVPs. 1 elimination needed for the international champs to get the win as he's pre-firing onto AJ. He knows he's going to peak eventually, using most of his bullets in the AKM chamber. The magazine slowly but surely running dry. As now it's gotten way more defensive, and Say Cloud waiting with the Orm in hand to get one singular shot onto Tianyu. Will he the one to put the nail in the coffin?
He's like, look. They are not. Yeah, the international champs are not going to peak, I think, at all. This is going to be so difficult. Like, you're going to have to literally run out in the open and hit the shots. That's your only chance. They're not even looking. Oh, and Silas gets peppered there. Revel looking to sneak that angle. AJ, you back up even just a little bit. You are toast. It's about to be a minute on the clock here. What is going to happen? The international champs looking so locked in here to win this.
The way he's peeking, man, he's just jiggling, trying to make sure really hard target to lock down. And he's willing to take a little bit more of a risk to be in the open because if they get eliminated, it's still 2 points needed for the POF MVPs to win it. But when they lose a player, they might get swarmed by the PL team because they will have that man advantage. They can maybe secure the win. As Xing going to go push out slightly more over to the right side of Warehouse. Say Cloud still controlling the middle here, waiting and taking an absolute beating. What a fire from Xing.
35 seconds on the clock. Say Cloud, though, catching Zig off guard as he was going to a different spot. And it's the international champions going to win the first one here. But it was definitely a close one. I think this a PEL win could be coming up here very shortly, Max.
You could. I was hoping we would finally see in a showdown of international versus PL players one winner, at least at the way of PL. We know what didn't happen, and Silas, Revo, having a bit of a giggle, having a laugh after that one because it was close. So you know what? They're getting a little bit closer. Also, IRL. Love to see the bond of all these players. It's so good to see, especially all these players at Atlanta Van Hodrix. It's such a good atmosphere. And even though some players say, "Oh, there's drama and stuff," like even Rosemary and Falak, they were homies when they met face to face.
Oh,
it was fine. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? It's all about just kind of, creating a little bit of drama. At the end of the day, all these players are just incredibly blessed to be able to compete at the highest level, travel the world playing a mobile game. But not just any mobile game, the best one in the business. PUBG Mobile, here to stay, just showing how to make esports, the pinnacle of esports, happen. And they do it every single year, Max. And because of that, right, we get to see some of the most history players when it comes to PUBG Mobile esports compete in fun events like this. And the international champs just showing that, you know what, when you go worldwide, we can make it happen.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, going into a worldwide environment, right, the atmosphere is definitely completely different. And you get these amazing showdowns of players you would never expect to see on the same team. Who would imagine you would have all these guys on the same lineup, right? Ziol is up there too, which he's had some great shots earlier with the Orm, Say Cloud, Silas, and Revo. That would be a team you would think about in your dreams. But no,
Literally.
it's here, for real, and only possible in TDM.
Just imagine if you can get them all to speak the same language and actually create a squad together. That would be incredible.
Actually, what would be your TDM team? If you can make one, it can include teams from any region. What would be your 4 players?
Man, I think I would get top for sure.
You can also get retired players count.
Retired players? Okay.
Yeah.
I would get top. Well, I don't think I would get retired players right now. I'm just going to stick with who's available, right? I'm going to go with top. Those peaks were insane. I'm going to go with QZZ. I just think that dude is ridiculous. I really like Noble's play style as well. So I'll go with Nobu. And for my 4th, who would I pick?
You're not putting Revo?
Huh? I did say Rebel, right? Didn't I not?
Did you? I don't think you
Then I pick Rebel. If I didn't say it, I thought I did. But you know what? If I did, you know what? It's 2 Rebels. If not, just 1. Let's go.
I want 4 Revos on my team.
That's
Maybe
right.
you did say Revo and I just missed it. Then it's my bad. But you know what? Let's get right into it, ladies and gents. 1-0 advantage to the international champions team. 0 points for the POF MVP teams. And again, here, decent start. 4 eliminations instantly locked down by the Chinese players. But we know that a gap created early game means nothing, as the other team can easily maintain that momentum and take home the win eventually towards the end.
A nice little drop shot there from Tianyu onto Ziol. And now the PL squad, again, starting off with a little bit of a lead here. They got to be able to maintain it, though. I want to see more scars.
I heard an Orm, though.
I did hear that. But I didn't see it.
Oh, it's Jing. It's got 3 bullets. Yeah, 3 bullets in the magazine. And he gets Silas eventually. With the AKM, though, he's just holding it as a last resort in case he's out of ammo, and he uses it as a shotgun, I suppose. It's going to be the way to use it. It is kind of what I do when I play TDM. I get the Orm, like, okay, CQC, bam, instant elimination, and it works quite nicely. As QZ going to get a little bit overwhelmed, but Say Cloud is there to clean up shop too with his squad mates. 9-6. Still, a lot of eliminations secured, but the lead is still in favor of the POF MVPs.
Yeah, there you go. Say Cloud getting a nice shot there onto Jing. QZZ applying that pressure as well. Just crazy back-to-back shots here. It's always so wild casting these because it's just all about those tight angles, hitting those shots very accurately. And the strategy is just reaching pretty much the same across the board here. Now everybody just turtling it up, just saying, you know what, all right, let's slow things down a little bit. I think that's what it's about, right? It's like when you realize that, you know what, the positions are starting to be a little bit tough here, to slow things down, play it out. Once you get one elimination, then full press, try to take the advantage and kind of get some momentum going. But yeah, Revo getting taken out there. That's that angle gone. That's going to help out the PEL squads. Nice shots there on the Ziol. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's a clean engage from Jing. Just great awareness of what's going on his screen. Able to spot one from the range. Good push though. Looking at the PL players, looking to go onto the right side, swarming that position entirely. But it does feel like if you give a slight advantage to the international champions, they just start to camp your spawn, which right now you cannot let happen. If you are the blue team, if you're the POF MVPs, you cannot let them surround your spawn. Otherwise, your exit points are limited to like, what, 3-4 routes?
Yeah.
Which is super easy to pre-fire, especially with the 2-2 angles they have every single time. You cannot get locked down. I feel like if that happens once again, they're going to have a massive lead starting to build up. So they need to maintain control on the middle portion of warehouse.
Yeah, especially considering there's no nades, right? So if you get your spawn camped, it's all you have to hit those shots to be able to get out of that position. So I think that's definitely the strategy here. Is like once you start getting a little bit of momentum, keep pressing forward, get those angles where you kind of camp them in their spawn, and then they're just stuck trying to hit a crazy peak shot. But the PL team, all right, finals MVPs, got a little bit of a lead here. That's slowly starting to dwindle, though. You got to be able to play those consistent angles, or the international champs will end up taking this one once again. And everybody's so lit.
Yeah, I kind of wish one day we would make a TDM, but I talked about snipers the other day, as we just get a lot of players decimated there in a split few seconds, with a crossbow, and I feel like Sook would just pop off in particular.
Oh my gosh,
not the explosive bow, because I feel like that would be just a mini red zone, well not even mini, it would be a massive red zone, just the entire match from start to finish. No, but I feel like just a crossbow would be really entertaining to see. Actually, you know what, I have an idea, PUBG Mobile, I have an idea, if we want to make TDM even more interesting, every map, you have like a roulette, and it falls on like the weapon of the game, and they have to use that weapon only. And you have like some weird weapons that like you got the pan, and you just got to play with the pan or something. I don't know. I feel like that could make it really fun every single game. What do you guys think? Let us chat.
That'd be wild. I was thinking about Hunter Kite whenever you said that. You know what I'm saying? Just see what weapon you're going to be able to use at the right moment here. Man, PUBG Mobile just doing some incredible collaborations across the board. Now we got some of these new ones coming out. It is just incredible to see here. As the scores are almost tied up here, so it's going to come down to the last second once again. Just will the international champs go back-to-back here 2 days in a row, Max?
Well, yes.
Well, yes.
I don't know how to break it down for you, but yes, it's looking pretty damn likely. Currently, actually, it is only a 1-point lead, so it could get taken away pretty easily and taken to a third match. But we know that when we get to the very finishing moments, that's when the international champs just lock the hell in, and they hold these lines of sight like their life depends on it. Which, you know, in game it does. Their in-game life does depend on it. As now, seeing. It's slowing down. Things coming to a bit of a stalemate as all these players holding the lid of these rocks and walls. And so far, they're able to swarm the right side. That's 2 nice eliminations secured, but instantly Silas converting 1 point back towards his team.
Silas.
Looking to be close until the very bitter end here, Aldrix.
Yeah, Silas going crazy right now. He's got 12 all to his own, so
oh, wow.
Silas is not messing around here. Revel right behind him with 9. He's still going very, very close. Nice. Zing ends up getting that one. And now we're starting to see the PEL squad turn things around. 35-34. These next 2 eliminations are so critical, but it gets tied up.
Come on. 5 eliminations.
Joel, do it.
He's got the arm. Come on,
got the arm.
hit it.
Do it.
I want to see an all finish.
I just want to see one. Please give us a POV, please.
Oh, he got it too. That's a jump shot.
He got him. That could have been the one. Let's see.
Could have been just what they needed. Ziol, a jump shot with Ziol, and he secures it. SayCloud going a little bit crazy mode right now. Maybe got a bit too deep. He always got backup from Silas. They do convert in an extra elimination. It's down to now 2 more points needed for the international champs. 3 needed for the POF MVPs. As instantly Ziol, the right angle peak. He secures it 1 point away from the win. But it will be SayCloud to lock it down and make this game another 2-0.
Are you kidding me? Yo, that is how you get it done, baby. Busted out the AWM and finishing off the PEL Finals MVPs. That's how you do it in style.
You love to see. You know what, Ziol? I don't care. MVP of the tournament. Do we even have a GDM MVP? I don't think so. But we're creating it now because he bloody deserves it. What a play with your great middle map control. And you know what? It's still good to see the POF MVPs having a bit of a laugh after that one. It is fine. It's all fun in the end. Well, you know what? It's fun. And also missing out on money. So maybe not as fun as they think it is. It's still a significant prize pool available for these teams to snatch for themselves. That's it. That's gonna be over for our second TDM of the day. And unfortunately, Hot Jukes, it has been an international player sweep. 2-0 twice back to back. China, unfortunately, just having a really bad time in these TDM show matches.
Yeah, just not able to come out on top here. The international champions just edging him out just a little bit there. Once Ziol had that AWM, though, I was like, it's over, man. That is what I'm talking about. There's nothing more exciting than a crazy flick from a bolt action sniper PUBG Mobile, right? Hopefully we can see some more of that in the esports future. But as of right now, of course, those sprays are just so dang good. And yeah, it was interesting to see Max, at least from this particular set of matches compared to the last ones, the difference in playstyle, right? I mean, it was non-stop AKMs, no scars being used. But we'll see what happens here as we got the final set of TDMs coming up just around the corner. We are back, folks. Here we go. The final set of the international, not just any matches, the elite matches here, Max. Elite matches.
Elite? What would be over elite? Omega Giga.
Omega.
I don't know. Optimus Prime.
Let's go.
That did not sound like a Bumblebee. That was terrible. But you know what? Now it's going to be the international champions.
Sounded like indigestion. That's what that sounded like.
Yeah, that was a terrible intro versus the international FMVPs. And by the way, if I read my graphic properly that I have right now on Wikipedia, this is kind of an early preview of the finals happening tomorrow for these Elite Showdown matches. Hot Jukes, because it's international versus international, which have yet to lose a single game, but one of those teams will have to lose it here for the very first time of this event.
International on international action. Who will be Mr. Worldwide at the end of it? We will find out as Aurora Top is back, and he's got that scar. He's going to put it to work here as they are going to already have a little bit of a lead here, 5-3. Nice their shots onto Rebel. And I'll tell you what, it's just so wild to see just every single team and every player, like, so dang good. But, you know, when you tell the difference, right, on the players that are able to edge out the others, and it's just such a minute difference, but you can definitely see why.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a game of millimeters, or I guess pixels, right? You can't really say millimeters, it's different units in the game. And all about that timing. And so far, it's again onto Doc. He took down his teammate. No.
Oh, that one, they're going to be talking about that one
Akira!
backstage. Yeah, let's go. He's like, hey, do you like that shot? Oh, how about that one? Just a little too close. He hits it. Zeol, you're a legend. You're the favorite player. That's it. You have now are the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile Esports for me. Do it again. Do it again.
I've got to say, Zeol, at that point, just turn your AKM into a sniper. Just put it in single burst. Just put it in the one-tap mode. You might actually hit more shots because he's so good when he only has one bullet in the chamber. As Federales gets taken on out by Silas. But I'm not going to lie now, because it's only international players, I'm getting confused who is on which team. I need to keep looking at my graphic here. And so far, Revo, 7 eliminations. Woo, putting up massive numbers for his squad.
Nice little crouch shot there. And there's a top. Oh, walking out of the open just a little bit too much. Revo punishing him for that. Zeol, no AWM. Great shot, but I don't care. Where's your arm? Go get your arm.
Oh, you're peeking? Sit down.
Sit down.
Really good fight here. He's trying to go for the peek. Cancels the animation again, which is the way to do it here on Warehouse. And just the extra bit of armor is always good to have, but there's so low HP that armor really shouldn't make much of a difference. Is he trying to get him through the concrete?
Yeah.
Can you even do that? I don't even know if you could do that.
FMJ, right? Yeah, you need something. Oh, Zeol getting taken out to that level 3, not able to help him out in that situation. It's a tie game. It's only thing I care about is Zeol, as he has that AWM once again.
Not biased, guys, I swear.
Oh, 100%. That's all I care about. I'm telling you, like, it is just so wild to see him bust
like,
that out here.
The two of us are like, oh, look, it's Silas, or say Cloud Revo. Oh my god, it's Zeol with an Guys, not biased, I swear, okay? Very professional cast here. Looking like the fight is going to be Revo, overwhelmed on the corner behind that concrete, not able to really get much job done. Noble, maybe trying an animation cancel here to get that vest. He's looking at it, he just can't get it. He wants it. My precious.
Silas, ends up getting the double. That was a nice one. And Revo getting some return fire as well. Revo with 10 in the double digits here once again. Wow, that rhymed. Let's see if he can get another one. And he does get some nice shots on the top with great teamwork there from the International Finals MVP.
I think Noble might have heard also the reload animation, so that's when he decided to commit to the push. Pretty good play, Zeol, but without Yorm, so the height is not there yet. We have to wait. We have to wait until he gets access to the middle of the map. That might be the moment where he decides to actually go and loot it up, unless it was snatched away by Noble, which I didn't see in his arsenal there. He's making it, Zeol, towards the center. He wants it. He wants it. Give it to him.
He knows where it is. Come on, team. Help him. Help him get his arm. He needs it. He's owning. Fortunately, not in the hands of Zeol just yet. He's literally sitting right there in the center, waiting for it to spawn. But he's got that AKM, and he's putting in that work, getting in some nice shots. It's just the buff, the fact that the AWM is in his presence. Oh, Revo picked it up this time. Let me see it. Revo, do it for the one time. Hit that shot. You have a huge lead. Now's the time to do it.
I think he had enough of us being biased towards Zeol, and I was like, Revo with an orb! Revo with an orb, no way, he's going to do it. Silas, though, got to be careful, literally 1 HP. And he's going to get some help from his teammate. And Zeol also with the AKM is going to lock that one down. And it is going to be a left side win for the international champions. Cloud, Zeol, Silas, and Revo taking home the first game from this BO3.
Wow, that was a great one there. I'm telling you, there's something about that AWM. When you see someone get eliminated with it, it just turns the tables for the lobby there. So, wow, what a great start here. You can see Revo again, excited. He popped off. He had 10 nice and early. And you can just see they're like, yeah, it's good. It's good. Yes, good. You know?
It's decent. Look at Zeol, though. He was so nonchalant with it. He's like, another day in the office. You know, I'm just good. What can I say? Looking on the other squad, though. I wonder if there's going to be a bit of drama when we see Aurora play in the main tournament. It's like, Zeol, you remember that Orm headshot you did to me earlier? I did not like it, and he nades it. You know, so, okay.
You know what? Now, Zeol, you're going to go onto that off angle when it comes to Rondo. You know what I'm saying? You
do the docketing, Zeol. We don't want you near us.
Hope you learned your lesson. Right? At first it was top during the revive, then it's Doc, now Zeol. That'd be hilarious.
And Reefus is like, what are you guys doing? I wasn't even there.
Meanwhile, Reefus just eating snacks in the back, right? The whole time, just watching.
It's like, oh my god, my team, guys, my team. They're trolling again. It's PMG all over again. No.
Poor Reefus,
we're having a good time
lunch
here.
by himself, right? Just
that would be funny. But no, having a good time here with the TDMs. Good to see all the players smiling here, checking it out. Also, I feel like, yeah, someone's checking. Whose phone is that? Is that SafeCloud or Revo's? Maybe they're checking Revo's phone. Like, he's too good. Did he do something?
Yeah.
Just keep hitting the shots. We have to check it.
Joel using your arm, too good. What's going on here? Let's take a look. Yep, we gotta make sure you stay hydrated there, folks. Top, getting ready for the last one coming up. Oh no, actually not the last one, right? It could be the last one if they don't get the win here. So 1-0 so far, but things can turn. The tides can turn at any moment here, Max.
I believe this was our biggest point gap we've seen. I don't remember the biggest point gap of yesterday, but I think it's one of the biggest we just had, which I didn't expect, right? I thought it was going to be between International and PL, but no, it was actually in the showdown of the two international squads, which is quite interesting, not as expected. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is the one that goes to a Game 3. And keep in mind, again, from the research I've done, and I'm really bad at doing research, but from what I've checked, this should be our showdown for tomorrow of the international champs versus the international FMVPs, because they've literally, until this point, won every single one of their matches. So unless some weird stuff happens in the rules, I believe this is going to be our 4v4 for tomorrow's final game.
Okay, it's some good practice, right? Some good practice for tomorrow. As tomorrow, folks, is going to be the last day, right? The final day of the grand finals. I hope to see you guys there because it's going to be one heck of a show. But you can see these players getting ready. Can we see this team win it and make the comeback of the century here and actually take this to a third match? Max, I know how bad you want to finally see a third TDM.
Come on, give me a third TDM. I just love TDM. I need more of it. As they're actually really strong start. They're trying to go right away for that tier 3 best. Might make a little bit of a difference. Not for top, though. And you know what? Actually, one thing I do love about TDM that I haven't talked about, I love how when you get eliminated, your character just ragdolls.
Yeah, it's
I kind of wish we had that in Battle Royale. It's like if you're on a hill and you get eliminated on, I don't know, Cheeky Hill, and your character just rolls down the mountain. It would be so good. Come on.
Oh my gosh. That would be insane.
Zion with the arm.
Zion, please.
We have to call him Zion.
Zion. Oh my. You know what? As a matter of fact, that's all I want to see. Observers, show us that AWM. We're going to watch Top hit some crazy shots. Meanwhile, Zion switches to the AK to get that finish. So he's got that AWM, but he ain't scared up. Ooh, that was so close. Right above his head. What a nice shot there from Zion. Top getting that confirmation. Shots happening back and forth, but goodness gracious, the international champs are already setting up a beautiful lead.
I was going to say, Zion is going to definitely run out of ammo with the Orm. You only spawn with 5 bullets, which is not a lot, right? We're looking at, actually, someone booted it up. It's going to be Top. He's got himself the Orm. Let's see if he can actually turn it into a few extra points, because right now, man, the lead is already insane. It's more than double in favor of the international champs. So fair to say, it ain't looking too good for the red team of Nolbu, Federalis, Doc, and Top. But comeback is not out of the ordinary, right? It could still happen if they start to just lock in. But genuinely, I feel like the lead is so big at this point, and the left squad is looking just so consistent. I don't think the comeback's happening here.
Dang, Max, we did not take it to a round 3. Not once. Oh, super unfortunate. It's going to be just nothing but shutdowns for TDM. Most likely, at least, right? That's what it's looking like as the international champs have a 9-point lead early on here. And without the use of any kind of utility, it makes it that much more difficult to make that comeback. But it can happen.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, even just flashbangs, I would love. I would love to have flashbangs in this.
Yeah.
It would be really entertaining.
Yeah, you don't need nades, just stuns.
Yeah, just stuns. Like, when I play TDM, I always try and get my flashbang out, and I actually win quite a few fights because of the flashbang. It's really good in TDM. You don't have any grenades and stuff sometimes, or you just spawn with one grenade, which is not a lot. But man, it's 26-13. I mean, with a 13-point gap right now, it's more than it's going to be taken by Revo onto Federalis with the Orb. Huge play.
That is what I'm talking about. CQC, AWM, Revo just having fun with it at this point. Why not? Your team has a huge lead.
It's done.
Yeah, it's over. Oh my gosh. Ironside AK for the win. So animation cancel again. Yeah, 30-16. This one is cooked.
Yeah, Salas almost getting the lineup for two players, going for the massive spray down. Unfortunately, a lot of the bullets on that bloom completely missed the mark. But almost 20 points secured for the international FMVPs, and looking at the elimination spread, it is Federalis currently leading the pack with those 7 eliminations, and Top actually underperforming by a significant margin compared to what we've seen him do in other TDM matches. Hotjukes, Top is just not really getting much done this match.
Yeah, unfortunately, just not able to make it happen against the international champs. Both of these squads, by the way, guys, I mean, just at the peak of PUBG Mobile. It's just all about who can hit those shots in the right moment. And right now, it's the champs that are able to do that. They're going to be the champs here, at least for this today, as Top does get a nice knock there. But, man, with 12 points, try and catch up. It's going to be too tough.
Yeah, definitely going to be a rough one to work around. 37-28, 10-point difference, give or take. So that's it. Now, we're getting close to 30. You know what? It is not out of the realm of possibilities. 38-30, 2 more eliminations. If they hold the right lines of sight, it could work out. Seoul gets himself a massive elimination, trying to get prone onto Top.
Run!
But that one single bullet does not connect. But it will be Revo to lock it down, secure the final elimination, and secure the win in this BO3 for the international champs.
Wow, just back-to-back days of just non-stop victories and just 2-0 runs when it comes to these international elite TDMs. So a great day. This a great way to start these off, right? I mean, getting them done quick as we get into the matches coming up very, very soon here, Max.
I read a really funny comment in the chat earlier. It was like, Ziol is going to be the recall man now on Rondo. He shouldn't have killed Doc. You leave, Yulin. You go and recall the players. That is your job now. We're angry with you. It would be really funny if that happens. But yeah, again, this should be our finals for tomorrow. But this was actually not as close as I expected compared to the other matches we've had in this event, Hotchuk. So right now, your favorites clearly has to be the international champions lineup.
And you know what? I mean, Revo showing his stuff here, right? Unfortunately, his squad is not here for the finals, but he's here and making it happen regardless. So it just goes to show, right? At the same time, and this is against the top players, right, on the planet. So Revo, man, I'll tell you, locked and loaded here. But Ziol has the off. So Revo got one too. So I love him as well. Yes.
We're going to crown the champions, and we're like, but at the end, it doesn't matter because Ziol with an arm is really cool. And
it's really
that's going to
awesome.
That's going to be the ending statement. But actually, I do want to theorize on one thing. I feel like the communication for the international champs was just way better. And one fact as to why that might be the case is, keep in mind, 2 years ago, Hot Troops in London, Silas, with his team, Regnum Kara, had to play with Sarah, which, communication-wise, that's really tough. So I'm wondering, did that give him just a little bit of experience playing with a player that couldn't really communicate directly with him that helped him in this TDM show match? Not sure if it was that helpful, but I'm theorizing it definitely could have given him a bit of an edge and know how to communicate very quickly with his teammates.
Yeah, and the international finals MVPs are not going to have that advantage. I mean, because you have literally the most insane duo in history, right? That have played together their whole career. But it doesn't matter, right? Because you can just see the international champs working together so well. But I mean, anything can happen, right? I think tomorrow is going to be a great showdown regardless. I think it's just all about just getting that momentum when it comes to TDM and adapting to that lobby.
Yeah, when you get those eliminations start rolling in, it's really hard to play catch up. But here you go, looking at the overall standings. Yeah, it is. I mean, it is called the standings, so we're going to call it that, right? Going out to this one, it's going to be 6 points for the international champs, 4 for the international FMVPs, 2 for the PO FMVPs. And yeah, we don't talk about the other team. I don't want to, or I'm gonna be really sad, Hot Troops, and my day's gonna be ruined. So yeah, there's only 3 teams in TDM. I have decided.
You're right. Unfortunately, yeah. You know what? We'll just leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. A great showdown when it comes to these TDMs, and it's good to see the international champs just go to show. Hey, we are the worldwide champs for a reason. And we make it happen. There are 240 eliminations on them. A great way to start things off. But, you know, that's it for TDMs. It was fun while it lasted, Max. It's time to get into the meat and potatoes of this tournament, right? We got Rondo coming up very, very soon. I know you're stoked.
Oh yeah, I really cannot wait. That Rondo was so good from so many teams. You had S2G, All Gamers, Nongshim Red Force, Bigatron, and especially Aurora getting the win. Actually, the way they played Rondo, I would say that's one of their best Rondos I've seen in a long while from this lineup. So can they do it back to back? That's going to be an interesting question to kick off the day. Though I do believe also we do have an on-site interview slowly cooking up in the background. It's going to be related to TDM or the main tournament. I do not know, but it's always good to get a little bit of insight here, Odd Troops, on what the players are going through, what motions they're going through right before the main event.
Well, yeah, let's go ahead and take it to the stage. We can hear that interview and just see exactly what they have to say.
来中外精英对抗赛的赛后采访，我是今天的主持人吉祥。今天的赛后呢，我们邀请到了来自天霸战队的青智来跟大家先打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是天霸青智。
今天稍微有一点点的可惜啊，我们在最终时刻呢没有能够拿下比赛。但其实不管是场下还是我们正在直播间收看直播的家人们都在说，青智啊，你真的尽力了啊！这2天的比赛打下来，感觉怎么样呢？跟大家分享一下。
其实感觉我们打的挺不错了，因为这边是
well.
我们熟悉的时间没有特别长。
所以说大家感觉比较棘手的方面，可能是对地图的熟悉程度和对于各位选手的熟悉程度，是吗？然后我们在这次的环境模式当中呢，大家主流的武器是运用到 AK 加上全息，其实并不是非常的多见，也并不是大家很擅长的模式。但是这杆枪我们适应起来的速度也是蛮快的。在对枪过程当中，你觉得对面哪个选手会稍微感觉到有点小压力？他打得还不错，会是谁呢？
其实对枪上还没有这种感觉。但是要射上是有的，要射上感觉塞巴斯要闪。
确实也是，如果有下次再跟他交手的机会的话，我们会
多练练要死，
多再练习一下啊。好，那既然提到枪械呢，我们在正赛当中也很关注大家的发挥。我们也发现啊，青智在小组赛和来到了我们的总决赛阶段使用的主流枪械也不太一样，对吧？我们在赛场上呢，大家用的是 AUG 啊、Mini 啊，包括喷子。你更是在昨天用这些新的枪械打成了3.33的 KD， 非常的夸张。我们已经熟练掌握了使用枪械的方法了吗？
其实算比较熟练了，就是试用了很多天，然后一直在练。
那我们使用到喷子这把武器，主要是想要帮助队伍带来什么呢？
就我感觉用迷你的贡献率没有喷子的高。用上喷之后。
allows me to contribute more than using the mini. 因为昨天我们青智的个人贡献值也是非常高的，名列前茅。那大家都非常关注我们在正赛当中的表现啊。现在我们天霸的分数呢，仍然是在榜单的第1。今天我们打算以什么样的心态来面对比赛呢？
就比较平和了吧，就像往常一样。
像往常一样。好，希望大家拿出自己最熟悉的状态。那既然我们已经站到了采访席当中，能不能给我们天霸战队和 KL 战队都加油？天霸，加油！加油！
加油！
好，非常感谢青智接受到我们的采访啊，也希望刚刚的这个中外对抗赛不要影响我们的心情，我们一个舒畅的心情面对接下来的比赛。好，那以上就是我们采访的全部内容了，接下来把时间交给解说。
台下的人总会问：台上的人凭什么？来吧，我会证明最高的山峰只会开出一朵花，凭我的一切与世界一决高下。
欢迎来到2026澳门邀请赛，10个位战神，接应就位。历经首轮激烈交锋，强者再度齐聚台前。昨日已成定数，今日才是变数。静待各路好手书写漫长征途。首先有请 PEL 赛区杭州 LGD 全新积淀，壮志不改，未来战局皆由自己定义，破局就在今朝。Welcome。接下来有请来自 Next, from the
South America region, INF, with deep roots in the arena and 6 years of glory, the veteran powerhouse quietly awaits their moment to shine. Next, from the PEL region, Guangzhou TT. A dominant force, not defined by a single victory or defeat. The comeback is the true mark of the strong. Next, from the PEL region, Beijing WBG. Rallying their ranks, their edge never dulled. They're determined to make up for past regrets and claim the crown of glory. Next, from the Korea region, DK. Steady and methodical in execution, building strength through calculated moves, defending their honor with every step of perseverance. Next, from the Turkey region, S2G. Once crowned atop the world and once fallen to the depths, a sleeping line destined to awaken. Next, from the Korea region, KRX. With will as their shield and skill as their spear, they will prove their fearless ferocity through sheer marksmanship. Next, from the Middle East and North Africa region, ULA. New blood poised to strike. We look forward to them shattering the limits of the arena and creating their own highlights. Next, from the Korea region, NS. Master strategists commanding the big picture. Their polished rhythm is the foundation of their march to the throne.
接下来有请东南亚赛
Next
区
from the Southeast Asia
1A，
region, EA.
七星在世
A
界
rising
舞
star
台上闪耀，
shining on the
所
world
有的质
stage,
疑
they will
他
crush
们将
every doubt
亲
cast
自
upon
面
them
对。
with their own hands.
Welcome！ 接下来有请
Next, from the PEL
赛区
region,
成都
Chengdu AG.
身负万众期许，
Carrying the weight of
竞赛季荣
expectations
光
and the pride of the
全力以赴
region,
捍
going
卫
all
王
out
座
to defend their throne.
Welcome！ 接下来有请来自
Next,
东南
from
亚
the
赛区
Southeast Asia region,
BTR，
BTR.
何为枪神？霸
What
榜的淘
defines the
汰
true
数据
marksmen?
是他们
Their
最硬
dominance
核的
atop the
赛场
elimination
宣言。
leaderboards is the most hard-hitting statement.
Welcome！ 接下来有请东南亚赛
Next, from
区
the Southeast Asia
RRQ
region, RRQ.
独狼吃鸡，
The lone
同
wolf's
是运
chicken
气。
dinner
曾
was
经
never
的霸
luck.
主
The
将
former
继续用
overlords
枪
will
法
once
证
again
明
prove
巅
their peak
峰
form
实力
through。firepower.
Welcome！ 接下来有请来自
Next,
南美洲
from
赛
the
区
South America region,
Furia，
Furia.
藏匿于黑暗中的猛
The
兽
beast
已
lurking
亮
in the
出獠牙，
shadows has
他
bared
们
its
将咬
fangs.
碎阴
They
影，
will shatter the
踏空
darkness
而
and
来。
charge into the light.
Welcome！ 接下来有请来自东欧
Next,
及中
from
亚
the
赛
Eastern
区
Europe and Central
Aurora，
Asia region, Aurora.
银河战舰
The galactic battleship
横贯
cuts
赛场，
across the arena.
强敌环伺之下，
Surrounded by
他们
rivals,
势必
they
证
will
明
prove that
对
they
手
outrank
才是
all
挑
the
战者。
challengers.
Welcome！ 最后，
And finally, from the PEL region,
苏州
Suzhou Tianba.
街舞之日锋芒尽
Their
显，
edge was fully on display from day one, and years of accumulated experience run deep. Their commanding lead in points is their greatest confidence, and they vow to make the world remember the name of PEL.
Welcome！
Next,
的比赛现场，我是今天的主持人吉祥。经过昨日激战，积分榜单几经起伏，局势悄然变化。然而战局未定，谁能在澳门再下一城？交锋位置悬念升级，新一轮的鏖战一触即发，让我们拭目以待。Hello everyone, welcome to the 2026 Macau Invitational. Following yesterday's intense battle, the situation has quietly changed. A new round of fierce battle is about to break out. Let the excitement begin!
Alright guys, we are back for the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational Grand Finals. I hope you guys are excited for this one. We got to see some nice TDM action early on, but now it's time to get into the game.
Did you see the baby powder for Aurora? Ooh, that means business.
Hey, look at that!
Oh, wow.
That looks so sick.
I can see Nolbu, I can see Sook. I haven't seen a lot of Weibo. Also, Thundertalk was on the right side. So, hey, there you go. A lot of fans in the crowd supporting the boys from PEL China. We'll see if they can try and secure a top position, especially for Tiamba. And by the way, Tiamba, if they want to make their way to PMWC Hot Tricks, I did check the current rankings for PL. They need to be top 2, right? So that is what they need to try and aim for if they want to be comfortably up there. Right now, the number 1 position, Tiamba need to maintain their current position if they want to make it over to Paris.
Top 2 is going to be the goal, and it's, I mean, they have a nice little lead right now, but it's not enough, right? They need to perform today big time if they want to be able to get that done. And by the way, guys, just to reiterate it, at the end of the day, the top team will set the smash point threshold. So let's say Tianba ends the day with 120 points. Tomorrow, all they need is 10 more, win the next game, and just like that, they will instantly become champions, and the tournament is over. So a lot of teams need to try to slow them down. Also, got to try to at least get close to them at the top of the leaderboards, or even possibly surpass them. There's a lot of different ways that this whole thing can roll out here, Max.
Yeah, I mean, really, the rankings we're seeing today could be completely different after these upcoming 6 matches. It's really hard to predict. Jianbai could still be up there with a massive lead, or we could see a team in the middle of the pack just completely rise up to the occasion and take that spot for themselves, especially one team that I want to see a little bit more from, because they got I feel like myself and also you, Hodrix, really hyped during the group stage. It's the Arena, currently in 6th position, right? They are looking pretty good in terms of placement points, but the fragging side was a little bit lackluster, 24 total, compared to some of the bigger names here in this tournament. I want to see that group stage aggression back for E-Arena, especially on Rondo, where they just got so many good maps on that battleground. So come on, E-Arena, Thailand, I want to see them be at least today in the top 3.
Yeah, I think this is where it's going to be all about here. Settle down. Hey, you know what? E-Arena, you talk about them, right? I know you were so excited to see them, their walk-in earlier.
Oh, they did the 6-7. Oh, my God. Why did you have to remind me? I was having a good intro. Oh, my goodness. Actually, you know what? 16th place. E-Arena, go down.
Oh, no. What have I done? I'm sorry.
No, I thought he was doing it too.
Settle down, Max. Settle down.
Oh, I'm scared now. I hate it. I see 2 hands moving at the same time. Like, is it a reference? I don't. Hopefully not.
Maybe not. Yeah, man. But you can see everybody just here getting ready. You can see they got the papers there. They know where everyone's dropping. And in the other maps, maybe no hot drops. When it comes to Rondo, man, they're gonna get into it right off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, Rondo's going to be really exciting to see. I'm actually wondering, when it comes to these teams, what's Weibo going to do? Because they had a really big win going into Danqing, right? They got themselves a bunch of nice eliminations, and then they got fully squad wiped, having to go for the recall down in Tinlong Garden. And the circle was just so high up north. They really had such a tough time making their way into the play zone. I'm wondering, are we going to see a slight bit of adaptation on that front to maybe all go for a recall tower that's a little bit closer to the center of the map, or are they going to try and just speed up the entire process? Because I really feel like that hindered their chances of a strong Rondo, and I would like to see some slight iterations if they want to just get more points on that battleground that we know these teams can get, Hodrix, because of the recall tower system.
Yes, yeah, the recall tower system just mixes things up big time because it allows teams to just go, get some crazy eliminations, and then, of course, revive their whole squad. Man, look at these guys. They're all dancing. They're getting ready for today. They're excited. A lot of different energy coming into day 2.
This is a weird vibe. all we're missing right now is Top and Dr. Smile, and we've got the entire combo.
Right? Like
you never see that.
You feel like the tension would be in the air right here, right? Because it's like, man, like you got to set the smash roll. You got to hopefully get your way to the top, but everyone's just like, la, 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 la. You know, I'm just so happy to be here, and I love it. I honestly love that energy because you should be, all right? You made it to this spot here. All these teams know that, hey, we have a good day today. We can win this whole thing, right? It's not like it's unattainable. So, man, I love to see these smiling faces as people get prepared here for match number 1.
I actually talked about the players that are smiling. Sook was smiling for a little bit. And actually looking at the PEL rankings for PMWC, they're in 4th position behind the likes of Thunder Talk, LGD, and All Gamers. And All Gamers basically already qualified because they got 100 points from their spring season PEL and also the spring finals in PEL. So they're locked in. So there's really only 2 spots open for grab for China. LGD are in 2nd place. Thunder Talk are also in 2nd place, tied up with 50 points apiece. Weibo just behind them. We need to see them at least overtake the likes of LGD and Thunder Talk, which is feasible looking at the leaderboards, right? And remaining up there until the very end of the finals, until Sunday. Weibo, I need to see them globally speaking, right? Because they got 2nd place at PMWC last year, which expected Hodrix, right? Because of Sook, he's cursed. He can only get 2nd place. We need to see them go absolutely ham today because we don't know how many matches are truly going to happen tomorrow. So that ticking time bomb effect is really going to be in full throw going into tomorrow's potential 6 matches.
Dude, I mean, tomorrow's going to be absolutely crazy. There's so many different possibilities here. Let's talk a little bit about the leaderboards, though, right? All right, so we got Tianba in 1st place. They're chilling with 67 points. Aurora right behind them with 53. But, you know, going on down after that, you got Fudia with 46, all the way down to 10th place, KRX with 33. So that's a 13-point gap between 3rd and 10th. And so any of these teams, right, have a good game 1 here, we could see them rocket launch to top 2. But I definitely think it's going to be a very important game 1 for those squads 11th on down as we get ready For day number 2, it's Rondo who's going to be able to get it done.
Who's going to be taking it home? Who's going to secure what I would like to see maybe be a 20 elimination chicken dinner? I feel like actually you were talking about it yesterday. Most of the chicken dinners of yesterday, if not all of them, were 20-point bombs. And actually the Rondo win was a 25-point bomb secured by Aurora. But I want it to go higher. I want to get a 30-point game here. And that could give a massive opportunity for these teams at the bottom or middle portion of the rankings to finally increase their position. As here we have it, match 1, and it's a double plane path. One pretty damn central from Ryan over to the southern western edge next to Long Haul. And the other one is going to be straight from the eastern side next to Hillway Town over to Chowton. Test track is going to be available, but only some teams will be able to make it very quickly into Yulin.
But hey, we got the double plane. Spread out their whole team a little bit further to the right. But Arena is going to have to be a little bit careful here.
I'm a little bit scared for S2G if they really want to make their way over to Yulin. You're going to be too late to the party. That's going to be already, what is that, 4 teams inside Yulin, so I would not recommend it to my worst enemy. It is not a good idea. Though going into Neox, as you said, the teams on the east to western plane path, they're going to be committing here. It's going to be all gamers. Currently middle of the pack, had a really good start and unfortunately kind of fizzled out throughout the rest of day 1 and up against the side of KRX. The only 2 teams in Neox is going to be pretty chill here. It's kind of a Neox factory vacation. We see way more teams usually, and as you can see in the elimination feed, it's already getting real hectic in Yulin. As you saw, a few players also have Aurora getting taken on out. So was York.
You can see XCZ getting some shots down range. These guys are getting locked and loaded. No elimination so far. They're just trying to catch some players here. There's KRX. TRE ended up finding an AUG early on. Little boy, hey, look, getting into it with Fudia. That's some Brazil on Brazil action there. And things starting to heat up. They realize just how critical it is to put points on the board here. So holding every angle they possibly can and try to catch these players off guard.
Oh, Reefer's taken out of the picture entirely by Nolbu. Walk at the end. Nice secure. But so far, I've got to say, Furia, really good start. 2 eliminations of Silence, 1 for Ayala. I was hoping to see a little bit more from Silence in particular. He got me really hyped up during PMGO Season 1. And he's had his moments here this tournament. But you know what? I'm still wanting to see more. He sold me on his individual prowess. Chief getting pushed up by Chips. It's going to be a 1v1. Good pick. Instantly flushing that one out. And there's no backup. I really thought a Noble would assist that player, Chips. But no line of sight. And that's going to be 1 insta point taken away. A second bit on the roof, though, and Neox is going to get picked up in a 1v2, and no way Jose. That's instantly shut down Hot Chooks. He wasn't even given a fighting chance.
No, not even a second, and that's what you got to do, right? You got to shut that down really, really quickly here. As we look at all gamers, they have 2 eliminations so far. Nobu, man, the feed is going crazy. It's so hard to catch every single fight because there's fights happening all over the map here. The zone does end up going to the north side, so you can see teams, trying to soak up the eliminations quickly, but they also want to get looted and start heading into that next zone as fast as they possibly can.
By the way, I'm looking at the map right now, so it seems like the recall tower, the Aurora tipping right now, so he really went for a wide, 500 to 1,000 meters rotation away to try and get the full reset, because he is soloed. You can see on the leaderboards, he is stranded as an individual player, so he's just hoping to sneak his way into a recall tower somewhere and get the full reset, which... really, sure, Weibo's nearby, same for D Plus and BTR, but I'm not expecting anyone to just chase down Doc. It's not Team Boom after all, so I feel like there's not going to be any blood in the water when it comes to that potential encounter. As LGD, a team that has won this Yulin fight a few times in the past, Hot Jukes here looking to try and wrap it up against Al Ula. It's Yasa and Claus that have not really gotten any information on Wei Ji. They're kind of showing their back to the competition. And Wei Ji is not alone. He does have Tian also in the distance. So if they play their cards right here with the 2 solo angles, that could easily tear down the entirety of the MENA team.
Yeah, we're going to have to see Alula play this very carefully here. Claus has 3 already. Okay, so yeah, all these boxes are his. He's going to be getting that loot. Yeah, you see LGD Tian right out there on the other side. Wei Ji, okay, they did spot him. Yeah, they know where Tian is, but they didn't know where Wei Ji was. You got to watch your backs. Great teamwork there on the side of LGD. Being able to spot out Alula. Now Yasser got to win this 1v1. He does. He's going to get that confirmation.
Why did he not wait, though? Your teammate's like 5 seconds away. He does get flushed out. Yasser, really nice.
You're right.
Elimination being secure. But yeah, they had time. He was locked in a building. He had no escape. So many death crates on the floor, by the way. Oh, my goodness. But we'll see who's going to be able to get it, who's added to the graveyard, and it is going to be Tian. He instantly confirmed himself. He's like, I'm not going to let you get that elimination confirmed. And that's it. Al-Ula up to 5 eliminations total, 2 for Yasser, 3 for Claws. And sure, it might look like a lot of loot on the floor there, Hodgix, but keep in mind, it's from one city, meaning most of those crates have maybe like 1 weapon in it, so the loot is not going to be amazing. You still got to go all over the place to make sure you get all of the best weapons available in Yulin.
Absolutely right. But winning that 1v2 is going to be great for the side of Al-Ula. They're in 7th place right now, 39 points, and they need those early on eliminations. Now, in the group stage, we saw Al-Ula go crazy on their first day, and that was because they had such a off Rondo, and they just used that momentum throughout the rest of the day. But in their day 2, they did not have that same scenario. But hey, this is a great start for them here. So hopefully that kind of, pumps them up here for the rest of the day.
By the way,
what's up?
This is the exact same circle as yesterday. I don't know if we didn't show the map feed for a second here on the main stream. This is the exact phase 1 circle we had on yesterday's Rondo, and eventually it does go on a 50-50 river split, and then it kept pulling down south towards where KRX are currently. So KRX, if we get the same circle, might be going for an actual chicken dinner, but it's quite rare to get the exact same shifts back to back to back. As Mormon, though, stranded solo for E Arena, getting surrounded by our lobby leaders of Tiamba. And here they got the man advantage. It's going to be a 1v3. If they don't do the LGD mistake, it should be a pretty easy cleanup onto Mormon. He plays around with the S12K, gets one. Actually, nicely executed and trying to just move his way right through those windows and door frames, trying to create a great window of opportunity. How is he still alive? And it gives time actually for his teammates to join up. Sure, he does get knocked, but the cavalry is here. It's Tony K here joining the fray.
Let's see what Tony K can do. He's going to be moving up close. He's got that nade already. He's looking to catch them off guard. Giving him a lot of time here. Hopefully that nade hit. No, actually, it's not gonna. They do get the reset, so it's going to be Tony K in a 1v3 situation for now. I don't see where the rest of his squad is. Yeah, I think it's about time. If you probably need to back off this.
I mean, the rest of his team is in stadium, so it's definitely a better position, and it's in circle. If I were Tony K, I would say, your player, he's already been taken out of the picture. It's not like you can get res or anything, so he's going to get recalled. Just leave. I would recommend just use your utility to get to your vehicle and get the hell out of here. But Tiamba, they know it's just a solo, right? I think they heard the footsteps. There's only 1 pair of footsteps, so might as well just push up, and now he's cornered behind this wall. No vehicle. Where is his car? I thought he parked it around it. I guess not.
Oh, there it is. He parked in the wrong spot.
Yeah, he's stuck. He can't escape anymore. He's done.
Oh, that hurt. He was like, man, I thought I was going to revenge my teammate. Now it's not looking too hot. He keeps sneaking there in that window, but they're not. Unfortunate for Tony KO. Now they are. Okay. How about this one?
Oh,
that hurt.
Oh, my goodness. This is one of the toughest circles you can get in Rondo. But now he's got access to the car. Look at that. Come on. Tony K, leave. This is not worth it. We know you're good, but this is Tiamba. They're number 1 on the rankings. What are you going to do?
Let's see. He's like, I'll show you what I'm about to do right now.
How about
this? Eagle. Catchy Tony K. There's the rest of Tiamba. So Schweppes does join the fray, but just a little too late. Now he's in the same situation that his teammate was in not too long ago. But Schweppes, getting taken out. Tiamba just capitalizing on these mistakes.
Okay, I've said why a lot today, but I'm going to say it again. Why? This is very unnecessary from the arena. I said I wanted you guys to be aggressive. But aggression that makes sense. And you know what? Talking about aggression, there's going to be an aggressive encounter between Thundertalk and S2G. AJ completely taken on over in his spot. Knocks on his knees. Also can be brought back to life by his teammate as Jimmy now going wide. Nice elimination there. Secured onto S2G up to 3. Thundertalk looking to put up numbers and escape the very pits of the leaderboards.
Yeah, they are all the way down there. So this kind of start is huge for them. It's this game especially is just so important for those teams that are on that kind of 11th place on down position to try to catch up and hopefully make a run for the top. But man, it's going to be harder and harder as Tiamba are putting points on the board. Yeah, this circle is going to be a brutal one. We still have some teams all the way in the blue zone trying to rotate on up. Influence Rage being one of them. Oh my goodness, Aurora. Way down. They're all the way down in Tin Long Garden.
They're pulling a Weibo right now.
Wow.
And Weibo actually did get 6 eliminations on that game. So you know what? It's not an impossible rotate. It's only phase 2. The Blues damage is not that high, so I'm not too scared. You know what? Let's just forget about Aurora for the next 5 minutes and we'll see where they are, if they make it in the zone or not, because this circle's tough, so that means there's going to be a lot of edge zone gatekeeping. So any late rotations, not only for Aurora, but the likes of even Weibo, Influence Rage, S2G, E-Arena, even Furia. Actually, no, everyone else but Furia might have a bit of a tough entry point, because Furia, I'm looking at the map, this is really interesting, Hot Jukes.
Okay.
Went for wide western rotation north of the riverside, and north of the river, there's like only 2 teams in All Gamers and RQ can also encounter Al-Ula on that position. But Furia, I would say, one of the best rotations of this entire game, and that's keeping in mind they also got a few eliminations inside Yulin, so the start of this match for Furia is absolutely fantastic.
Very beautiful, safe rotate. Yeah, to be able to hug that circle all the way to the top, and fortunately for them, not a single team is even in that area, so they have the whole entire north to themselves, calling the Starks at this point. Now you have Milu driving up with Tianba. They're going to try to find a good, solid position into this next zone. We'll see where that circle goes. Still a lot of teams in this blue zone. You got E-Arena there to the left side. You got Influence Rage coming on up. The zone shifts south. Okay, so now Furia are going to have to drive on down. They should have at least a couple spots that hillside past that bridge available, but it's going to be a tough rotation for all these other teams.
I mean, if you're Furia and you do that rotation, you should also kind of expect the circle to maybe pull down south, and then you should have a plan B. And I feel like they instantly need to try and execute that plan, whatever it is. Hopefully they had one, because otherwise that cross against the likes of All Gamers, Thundertalk, and Al-Ula is not going to be an easy target, and they're going to have their work cut out for them. As Chamba, though, when it comes to the position on the circle, one of the few central teams alongside KRX and Bigatron. And as they are the current lobby leaders, already up to 3 eliminations, this is looking like a scary setup for all other 15 teams. Chamba, if they get a massive performance here, Hot Jukes, fair to say that for the Smash ruling tomorrow, it's going to start to get really scary for all the other teams in this lobby. But if you know Chamba are in that position and you flush out a playoff Chamba, do you just fully crash it to maybe allow yourself to catch up? That's something to keep in mind.
It definitely is. It's just so difficult to do when you need every single point that you possibly can get. I think if you know you have the advantage, you can't hesitate. That's for sure. But if you're in if it's like kind of a spot where you think you're going to get taken out just because you're trying to take out Tianba, I don't know if you do that just yet, considering the leaderboards are still so tight. But at a certain point, yeah, you really have to worry about them. You got to try to slow them down here, because if they get such a massive lead, and when they do decent in Rondo tomorrow, I mean, they could easily finish the tournament in 2 games.
RRQ, though, getting completely surrounded under the bridge here for Nopeko. Can't even fight back onto Flower H. So that's going to be him fully taken on out. The recall tower is still available for an extra few minutes, right? So it's not impossible we see a full reset from RRQ. Actually, I do believe they will get it, because over the days you can see a mini-map, even Deadpool make it straight to that recall tower. So maybe Nopeko is going to be brought back. He does have a second life available. But even then, getting peppered by All Gamers, and they do have the explosive bow in the hands of Liu. So we talk about Sook usually as like the explosive bow guy, but all these PEL players are so good with that weapon, they are going to try and use it to its absolute full potential.
Yeah, especially here in Rondo, right? Because you can use that explosive bow to use that terraforming, be able to put yourself in a really good spot. So it definitely makes sense in this map in particular to bust it out. But we are seeing some eliminations happening in the feed. We're looking at KRX right now. They're just kind of keeping their sight lines on to Thunder Talk. We got an engagement here. It's S2G versus E-Arena. Initial knock onto Tourniquet is going to be huge. Joker does have an angle, but he's quite far away from his team. Nice shots there. Soke is knocked. And now you have Lost applying that pressure here. Knocks back and forth. But LGD are going to be joining the party.
Oh, it's Mau Mau going straight for the high ground. He's going to have a perfect line of sight onto Lost here. No way he survives it. And actually, it's going to be E-Arena to wrap up that fight in style with that utility. E-Arena up to 4 eliminations, and that's 2 massive L's taken back-to-back from SGG. They lose it against Thundertalk. They lose it against E-Arena. So, got to try and redeem himself on a wrangle as E-Arena here getting chased down. LGD, what an absolutely perfect timing on that third party. When E-Arena are at their absolute weakest, they strike. Schweppes just trying to survive the encounter, get the hell out of there, and he will be able to do so successfully for now, but the rest of his teammates not going to have a similar fate. That is him down as a solo for what should be the rest of this game.
Yeah, that's going to hurt E-Arena. I thought they were able to get that fight done just in time, but unfortunately it was just a little too late, and LGD, you mentioned perfect timing to get that third party going, and they definitely need those points. Look at D+, though. D+, Kia going to be going onto Aurora. Chips trying to get that initial knock with a nade. Fabian is knocked here. Ziol is down. Okay, shots happening back and forth, but it looks like Influence Rage is third-partying this from the hillside. They get the knock on to Chips. Top going to be pushing up with the shotgun. Does he have the shot? He'll get that confirmation, that's for sure, but Chips gets the revenge.
Yeah, Top is going to be unfortunately taken out, but it's cool. He secures that elimination and also allows a reset to Zjol. So Zjol, as you can see, back up on his 2 feet, ready to walk his way forward. Doc, though, will he suffer a similar fate? Oh, that nade. Oh, no. This could be huge. Will he get it? It does take out Zjol entirely. What a play. D+ might just be a solo player now in this location, as Fabian just knocked out in a distance. That's pretty much an impossible res. D+ going to be down as one for the rest of this match. But another nade bounce, and he gets it done! No way, he pulls it out, takes down one of our top squads in the rankings. D+ Kia on fire as a solo.
And they'll take that all day long. Beautiful bake shot right there. And D+ take out Aurora. That's the second place team gone. Tianba still up with 4. That could really spell craziness for this leaderboards. You have Furia up there. They're in third. They can make something happen. Let's see what happens. So it's RRQ. Going to get this defense on there. Oh, actually, they're not. Great work there for all gamers. They're going to have a tough time getting into the circle, but they got a ton of eliminations to start things off.
Yeah, really just building so much momentum from the get-go. Tianba 5 elims also for Milu, Eagle, Aking, QZ, get himself 1 each. So a pretty decent spread of all these players. And also good transition, making himself a little bit of a strong dip here. It's good to hide the cars. They got a natural rock and put down a few cover flares. They're just building a fortress, turning it into Fort Knox. As Furia, you can see on the minimap, the circle definitely not favoring their location. This should be an easy hold if they just keep Furia out of grenade range. This location is very nadeable. Keep them around 75 meters away, and this should be an easy win for Tianba, which, as we stated, is scary, especially now that Aurora were taken out. If they eliminate Furia, that's the second and third place out of the picture entirely, and it's already looking pretty bad, but Aking will get knocked. QZ denied in the tower. It seems like the push might be working out in favor of Furia.
Yeah, well, QZ, though, actually gets the thirst on the silence from Furia. So that's going to be tough. But Furia are going to be applying that pressure. I think they definitely know. Yeah, after that elimination, they know it's Tianba here. I think if you're Furia, you really got to take them out. But if Tianba wins this fight, that is going to be the top 4 teams out, and Tianba are going to be looking so set up.
Yeah, as I talked about, you get nade range. They instantly turn that Nox player into an opportunity to close the gap, get nade range, and get so much damage. Eagle instantly taken out of that fight. He got it, though. It's not going to be an easy push. I feel like they are going to have to suffer some casualties eventually, but they do get another one. Oh my goodness, the fight is working out beautifully for Furia. Taking down the lobby leaders. The Molotov, it's massive onto QZ, instantly denying the high ground away. And now they're going to be using that dip to its full potential, but for themselves. The ties have been turned. Aking out in the open, but still wins out the clash. How does he do it? Tianba's still alive with 8 massive eliminations to their name.
Oh my goodness. Tianba are dominating this lobby. 75 points so far. Second, third, fourth out. All gamers only have 1. The arena in 6 has 1 as well. These guys are going to create such a point gap as Tianba now having to deal with Thunder Talk. Can Thunder Talk finally shut down these Titans here? They are stuck in a very, very tough spot here. It's going to be up to Tianba to hit some big shots if they want to survive. Jimby, though, with a nice nade on the Milu, is going to make things tough for Tianba.
This is a perfect third party. Look at that amazing 2-2 split. I love it. Literally just pincer between 2 strong locations. They can't even fight back, and it's even KRX going for a little bit of a third party. It's QXZ. Peeking over the ridge with that utility also, trying to get that nade, trying to maybe confirm it, but AJ will steal that point away. It's not for South Korea. Goes straight in the hands of the Chinese team of Thunder Talk. As Aking now as a solo, still got a few meds to work with. Just like, please guys, this is too many players against me. The odds are definitely not even. As he's hoping to just survive a little bit deeper, maybe make it to a placement point. Actually, it is top 8, so Tianba will at least get 1 placement point, which could make a massive difference heading into tomorrow.
And they already have a 20-point lead on second place. So, I mean, they are doing great to start things off right here. Thunder Talk are trying to take out Tianba, but it's KRX to say, like, I know Tianba's around here somewhere. We got to get these guys out of here. And that's exactly what they do. All right, top 5 teams, Max, gone. All right, this is a huge opportunity for the rest of the lobby to try and catch up.
This is what we wanted to see. E-Arena as a solo, I'm really not expecting much right now for the side of Schweppes, but Bigatron, Al-Ula, KRX, and even Thunder Talk here, massive opportunity for them to make their climb, make their ascent to the very tippy top of the rankings. As now KRX, really good respect play. I love it. They see this fight. It already ended between Tiamba, Thunder Talk. Quick regroup on the northern edge. Don't want to get surrounded by Al-Ula, which you could see on the minimap. Quick did want to get a background angle to maybe backstab KRX. They instantly read right into it. This is just showcasing how good the macro from this roster really is. As now reclaiming a strong position in the zone. The circle, stage 6, with an edge position like this, I think KRX will have to start thinking about their next rotation very soon, as we are 20 seconds away from Circle 6.
Yeah, Circle 6 is going to be crazy. Right now, this is that planning phase. Make sure that you have a great idea of where you're going to go if the zone shifts away from you. You got to have that plan. You got to execute it quickly here. Schweppes all by himself, just trying to hold on, trying to get some placement points for his squad. He's got a nice little bunker he's kind of made there, so he should be okay for now. But if the zone shifts away, which it most likely will, he's going to be in big trouble. Let's see where the zone goes. It actually does stay on to Schweppes, so it goes down to the south side here, or at least more heavily towards the south. And LGD are going to have an easy rotation on in. And honestly, I think they want that Schweppes fort.
You have to, right? You want to try and take up that defensive position for yourself. Just create an impregnable force.
Schweppes has set up a nice little house there.
Yeah, he's put down so many cover flares. I mean, we did see for LGD there for a second, he does have that cover flare. So if they want to go there, they can even re-solidify that even more, just making sure no off angle will be able to negate that position whatsoever. As BTR, though, also very comfortable. And the cool thing about this dip in particular, one, you can hide your cards, which is always great, but also, if you want to get in nade range, you got to get out in the open, which is keeping, naturally, Bigatron, purely based on how the terrain works, super safe from any massive push. If anyone wants to push up onto BTR, they literally have to go in the dip, or all these other teams like Thunder Talk, Influence Rage, KRX will third party you from a distance, so they're looking super safe for at least a top 3 finish this match.
Yeah, they're dead center right now. Yeah, it's going to be difficult to push that unless you just kind of full send it, but you're right, you can't, because every other team is just looking in this exact direction here. Now, I think the MENA region is going to be pretty exciting, because there's Al-Ula. They have 7 eliminations so far, their entire squad up, and a good position into this next circle. They're looking set up.
Oh, actually, there was a little bit of a third party, but actually, they're not going to be spotted right away, and that's going to be Claws to find Razy. I'm waiting for the nades. Yeah, it's taking way too long. Finally, the nades are going to get cooked up by BTR, demanding respect against the MENA team. As Reb now going to start to use his own utility. So yeah, it seems like LGD were not really able to get that third party I was really expecting. A lot of the shots just not quite connecting, but that could be a massive third party opportunity. And while all of this is happening, Hot Troops, Schweppes is on a vacation. No one pushing on his spot. He might make it to top 5.
The Schweppes fort is impregnable at this point. That is what you do. That's what I'm talking about. Schweppes actually gets an elimination too, or a knock on a Lingas. Claw steals it away. So Al-Ula getting all the points in the lobby right now. Huge for them. Man, we're going to see one of these teams be able to creep up into the top 3 right here and now. Who's it going to be, though? Influence Rage. They want some of this action now. Federal leading them with 4 eliminations. Applying some pressure on the Thunder Talk. 45 seconds left on the clock, though. We still have 2 more zone shifts to go. Let's see what happens.
Oh, explosion onto AJ. I believe there was a vehicle explosion. That's one. Oh, it's getting Razy. Do a little repositioning here. I actually just want to try and get away from Al-Ula. I feel like that position is definitely a little bit further out of grenade range. But Al-Ula, I was really surprised. I did not expect them to make it in that dip so successfully without really taking any casualty whatsoever. So that is definitely a big win from a team that we mentioned many times getting into day 1 of the finals. Do we need to see more from after their opening day in the group stage? It was so good, but ever since then, they disappeared. And so does KRX, apparently. What a nade. As now, that creates a little bit of an opportunity for them to push up, but no, decide to just remain as neighbors for the time being and wait for the shift to see if it's going to be worth pushing or not. As you go onto stage number 7, and BTR and also Al-Ula still comfortably in the play zone.
Yeah, they are big chilling right now. So I think, honestly, if you're both these squads, you kind of want to stop really focusing on each other too much. You should be looking at all these teams on the edge, try to take them out first, and then battle it out for that first and second position. Because if Al-Ula and Bigatron start fighting, then everybody's going to be hunting down that third party.
See if they can lock it down. Little boy's got that C4, trying to create a dip a little bit further. Actually, they're almost in the zone. Actually, he is in the zone. You can see on the minimap they was about 3 meters away, but no, he did make his way in. As now, Influence Rage will make their way into a strong dip. Instant cover flare. This is great. It's going to deny the angles from KRX and Thundertalk, instantly putting it down, plus a grenade to create a bit of a dip. So he's really solidifying that entire area. What a play from Federal. And now he's instantly going to set up the entirety of his squad for a very comfortable setup in this circle.
Yeah, he's getting some shots on the Thundertalk. He actually catches one of these players. That's Cindy getting knocked. How about Zing? He tried to make the run, and that run is denied. Thundertalk out of there. Federal not messing around here. Vinny, KRX got the shotgun up close and personal. Trying to hit those sprays, not able to do it.
Yeah, got to hit those. Eventually, got to try and connect it. Federal will instantly punish that play, though he does get taken down too pretty swiftly. It's going to be TRA. KRX looking to go for a little bit of a swift rotation in from the edge and just sweep everyone out of the way. As BTR, though, still with their utility, and the smokes do keep them alive. But the thing is, I talked about earlier how it would be really hard to get nade range, but everyone is being forced by the circle to get so close. This is too much for BTR. Too much is being thrown their way at the exact same time, and they're getting overwhelmed. They're struggling to hold this dip down.
But you got to hold it down here. Look at the leaderboards, guys. 6th to 11th place. Talk about a game for the mid-pack right here. This is a perfect situation for them to reach the top of the leaderboards here and now. KRX, unfortunately, only with 1 elimination. They are on the edge. Their back is against the blue zone, though, so they are in a decent position. Unfortunately, 2 of their players are not. They're going to try to go for these reses. Meanwhile, Bigatron, yeah, dead center, but everybody wants their spot.
This game could last a while. With all these dips, Nook and Cranny.
I love this terrain.
Hide in. Yeah, this is my first time seeing this circle, actually. You know what? This is actually a first, and I feel like for some of the players it also might be a first, because you only have 1 rondo per day, so it's quite rare. And you have 1 chance to get a circle like this per day. There's the nades. Number 1's good. Number 2, not going to get Federalis, unfortunately. It's Federal onto Federalis, man. They just keep fighting. They're loving it. It's a true rivalry. Being born here in Pmmi. But KRX, they don't have many options. The circle, literally, great for every team except for South Korea Hot Jukes. They have to push up right onto Bigatron.
Here they go, little boy. Keeping an eye out, trying to catch some of these players on rotation. But, man, this terrain is insane. So many dips to hide in. So much coverage. Every little hill. Yeah, this might go down to the last second here, folks. Influent Rage with a massive game. 10 points. Federal with 6. Gonna have to back things up just a little bit because he has been spotted. And right now, it's just a battle of the peaks. Look at this perfect spot that little boy's in. This is ridiculous. Lauren's in, meanwhile. Gonna get some great angles. Influence Rage have tons of sight lines on this.
But by the way, Schweppes is still alive because LGG got eliminated. Nobody knows Schweppes is there, I believe. Maybe Influence Rage have an idea because they see the cover flares like, that's a bit suspicious. But otherwise, everyone else is just locked in on the fight here in the dip around Bigatron. So Schweppes might have a good time as he does actually get... I don't know, I thought he was getting pushed up for a second. It was looking a bit weird, but no. Al-Ula not going to commit to the roadside. Schweppes is still in zone. Look at that. He's still in Phase A. He's going to go to Phase 9, which is, as we know, when the fight's truly going to break out, Hot Jukes. I think Schweppes is getting top 2. I think he's easily secured the top 2 in this fight.
Well, this is stage 9. The zone is going to start closing down, and it hurts. So let's see. He's on the edge of it. He's going to have to move up. But you're right. I don't think they know where he is at all. Has he hit shots enough? I think Pedrino is looking his direction. Yeah.
Yes. If the circle doesn't favor Influence Rage, which it doesn't, and they have to leave their position on that high ground, that's when Schweppes can actually push up over the road. But yeah, Pedrino, he knows, as you said, he's definitely locked in. He wants to eliminate Schweppes. I feel like Schweppes might struggle because of Pedrino.
Pedrino not playing, saying, no crossing the road here. I need all those eliminations. Al-Ula, meanwhile, 10 eliminations on themselves. 2. He's waiting. He's chilling. The zone is going to start closing. But Influence Rage do have the high ground. Can they utilize it to their advantage? Let's see. Lauren's in. Going to start throwing some nades out. Smokes coming out as well. Schweppes now no longer the priority as it's going to be a huge 4v4 battle. Federal is knocked. Al-Ula trying to capitalize.
You can see that he's still, Loranzin, trying to look at the 2 teams. Schweppes going to be spotted out, put so low, but eventually will be swept under the rug. That's still going to be a podium finish. What a game from Schweppes and E-Arena, able to redeem it in the eyes of the tournament. penetrate. Lowboy, Loranzin, Lowboy absolutely popping off early. He's got himself 4 eliminations. Can it be enough here to lock it down? Lowboy, huge grenade coming on through, but it's just not going to be enough as the game is secured by Mina. It's Al Ula Club to take it home.
I'll tell you one thing, Al Ula, we saw them in the group stage. When they won the Rondo, they couldn't stop winning. Will we see the same thing happen from this Mina team here in day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational Grand Finals? What a start for this squad. Man, everybody watching them has got to be so excited, especially those from the MENA region.
Oh, I know that Mao, in particular, Mina Caster, will be ecstatic about that win. I mean, he also told us how to say the name properly, so you know what, he's definitely going to be super pumped about that victory. But Schweppes, yeah, I mean, he created such a great fortress. Eventually, they were a little bit suspicious, like, there has to be someone hiding over there, which there was, right? It was Schweppes trying to just get away with murder. But what a performance, and Bigatron in particular, I know this is tough. It was a very low elimination game. Last time we saw them, I think they had 1 elimination. I wanted to see more utility thrown onto Al Ula at the moment they went for the push, but they kind of let them coexist, and eventually, by doing so, many other teams join the fray and surround them, and they just can't come out on top. So very unfortunate for BTR, but looking at the champion team, our MVP player is going to be Yasser with a total of 6 eliminations and just shy, Hodges, of 1,000 damage.
Wow, I mean, what a start. Almost 1,000 damage here off the rip, and they got a ridiculous amount of elimination points. So, literally, you couldn't ask for a better start for Al Ula, and they needed it. They needed it big time here. So I'm really excited to see just how far up they're going to move up the leaderboards, right? They were in, I believe, was it 9th place before this?
I'll check.
No, yes.
Yes, they were. Yep.
Okay, so they were in 9th place before this one. Where are they going to end up? Yeah, they had 34 points. And it's going to be interesting to see just like, hey, where are you at now? Because that is a great start.
I mean, they should be in top 5 because keep in mind, everyone up there got taken out so quickly. Tiamba,
right.
Aurora, Furia, RRQ, even the side of all gamers didn't really have that great of a game. And Bigatron sure made it very deep in the match, made it to top 5. Elimination-wise, it was very low, so maybe they even overtake the side of BTR. That could be a massive achievement for a team that we said we need to see more from them in the finals. Though, I don't want to see what we saw on day 1 of the finals where they got one good performance and they kind of fizzled out afterwards and kind of disappeared in the other 5 matches. No, I want to see consistency from Al Ula if they want to keep that MENA dream alive.
Yeah, all they got to do is kind of repeat what they did in the group stage. It's going to be a little bit tougher considering that these teams are set up here. But yeah, 25 points. That is the start you want, and that usually gives your team the confidence, right, for the rest of the tournament to keep popping off. But it still takes consistency, right? We saw S2G yesterday have a great game, and then it was just nothing afterwards. Ula's going to have to try and avoid that at all costs. Influence Rage, though, putting up 19 in second. All Gamers and E-Arena with 11. And Tianba, though, right? Still putting up consistent points, Max, no matter what.
With Jamba would definitely be hoping for. Second page though of this game, Weibo, that's my biggest upset right now. Weibo, they were in 13th position before today, and if they want to make it to Paris for PMWC, they need to overtake all of their...
The Tianba are also in Yasnaya, so yeah, it looks like Tianba, Al Ula, the 2 top teams, are going to be kind of forced to play edge as they're moving into this next zone. Very, very nice.
Quick drop, yeah, quick drive-by, already across the bridge. Very good setup here, making it next to the gas station from Aurora. Really good. I mean, yeah, so they go in with the idea, no way is going back to the mainland, but again, straight to Longwood, and there's going to be RQ. They already set up shop up here. Are they going to look to give up that location for free? Because RQ normally, early game, don't really want to commit to fights, and they are going to go more on the retreat. And Aurora, are you going to go on the offensive here? No way they want to commit to the fight. This would be such a weird engage, because you're already in circle. You made your push over the road. You have a few buildings literally north of you with the warehouse. Actually, they're going to go there exactly as I was hoping for. Okay, glad to see Aurora not taking that unnecessary fight. That could have been really, really bad if they committed to it.
Absolutely, especially like the timing is the worst because you got everybody on rotation. You do that fight, you're getting third party, guaranteed. So yeah, Aurora, going to be checking these buildings just in case there's any people that are holding it down and not moving a muscle. But nope, that whole area is all to themselves there. So a beautiful rotation on the side of Aurora. Everybody else, though, yeah, you can see it's just the great migration at this point. Just trying to find a spot in this next zone. S2G having a rough rondo, having a rough day so far. They're in 14th place. It's not over yet, though, right? If S2G win this game, they're easily in the running for it. But you got to start making that happen a little sooner than later.
Their best map was Erangel in the group stage. Unlike PMGO Season 1, where it was all about Miramar, no, here it has been the Erangel show for S2G.
It was the first one, too.
The only Turkish team in the lobby, too, right? Who didn't get Regnum Kara qualifying here, didn't get Ulf, so they're the only hope for this region to get some presence in this lobby. And they do have Hovercraft. Did you know? Hovercraft, it is meta right now. It's going to be held down by Pmmi, and they're going to go for the mountain right on the outskirts of Pmmi down south. Are they going to go for Pmmi Hill, which right now, I do believe Furia is going to be going for that spot, so Solke might have to give up that position for free. But you know what? You can coexist. You can have Furia on top of that mountain. You're holding the eastern mountain. That's fine. But Solke keeps going forward. I would recommend a retreat, but Kami with the Hovercraft, this is a good play on the front line, ready to tank bullets if any shot comes his way.
Kami pressing that Pmmi Hill. Looks like it is going to be a safe rotation, though, so nobody going to be messing with them, and it looks like this is where they're going to stay. Aurora does end up catching Federales. Okay. Ziol, that's going to be from a good, solid range, but we're going to be looking on over to this fight between Furia and All Gamers. Igor gets knocked by Maple. Rest of the team, oh, yeah, he ended up pushing there kind of by himself. Wonder what happened. Maybe they called the push and the rest of the team was on the way. He was scouting. I'm not sure.
I think what happened, they saw S2G push up from that mountain over to Pmmi Hill, so they're like, oh, okay, so if they left that previous position, it should be free, right? Because there's no way there's going to be another squad with them. But in the process, all gamers do the same rotation and they get caught off guard, so I think that's what happened, and unfortunately, Igor will be taken out of the picture. But this circle, hard western shift, at least taking away Military Island out of the equation, which is great. No team's going to have to start to think about that bridge location, but Weibo in particular, as we know, Hot Tricks, every single Erangel game, if they can, they will be dropping in Primorsk. It's dead center of the circle. But also, Quarry is in play, and as you mentioned, a lot of teams can coexist over there in those extra buildings in that location, so we could keep a lot of teams alive until the very bitter end of this match.
Yeah, there's also a perfect circle rotation for the team E-Arena, right? Because they were kind of late in trying to get into this next zone, and they were kind of trying to hug that shoreline, so the fact that the zone hard shifted to them, they're going to have this entire eastern side to themselves at this point. You can see everybody just trying to drive, find a spot, and the rest of these players are going to try to maybe sneak away a little elimination here and there. That's Tianba. Down a player, okay. So Tianba are going to find this building here, and it looks like, yeah, Milu, this is where he's going to go ahead and park it up. The rest of the team's going to be coming to this side as well. So Tianba do end up making it safely, but they lose a player in the process.
The play from Aurora, they're actually getting pushed up on all gamers, so they're trying to leave, but they do have a bit of an early clash with Furia on the way. I feel like it's just a matter of respect. Got to be careful though. Looking at the mini-map, Ziol was split away from his teammates, and they're getting actually way too close to S2G. The R spread apart. Find it, okay, instantly avoiding getting squashed, and he's going to go into the vehicle. But Dog punishes it right there. What a good reaction. He's like, oh, you think you're safe in that car? No, no, no. He picks it up, and that's going to be Top also getting the second. S2G, they had the defense, they had the terrain advantage, but Aurora tears down the entire squad as Top does get taken on out by D+, looking for a bit of a third party.
And you got LGD there. It's a fourth party as well. So LGD are looking to get into the mix here. Ling S does end up getting some sight lines. There's Tian going to go ahead and put some shots on and pressure Aurora just that much more.
You know, even though the fight worked out initially for Aurora, I'm surprised they committed so aggressively to a position they didn't scout ahead of time. So, yeah, Briefus also taken away. Straight back to the lobby you go. But LGD is so opportunistic. I love to see it, especially for a team that's currently in 15th position. They haven't given up hope. They're still trying to get these points on board. They see an opportunity party. They're like, it's phase 2. Screw it. We don't care. Let's send it right into the fray. And they do get 3 eliminations off the back of that alone. So, LGD still have that chance to make it, and especially looking at the point threshold, one good game, they could be in the middle pack, so there's still a lot of chances for LGD to do good in this match.
Meanwhile, we're going to watch Bigatron, though. Bigatron in some trouble here against All Gamers. They're already down 2 players. Axel is completely isolated. That Molotov does look good. Actually, just a little bit too far to the left. Somehow missing that tree. You should have just really locked that one in. The next zone is about to pop, though. Are we going to get the Corey finish? Okay, it goes to the east side here. Makes things very interesting. All gamers and Bigatron are going to have to wrap this fight up sooner rather than later because they want to find a spot into this next zone. RRQ going to have an interesting wrap. Al-Ula are going to have a beautiful rotation on this north side. So they're going to be set up very, very nicely in this game.
Hey, talking about rotations, one team that you did mention was E-Arena earlier. They had Joker that was going for that wide western rotate on the roadside on that highway, and he just got his entire team in such a comfortable position. And this time that was a solo, hopefully. Hopefully as a full team would be great to see as XCC picked off by Ayala. Furia looking to continue their reign of terror on the battlegrounds. But that flush not going to be too easy to lock down. The rest possible at this point. But Weibo, they were alone inside Primorsk for the entirety of this match, but now they've got neighbors in Nongshim Red Force and Tiamba. That future exit outside of the city is definitely going to get tricky for Weibo in the very near future.
Yeah, especially considering that this zone's moving. This zone's moving away from here almost 100%, so...
Definitely.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Influence Rage are set up well in this game with their full four-man. They have a nice compound, dead center. Alula have the north side.
Where are they going? Onto Nongshim?
No, I think they're just trying to find a way onto the edge of this circle so that way they can rotate away. But they end up right into Nongshim, and Hyunbin ends up catching them. They wanted to avoid the fight, but Nongshim Red Force was waiting for them.
They knew. Nongshim just read right through 33Z like a book. It was a good play from Weibo, I will say, but Nongshim knew exactly what was going to be happening, and they set up, and now even Tizzy's joining the fight, setting up another off angle alongside XZY and Hyunbin. And I'm surprised, Weibo had a 3-1 castplay, right? 3 players in the main vehicle and 1 player in the hovercraft. I'm surprised they didn't go for that rotation with the hovercraft on the front line. Like, S2G did it side of Chinky Hill. It was Kami in the hovercraft checking out the Furias not in the surrounding area. But here, Weibo, very risky play to go out in the open. That's an easy double knockoff to Suk and Suki. And even Bay almost taken out of that fight. Looking pretty bad here. Weibo, there was a good opportunity, but the execution a little bit rough around the edges.
Worst timing, too. I mean, Weibo are in last place right now, which is crazy to say. These are your previous champs here. And the only 2025 champs in the lobby. Just not able to get things going. And it's always the worst feeling, too, when you go out like this, Max, and it happens to be in your home turf. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't really see too many Primorsk zones. We happen to see it here in the late game, and it just doesn't work out for them.
Weibo haven't left yet, and Hyunbin's already looting them. It's like, I don't know. No, that's kind of interesting, but so easy, and Hyunbin get it done.
What is going on?
The mountain is still in play to the west from Nongshim, so Weibo, if Nongshim was not there, they would have an amazing rotation. But it doesn't pan out as expected, so Nongshim may be going for the win this match. We did see for a split second, Weibo going the other way. But this RRQ, as we said earlier, Hodrix, there's no escape from Primorsk. Weibo are truly stuck in that city.
Meanwhile, look at this. Tianba is here as well. That's the Eagle holding down this Wizard Tower, but it's a battle between LGD and RRQ. LGD getting the better of it so far. Here comes Starpeko coming into the mix. Gonna try to hit those shots. Can't do it. Hyunbin and now Nongshim Red Force are going to be third-partying this. It is a party on the shoreline as QZZ is now looking to get it.
The risk, and unfortunately, the odds were just not in their favor this time around. LG get taken out by Genforce. RRQ still got a bit of fight in him, but Tiamba looking for the re-engage. That's a massive third party. And while all of this is happening, Weibo still struggling to make it out. You can see on the minimap in red on the right side, they're still stuck in those main buildings of Primorsk. They want a third party, but Milu is just already on the outskirts of the circle. He's really making sure that while Eagle and QZZ are fighting near that tower, they don't get backstabbed by Weibo. What a beautiful setup from the Chinese team. For the boat defense. Oh, that's huge. He sets up a wall with the...
All right.
I love that. That is great.
Hey, sometimes it's good. Hey, boats do end up on land, and that is the time to do it, right? To make sure that you get a little bit of extra coverage there on the beach. Beautifully played. And not to mention, look at Tianba, right? Tianba, 5 points on the board. This squad is just putting up consistent points no matter what.
They are. Every time it's Tianba o'clock. By the way, it's really cool. The boat, you can't shoot under the boat. Sorry, I'm a big fan of that play. Now, I'm talking about it too much. It's really cool. It's so cool. Just putting that boat on the beach, good enough to pop any wheels. Beach boat. It's a very safe position. The beach boat. As Bay, stranded here. Sole survivor of WBG. Can Weibo maybe clutch up a few eliminations on Nongshim? I don't think so, because look at XEY. Sure, he's very close to them, but he's not over peaking. He's not overconfident. He is respectful of what Weibo can do and what they can deliver in these situations. So they're just holding the ridgelines. This is not Nongshim being scared. This is Nongshim respecting the competition, knowing that a slight mistake could get instantly punished. So let's quickly regroup. Connect back up to Pmmi and company, and they still maintain position on that mountaintop. I'm loving the way Nongshim are playing this match, and currently in 10th position. One big game, they could be closing up with the top 5.
Yeah, this needs to be it right here, because we're seeing, I mean, you want to win this tournament, and Tianba are running away with it at this point, so you need to catch up sooner than later. And you can see Hyunbin just looking to try to soak up some of these eliminations. Milu is going to catch Bay. That's another elimination for the side of Tianba. Yeah, no one's stealing that one. As the zone is going to close, are we going to see another wild shift to start things off here? Let's see.
That blue zone's going to take R2 on phase 5. No amount of meds can really help you unless you got like 20 med kits. You might be able to get some placement points, but it's still top 12. You need to see if you can reach top 8 circle. Finally, the mountain of Nongshim Red Force is not going to be in play anymore, so they've got to start thinking about what their next move, the crosser angle, is going to be. As most of the beaches actually is going to be taken out, especially the little bay area of Al Ula is not in zone anymore. So that boat we saw earlier was a great play, but it's not going to be rewarded by the play zone. And Weibo, final few bandages. He's got 10 bandages, and that's still not going to be enough. Weibo, that is a massive L. No placement points for their trouble. Same for KRX. Swept under the rug and by the boys of KRX.
And I love what E-Arena did earlier. We saw one of the players, it was Mormon. He took these blues very, very early on in a 3-1 split. The zone hard shifted here, and the rest of E-Arena just followed their teammates. Now we see Nongshim Red Force pushing onto D plus Kia. D plus Kia in a very, very tough spot here. The vehicles are driving in and just pressuring D plus. Taking them out one by one. That is them done and dusted. It is just Nobu all by himself in a shack.
I kind of get the idea too that they kept Izzy on the backhand angle to make sure they can assist from a distance, but that's like a 200, 300 meter split. I really feel like that was maybe a little bit overzealous from them, but so far they are still alive as a 3-man. So you know what, maybe I'm a little bit hypercritical, but it was definitely working out versus D plus Kia down to just Nolbu on their side actually. But Tianba, power, that easy rotation with the vehicle. If they can find a knock onto Nongshim, actually that would be an easy engage for them. You get the damage button and right back into hiding behind the smokes. One player has been knocked. So you know what, Gemma would say this might be your time to go for the push.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, do you think Tianba's going to be able to make it out of this circle? It doesn't look likely. They're in big trouble here because they got Furia locking eyes with them. Nongshim Red Force is going to be keeping tabs there as well. So yeah, Tianba doing great so far, but they get into a vehicle. They're on the move. No shots onto them so far. Actually, now they're starting to get shot up. Let's see if they can make things happen there. One of their players does go down. QZZ driving on up. He gets taken out as well.
Oh, no ammo.
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's it. Tianba eliminated.
That is the win. We'll also get So Easy back up, and Tizzy's there too. So yeah, I really thought this was not going to work, but it feels like everything is just kind of falling right into place on Nongshim Red Force. Tianba, I mean, when you have all your players in one vehicle, it really goes to show they were just desperate, out of options. Nothing was going to work out for them. And Nongshim was able to get it. It was getting close too because he was literally had no more ammo in his main magazine for his AI. He had to swap over to the DBS, but didn't have to shoot a single pellet there. Still able to get himself the win. 7 eliminations for Nongshim. And we've been seeing throughout the entirety of this game, they've just been climbing and climbing throughout those rankings. Now 47, just shy of maybe a spot in the top 5. If they can convert into an actual chicken dinner, which is doable with this circle, maybe we'll see South Korea towards the very top of the rankings, which we would love to see happen for this roster.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity for everybody to try to catch up to Tianba as well. There's still quite a few squads here. Influence Rage are going to have the north side. They have 45 points. A win here could put them into top 2 easily. Let's see what they could do with that. E-Arena still have a full squad as well. The next zone does pop. It looks like it's going to be dead center. So finally, a normal circle shift. S2G, meanwhile, They did great on the first Aaron Gale yesterday. Gonna try to repeat that, but it's gonna be tough. They are down a player. Soul K's gone. Oh, Kami looking to get up in their action, but gets shot in the drive-by. Influence Rage dominating here on the position.
Fantastic drive-by, and now they're behind that shed. I would say just play behind the shed and go for the nades if you can Influence Rage. This is a very nadeable position. One nade available for Noranzin, and also one Molotov. One Molotov just to deny the shift. Federal, not able to hit it. That second nade, slightly too short, not able to get any damage through that door frame. Bye-bye. Come on, one nade is going to be good. They do get lost. MCG puts down right into the Molotov. That is how you do it. The Influence Rage way has been amazing so far. They've got to be careful. Fury is looking to push up, but without losing a single member, Hot Tricks, they're ready for round number 2, and they win it once again.
Yes, they are. This is the start of Influence Rage roaring back from the bottom of the leaderboards. They were, in 15th place at the start of the day. That pushes them up to 49 points here, and they could go all the way to second place if they win this game and get a whole bunch of eliminations. They have the high ground. They got the sight lines. Can they capitalize on it?
It's a possibility. Jing trying to pull a Schweppes here. Same for Nolbu, actually. Also pulling Schweppes, hoping to survive. Oh, good one-taps. Jing able to find Reb. Is he going to try and flush it out?
Nice.
Will he get it? Almost does. Yasser a little bit too preoccupied by Nolbu's position. The Molotov is going to spread out, and also bullets chucked his way. No survival whatsoever for them. And that is going to be them taken on out. And actually, wait, Molotov connecting onto Nolbu a little bit there. Got to be careful. He did have the flame animation on. Just take a bit of tick damage, but he will be fine in the shed. Hopefully, Circle 7 favors his position, so he can just maybe secure an easy podium and get those placement points on board. The Influence Rage versus Nongshim. Now, this is the fight that could decide who will be securing that chicken dinner if they survive as a full team.
Yeah, you can see Influence Rage doing a beautiful split across that northeastern side here. Just going to be holding it down. E-Arena are going to be the only team inside some buildings, and they're going to be holding that position. Meanwhile, Influence Rage are going to start rotating towards Nongshim Red Force.
They've got to wait for the circle. Yeah, they're trying to see, is this position going to be valuable in phase 7? For now, it would be just a fight that doesn't make sense to take. I say that we've seen some rotations like that happening early in the game where it doesn't make sense and yet teams still commit to it. But now, really, Influence Rage, if this is a hard Eastern shift and their position is out of zone, I feel like they are going to commit to a full-on straight-up engage onto Nongshim, take the 4v3. But unfortunately, they don't have the hovercraft anymore, which would be a good way to make the cross. But good position here on the ridge. Little boy in particular up there with Federal, making sure that Nongshim can't peek aggressively on that ridge line. And he's going to get some extra loot on the road. What did he get? Maybe a P90? Who knows?
P90 would be real nice right now, to be honest.
Would be great.
Yeah, that'd be really good. Next zone does pop, does center up once again. Influence Rage. Oh, yeah, you're right. This is wide out in the open here. The only player in zone is Noble. So easy with the 1v2 nade. Influence Rage looking so dominant, and just like that, Nongshim Red Force take the advantage.
That nade was so easy indeed. He's trying to flush it out. He's got an extra nade. Maybe you should use it to not show yourself to Loranzin and Pedrino. He does overpeak it. Little boy will be snuffed out of the game. Pedrino will make the cross. I would say if you Influence Rage, or you fully commit to the aggression onto Nongshim Red Force, or you just try and survive, maybe sending yourself in a circle or something to live it out. I would say they're kind of out of option. Even sending it out in the open is just not the right way to play it, as Federal also going to be fully eliminated. That's going to be double-digit eliminations taken away by Nongshim Red Force, finally showing their true potential in this lobby of Pmmi for the Macau Invitational. But Nongshim, just relentless. They know their positions aren't done anymore, but they're going to use it to its absolute limit as they get another aggressive angle into Loranzin. Influence Rage were looking so strong, so confident just a few minutes ago, Hot Troops, but it all falls apart because of So Easy.
Man, they were looking unstoppable. That nade from So Easy just, boom, turned the scales in the opposite direction. But hiding behind the tree right now, just trying to find some angles. But Nongshim Red Force playing this so well, taking out E-Arena Mormon. They are stacking some points on the leaderboards here. Tizzy, I think he knows. Got to be a player behind that tree. He has a nade. He's not utilizing it. Okay, so they are not looking towards Pedrino. Kind of a mistake here. Did they forget about him? You forget? Dizzy?
I don't know. He's definitely not forgetting about it. But like, Notable just got an elimination onto the side of Arena. This could be huge. Just get the nade. Tizzy nicely secured. Up to 11 eliminations total and a position on the podium. Massive, massive game. But can they convert into a chicken dinner? Schweppes also looking to get a central position, but trying to go straight on Notable. They know it's a solo. If they get rid of him, they will get extra placement points and then one extra limb. Good elimination for Notable. He picks up one as they get actively third party by Nocturne Red Force. They're just taking every spot in the circle for themselves. And that is it. Fully eliminated. It's going to be XCY to get it. And Notable surviving, getting the top two and up to 5 eliminations. D+ versus its other South Korean team. It's a 3v1 scenario. Can Notable bring it home?
Let's see. Nobu's trying to do something. Can he bring it home? I think he can bring it straight to the lobby. He's got that nade there locked and loaded. Bye-bye, Nobu. It is Nongshim Red Force to win the game. And they are not going to get that elimination today. But it's the South Korean team that gets the victory. That is how you do it. Wow. I mean, they were playing the south side of that circle, Max, for so long. If you had me guess which team was going to win it, looking at that zone earlier on, I wouldn't have picked them, but they made it happen regardless.
Yeah, I was going to pick Arena, but really Nongshim, the way they used that mountain for literally 90% of the game was just amazingly executed. Get rid of Weibo, deny all of this team's trying to make a quick exit outside of Primorsky, especially in the likes of Tiamba. That was a really, really big fight. So easy with a fantastic grenade onto Influence Rage, really just locked this game in their favor. And Arena sure tried to make a quick exit into the zone to control the area, but realistically, you got no terrain advantage. All you have is low, flat ground that you can't use in any way, shape, or form, and they get that nice win in the end of the day. By the way, quick little highlight at the end there. Notable did self-nade himself at the end in that shed to make sure he did a nice point away from Nongshim Red Force, so that could be something that haunts them at the later stage of the tournament if they're just 1 point away from a higher position in the rankings.
Yeah, Nobu knew it. He was like, I'm in this shack. I know I can hit them shots, but I don't think I got it like that for this one. Let me at least just deny the point there. But hey, look, MVP is going to be XCY. 4 eliminations. Almost 1,200 damage. Beautifully done here. And right on time. Right on time, too. That should be able to put them in the running easily.
That, most definitely. Really excited to see what the rankings are going to look like. Almost 1.2k damage from XCY. I mean, these two players, XCY and also So Easy. The nades from So Easy were amazing, especially the double knock with one single piece of utility on Influence Rage. That's really a good conversion from utility usage into actual limbs. So well done to him, but XCY will be the one in terms of stats. Now, looking at some of the highlights of this game, this one, this is when you look at Aurora and you're like, kind of trolling a little bit. Even though the fight was good initially, sending it out there in the open for position is not even that great at that moment of the game. A bit of a head scratcher. I feel like there were just better options available where they wouldn't even have to fight, and yet maybe they've just said to themselves, you know what, YOLO, let's try and see how it works out.
Tiamba, I'll have the north side here. That nade, though, from So Easy. That's the nade that won on the match.
I would say so. I feel like it just made it way easier for them to get rid of Influence Rage on that ridge line, and then the entire team falls apart. If that ridge line is occupied by Influence Rage, they're actively fighting each other, then Arena has so much free real estate to work with to just push up to the ridge, third party it, and maybe secure the win, unless Notable clutches it, which he could have. Who knows? In a different world, maybe Notable was the one taking the win away, but Nongshim Red Force, 13 eliminations, 23 points total on the match. I feel like they might not be number one in terms of overall points. There were so many other teams that had high eliminations, but 23 might still put them number one. So here we go. Let's take it. It's going to be 23. Actually, a decent gap between themselves and Arena. They did get 9 elims, but yeah, Nongshim, it was the Nongshim show from start to finish.
Hey, they're clutching up. The Middle Park Kings here, making it happen there. 23 total points on the leaderboards. That's going to set them up pretty here. Arena getting 14 is great on their side. D+, they needed those points desperately. So getting 11 here was great for them. But man, dude, this leaderboard, it's still anyone's game here, Max, right? The only thing is that Tiamba are putting up points so consistently. So they're going to have a little bit of a point gap. But for the rest of the leaderboard, still anyone's game.
It really is. So many teams can still catch up. And with the smash rolling taking effect tomorrow, you better come back now if you want to have an opportunity to do well in day 3 of the Pmmi finals. Those second page, a lot of 0-pointers, and Weibo!
We saw at the same time, right? It was just like, what's going on?
again, I think the idea behind their rotation to leave Primorsk was a good idea. It's just the execution. You're not utilizing the hovercraft, its full potential, having that play on the front line and the rest of the team to follow up. And they didn't even scout. They just, like, I think they maybe just expected that position to be free, which we know as a fact, Hotchicks, that was not a free rotation, as Nongshim Red Force were there, and as they get the win, they jump up on the podium.
Yeah, Weibo didn't want that fight. They just wanted to find a way into the next zone, but Nongshim, they knew it, right? They're like, there's going to be a team coming through here. It's most likely going to be Weibo, and we got to punish them, and they did. So they're going to go all the way up to third place. So Nongshim Red Force, what a game. Looking at the leaderboards, yeah, you got 82 points for Tianba. E-Arena right below them with 64. And Aurora go all the way down from 2nd to 6th.
Well, they're trolling. Unfortunately, I know I keep saying that, and people are like, oh, they don't troll. Sometimes they do. I feel like, especially the Rondo, I can give it up to them, right, because the rotation was kind of tough. But this one, I feel like we should have been a little bit more thoughtful on that rotation. Though Weibo, it's a 0-point day so far. 2 matches played. One of those being a Rondo. Yeah, unfortunately, I would say the Weibo dream is long gone. Now, to catch up, because of the Smash ruling taking effect tomorrow, Hotchooks, we need to see 4 massive games in a row. Otherwise, Weibo, it's game over, in my opinion.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, Weibo, they've literally afforded every bad match they've had pretty much for the rest of the tournament. Like, if you're Weibo, you got to pop off every game here. Right? 2 more Aaron Gales, 2 Miramars. What can you do? I mean, we know they can. But it's just lobby is so strong. One team gets the advantage. They're going to make sure they win it. And I'll tell you one thing. One player that's going to make sure he wins this MVP is none other than QZZ. He's still on top and most likely going to stay that way for quite a while.
It's such a big gap, right? It's almost a 10 elimination gap between himself and Razy. And BTR, Razy got himself that one massive Miramar yesterday. After that, really, we haven't seen much from Razy in the grand scheme of this tournament. But look, he's number 1 again. What do you want to do, right? It's the QZZ show here and also the Tianba show. Though the gap has been closing a little bit, we saw on the rankings. So we'll see if they can remain the lobby leaders until the very end of today. 4 matches left to note if that will be the case. Because Razy is still there in 3rd place, top in 2nd, and then Joker just lingering there in the 4th position. But I do believe that with the performances we've seen of E-Arena so far, maybe a new name will be on that top 4 graphic after the following match.
Well, let's see, guys. We're going to be right back soon. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that quick short break. We have already had a good, solid Aaron Gale match here, and a wild Rondo as well. That last zone, though, was crazy here, right? Are we going to see like a wild military circle? What are we going to see at this point, Max?
I don't know. Give me a Stolber finish, I guess. That's the only way you can really match that previous game because it's kind of a crazy finish for these guys on the beach. What would you like, actually? What would be your dream circle on Erangel?
Zarky, let's go.
Zarky?
Zarky. I just want to see the city. I haven't seen the city in years.
I forgot what it looks like. What does it look like? I don't know. You know what, actually? This current update, 4.4, I dropped Zarky a lot because there's like a themed event area for the current game mode. So I dropped there. I tell you, I forgot what the area looked like.
Right? You're like, oh.
I was like, oh, this is how Zarky is. Oh my, the last time I went Zarky. Yeah, the last time I went Zarky was with Imperium that loves Zarky. And ever since then, I haven't been able to drop there. So no, I've been dropping there this year, and it's definitely not busy, is what I'll tell you, Hodgix. No one goes there except for Bigatron in this tournament, I suppose.
Yeah, that place is wild. It's so crazy. I've in my whole career, I've been playing this game over 8 years. I've seen a Zarky finish twice. How crazy is that?
Oh, really? Okay, I feel like I've seen it once, and I can't even remember the game. I feel like it was in 2019, 2020, so yeah, it's really old. But you know what? The thing is, Zarky's fun. I want Stolber, because Stolber, the layout of
the new one, yes,
is so interesting. You've got the main observatory, which is super fun. You got especially that extra bit of elevation with the main building in the center, and you have that zip line, which is the only area on Erangel that you have zip lines. I don't know if they'll change other compounds in the future and stuff. I know that maybe one day a ferry will be coming between the two islands on Erangel. I don't know when that's going to come to the game. But Stolber, come on, it would be, as a main finish, and I'm talking the circle, would have to be dead center, phase 9 Hodgix, and the main building of observatory. That would be one of the most insane, intense finishes I feel like Erangel could possibly offer.
Dude, that would be wild. I was playing with on stream with a few NA pros, and we did a elimination race. And it just so happens I had to head to Stolber because there was a squad there. And I did a little one before. It was so sick, and I loved that area. It was so wild. I remember when I went up there for the first time, I was like, what is this? Where are they? I had no idea. And that observatory, people were hiding in all these little wild nooks and crannies. I loved it. It was so crazy to watch. Yeah, that would be a fun one for sure.
Wouldn't it be cool if we had a tournament where it's like the Casters Invitational or whatever you want to call it, and we decide the circles? You know, like you're just evil, like you're clicking the buttons, like, oh yeah, circle over there. That would be really bad for these guys. That could be fun. I don't know. Maybe just as a proof of concept, that could be an interesting event. But here we go. With that said, let's get back to a serious conversation. I feel like we went a little bit off topic there, looking at these players, and we are going to be taking a look at WBG. They need a win. You know what? Even a point, Hodge, even just a single point would be better than what's happened today so far for them.
Eesh.
I am begging you, do something. That's all I want. Something of value this game.
Yeah, that would be phenomenal, right? Weibo, you've won this tournament before. From winning to last place would not be a good look, right? So, come on. Make something happen here and now. Guys are getting ready, though, getting locked in for this next match. You know what I always like hearing, Max? When it comes, we're talking about casters earlier. I do want to kind of just, expand on that. It's so wild when you watch a big moment happen, right? Let's say it's a Brazilian team doing a big play against a Turkish squad. Mm-hmm. It's always fun. One of my favorite things to do, and I suggest everybody watching, you guys do it as well. Of course, keep the English broadcast always on watch, but you should always go check out the different languages as well. It's so interesting. Like you see the Brazilian squad make a play, and the Brazilian Portuguese broadcast, they just get so excited. And then the Turkish broadcast, that unfortunately would lose that fight, you see them, it's the dynamic is so hilarious to watch.
Yeah, as the English stream, you've got to try and be a little bit less biased, even though, we are. Come on, guys, we have some favorite teams, okay? But no, in particular, what's really fun to see is the Korean casting. I don't know if you've watched any Korean broadcasts, because, why would you? But the level of casting over there, I love it, and just the hype. And also, I don't know how they do it, but they say the same sentence at the same time between, 2, sometimes even 3 casts. I'm like, how do they do it? They're just, reading each other's minds, or maybe it's just how the language works. You can actually do it. But yeah, no, Korean is great. I'm sure they were definitely super stoked seeing a finish with Nolbu and also then a Nongshim Red Force chicken dinner. Come on, I'm sure that broadcast was popping the hell off during that previous game.
Dude, I love it. I love it. I mean, that was crazy to see. I mean, they must have been super excited, right? Seeing two South Korean squads there right towards the end. But man, you can see these guys just getting ready here for this next match. Should be any second now. You know, E-Arena, I thought they were going to win that last game, Max, you know, with that northern side. But Nongshim Red Force ended up clutching it up.
Yeah, it was a really close one. By the way, you saw E-Arena there for a second on screen. We can't put them on camera anymore. They're messing around too much, man. They're little trolls. That's what they're doing. But it's fine. They're really fun. Good to see them have a good time. But yeah, E-Arena, looking at their position on the rankings, right? They're currently in second position, just ahead of Nongshim Red Force, Al-Ula. But Tiamba, the lead, has been maintained. It's still around the 20-point mark, which is very healthy, meaning if they remain around 20-point lead, Hot Dukes going into tomorrow, that means an extra 10 points for the Smash ruling. That's 30 points that the team in second place, and even more for the teams below, would need to lock in if they want to get in the Smash Zone, which a Rondo, of course, is possible to do that. Getting 20 elimination chicken dinners, it's happened in many tournaments in the past, but it's unrealistic, I would go to say. So we need to reduce that gap. I'm not saying you have to be number one, but that gap needs to be around 10 points if you guys want to have an opportunity to shut down Tiamba, to not end the tournament too soon.
Yeah, that's what needs to happen. I agree. You know, and looking at those leaderboards, 82 to 64, man. Almost a 20-point gap, Max, man. How crazy is that? I mean, Tiamba, because what have we had? We had 8 matches done, right? Yeah, 8 matches so far. 82 points, over 10-point average a game. How do you like that, Max? How do you like that?
It's a good average, man. Really,
that's crazy.
I can't say anything
in this
more.
lobby.
It's solid.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering, I'm gonna say it. I think this is the hardest lobby of 2026 that we've seen.
I would agree.
Like,
I would say the addition of the Chinese teams and Korean teams in particular already levels up the lobby significantly, Audrey. Sure, a lot of people were saying, oh, because 4th Rise is here, you know, it's not a stronger lobby, which I get because they just want PMGO, so I understand the entire thought process behind it. But, like, you lose 4th Rise, and as a counter, you get these really strong Chinese teams, in particular Tiamba, and then you bring in the Korean teams that are looking super good on the rankings, such as especially Nongshim Red Force. I feel like this lobby is, as you said, the strongest so far this year. Is it going to be as strong as PMWC, that one? I'm a little bit unsure, but so far for this year, this lobby is the best by a decent margin, I would say.
Man, I wish 4th Rise was here. I really do, man. That would have been so insane to watch. That would have been like a perfect lobby, you know? And him, well, then again, you know, Alpha 7, Regnum Car, you know, Young Galacticals would have been cool to see as well, but, you know, they couldn't make it here. But everybody's been really doing a great job here so far, right? I mean, I like the fact that we're not seeing, like, 7th to 8th place be a, like, 30-point gap. You know what I'm saying? So it's any one of these teams, literally anyone, you know, maybe except Weibo. Weibo are going to have a tough time of this one here. But regardless, it's still anybody's game. And Weibo could win the next 4 matches. They have it in them, that's for sure. But
they win the next 4?
I mean, look, right? They could. I mean, maybe not win, but at least get some top finishes, right?
Okay, yeah. I was like, damn, you're getting really hyped up on them.
Yeah. No.
I mean, 4 in a row. That's never happened actually in the global. Like 4 wins in a row. I don't think so. That seems quite impossible.
I think we've seen 3.
3 definitely. Like 3 can happen. 4, that's stretching it a little bit.
Yeah, stretching it a little bit indeed. Al-Ula. Shout out to Al-Ula. Crushing that Rondo match. They were sitting pretty. And now you can see Reb just excited. I love these dog tags. Those are so sick.
I want one. Give me one.
Yeah, where are our caster dog tags? You know what I'm saying?
We're not even there. We're home, so they'd have to ship me out everything.
No, but you know what? It would feel good. You know what I'm saying? The thought is what matters, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, just our name on it would be cool, but no, we're but casters. We don't matter compared to these amazing players. That's the way. The focus is on the actual guys that have talent, you know, and like us just yapping the entire game. But no, definitely, it's really cool. And also we had that moment, yes, I forgot the name of the moment, but where they took the dog tags off some players and put it in the, I don't know, the smelting machine, the oven.
They're making a welding gun.
Yeah, are they making something out of it? I don't know, maybe a second trophy for the MVP? Could be interesting. And actually, talking about MVP here, that should be an interesting topic. MVP, of course, QZZ leading the charge in terms of damage, eliminations, hot jukes. He's looking like the whole package this event. Could we see anyone take it away? For me, I think he's going to be the MVP by a decent margin. It's going to be really hard to catch up. But do you think there is hope for any other player to take away that award?
No. I think he's taking it. I think QZZ is just has been so rock solid. I mean, I was watching his sprays and the way he was playing in the group stage, and I was like, oh man, this guy is like just a cut above the rest at this point. Mm-hmm. But it's going to be really tough. I mean, he is dominating. His team just seems to be on fire. Like, everything is just working out when it comes to Tianba. Like, even the games they don't perform well, they're still putting up some consistent points. So, yeah, they're going to be very, very difficult to stop. Because, I mean, like, let's be real, Max. Just seeing how they played, what are the chances we're going to see a 0-point game from them here today?
It's looking unlikely. They've just been so consistent on the placement side of things or on the elimination front of things. It's very hard for them to get 0 points. I feel like, actually, I'm checking real quick. I believe they only have 1 0-point game, especially on yesterday's matches. So, yeah, very consistent. Though we did see for a split second there on our screen, LGD's table, hot jukes. And I'm telling you, those weren't happy faces we were seeing. They were looking quite defeated. And it's still possible for them to pull something outright, because the cool thing about this tournament is even at this very point in time in the event, the point gap is not insane. For LGD, for S2G, DRX, KRX, I'm still confusing the name. I'll get there at some point, guys, don't worry. It's like saying Aurora instead of Alpha Gaming. It takes a moment to adapt, okay? But Thunder Talk, D+, all these guys, the point gap is between 10 and 20 points. Which, that's not even a chicken dinner, realistically, Hot.
Yeah,
that's
literally.
A solid podium, even a top 5 with a bunch of eliminations, and you're right back up in there in the middle pack, even closing the gap between yourself and top 5. Don't give up, guys. Even these bottom teams still have that escape route available. They just need to be confident and bring up a massive game for the rest of today.
Yes, they can. You can see these players getting locked in and ready here, guys. Thank you so much for your patience and watching. We had a little bit of a remake happen, but it looks like that remake is now locked in as these players have got their headsets on. They're talking. They're holding on to them dog tags, making sure they're nice and clean, because they're going to want to hold on to those here towards the end. Yongshan Red Force, great game in the last one. Let's see if they're going to be able to have a little bit of a repeat situation. But right now, it's all about trying to catch Tianba. If you want to win first place, that's the team you got to start hunting down. But that's the problem, though, right, Max? Is that, like you mentioned, the leaderboards is so close, it's just too risky, right, to push yourself out and try to hold them down. Like, you just want to get that chicken dinner and get some consistent eliminations in this Aaron Gale right here, right now.
Let's get right into the fray once again. Match 3 of day 2 of the Macau Invitational Grand Finals. It's going down. One massive win is what we need, as we have a quick overlook of Primorsk. Weibo's drop location, unfortunately, was also their graveyard in the previous match. Hopefully we can see a little bit of an increase in overall point standings, as everyone in this lobby still has a chance. Someone needs to sing to them, Du bist gut genug, and hopefully they will just get better in these games. Playing path, very southern though, this time around, Hot Juke. So these northern teams that normally like to drop around their Savernis, Northern George Colliers, Napoleana, will have to all go for a secondary drop location or go for a massive stretch on their phase 1 rotate, which, as we did see for LGD on the first day, that did cause a bit of an issue in Yasnaya Fields.
All right, well, here we go. Southern Plain Path. I did allude to a military circle, Max. Am I right? Do I have the crystal ball today?
No, it's going to be a northern or northern-eastern circle.
Northeastern? All right, let's see. All right, guys, what do you guys think in chat? Say it down. Say it down. Oh, Max, man. Max, man.
It's not Northern. I can't take the win on that one.
I don't know. Like, it's pretty. It's it looks northeastern to me.
That's Central Eastern. I will not take the win for that one. I got the Eastern part, not the Northern one. So you were definitely wrong though. You got like I was literally, you got like maybe 10 meters off the beach in circle of military. Unless if the circle goes there, I'm quitting casting.
Okay, but if it goes up to Yasnaya, huh? Next circle.
Okay, then I'll take it.
Okay, all right. Well, pending victory for Maxman, folks. Looking at the playing path, no hot drops so far, at least from what I see. So everybody, there are some teams pretty close by, but everyone should be just trying to loot up and get into the zone.
The loot and scoot, typical stuff here for these guys. As this area, many hot drops happened where So Easy currently stands, especially with the Wolves, right? Which I would say that hot drop actually kind of pushed Wolves out of the entire tournament. If they didn't commit to it, maybe they were able to just squeak their way right in to the finals. As Al-Ula, there you go. They go for one of those wide rotates I was talking about, despite the very southern playing path. You've got the crossbow. Okay, he's trying to become Daryl from The Walking Dead. Trying to find some players. You never know. Might just get a cheeky player if someone was camping around here. But nope, that is going to be the entirety of Northern George Pole locked down by the MENA team. And after their great performance earlier today, right, who knows, maybe there's an opportunity for them to jump up in top 2 because it's literally a 1-point difference between the likes of Al-Ula, Nongshim Red Force, and Irina. So if they don't all just get eliminated early game, these teams could be looking to create a bit of a gap for themselves if they can lock it down to, I would say, even just a solid top 3. And that gap will start to build up very rapidly.
Definitely. Looking on over, we're just watching all these players just enjoy their loot session, and Influence Rage, little boy, enjoying that loot truck, that's for sure. Gonna get that level 3 gear, getting all set up. Right now we're gonna see Maple doing some looting in some of the smaller buildings around town. What is he gonna find out here? Let's see. Got a UMP Scar. Okay, there's his level 2 helmet, he'll take that. But man, Influence Rage, those loot trucks are so beneficial. As RRQ, okay, Genfoss found a level 3 helmet. That's nice. He's got the Bison. Bisons.
I love how you say the Bison every time that way. It's similar to when you're saying compound names in Miramar, like Hacienda del Patron.
It comes out. The accent
so
definitely comes out.
You give me a French accent for the PP Bison, which I get with the way it's written out. You kind of want to say it with a French accent, which I am French. I have done that in the past too. You know, I'm also a criminal saying that every time if I can. But it's not even a French weapon. I don't know what is a French weapon, but the PP
it's
Bison
French.
Is, it's not. It sounds French.
It's French.
But it's not. Ooh, I'm gonna Google it.
I'm gonna Google it right now. It's French in my mind. That's for sure.
It was made in Eastern Europe. Okay, it's like many
close enough.
Okay. France is Western Europe. What are you?
I'm kidding. All right. Okay, you know what? Hey, okay, the Bison. Right? Let's see.
That's American. Yeah.
Okay. Well, how would it sound if it's Eastern European or West? Yeah. How would that sound?
My Polish girlfriend is there. I'm not going to try.
Okay, good try.
I'll get in trouble. She's going to think I'm making fun of her accent. No. I'm not playing that game. That's worse than being in the game here. I would not be top 16.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Hey, that's when you got to do the safe rotation away from that one. I like that. Speaking of rotations, we're going to look at, Weibo. They need to do some safe rotates, that's for sure. 26 points on the board. These guys need to wake the heck up. Come on, Weibo. Let's go. And in fact, look at the bottom of the leaderboards. I'm seeing a lot of red, Max Man. A lot of red. Let's see what these guys can do here. Looking right now, S2G are going to be in a good spot. Okay, all right. They're taking Shelter. It's one of my favorite positions in this zone. Because Shelter is so dang good. If the zones rotate pretty much any direction, you have a great line of sight or pathway to at least get there one way or the other. But you're going to see RRQ passing up the north side of Potato Hill. They're going to be, or just past Potato Hill here, and holding this spot down.
Yeah, it's just quick rotate. Really good also to see that he maintains control of the buggy despite losing one of the back wheels, which is nice. But quickly in your conversation about Shelter. Shelter's fun if the circle really is favoring that location, but it's not about how good it is as a defensive position, because it's not. In my opinion, when it comes to taking fights in Shelter, it sucks. Sure. It's terrible. But it's just good because you can maintain your resources there. You can defend it with very minimal amount of resources in terms of like overall ammo. You can also hide your cars inside the staircase. Not the hovercraft. It's a little bit overweight. Okay, don't tell him I said that, but it's really hard to squeeze it inside of Shelter itself. But otherwise, all of that, you can keep your cars really safe, and when you have to leave, then you're going to be in a very healthy condition to pull off that rotation. So that's why Shelter's interesting. Unless the circle's literally on top of it, then sometimes it's down to a heal-off object. I'm sure we've seen a lot of those happen in the past, where one player's on the mainland on the top, and one is actually in the depth of Shelter itself. So
I haven't seen that in
a while. Yeah, exactly. So maybe today, maybe this will be the game. We get a proper Shelter heal-off happening.
That'd be crazy. I agree. I think that Shelter, the reason why I love it so much, like you mentioned, it's one of the best like transitional points when it comes to a circle like this. Because, you just set up, the zone goes north, you have a complete lay of the land of where to go. If it goes south, you have that backside that is wide open that nobody is really taking. So a great position if the zone goes away from it. And, of course, the zone goes on top of you, you can make it work out as well. But let's see where the next zone is going to go. Is Maxman going to be right, folks? Will the zone go north to Yasnaya?
You know when casters start talking about, where's the circle going to go? There's really nothing happening in the game. Like, rotation-wise, this is insanely standard. We've seen these rotates like 20 times this tournament, if not more. So right now, this is going to be pretty much as expected, though. Aurora got an interesting rotation where Doc, look how far Doc is. He's next to Potato while the rest of his team is near Pachinki. Got to be careful. He is surrounded by LGD, E-Arena, Influence Rage. The docketing, it's good if he's passive. Hopefully he doesn't just go crazy mode out of nowhere.
Yes. Let's see how crazy this is going to get, though. Starting to see some shots ring out. The zone literally practically dead center, straight bullseye compared to the last one. And a little boy, they're going to be holding this compound here just outside of school. And it is in the circle. Ew. Yeah, it might be stuck.
Oh, no. That's unfortunate. Sometimes you get the wrong angle and you just can't get it back out. Aurora will be making their way into apartments. LGD also seeing that rotation happen from a distance, so maybe looking to get involved, or even just scare Aurora away, which Aurora will just continue on their merry way over to the western side, near Garden, which is the compound east of Rozhok. That's going to be their entry point. The LGD, also, we talked about Weibo, how we need to see some presence, something of value being provided these games. LGD is really in the same boat. They need to get some semblance of points on these games if they want to have a chance. But 32 points, realistically, as I said earlier, solid top 5, even a top 3 with a bunch of eliminations, and they're back in that 50-point conversation with the big squads such as All Gamers, Influence Rage, Aurora. It's not done yet, right? But it's just, if they remain in that position until Miramar, then that's really when I feel like a lot of us Podriks are going to start scratching our heads like, is it over for these guys? Most likely, unless we have 6 full games tomorrow, which at this point, we have no idea if that will be the case.
Yeah, we have no idea. I mean, we could literally be 2 games and done tomorrow. How crazy is that? Honestly, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see just 2 games and then boom, champions crowned. What a way to finish things off! Because I haven't really seen a Smash finish when it comes to like an international global final.
We've never had one. Never. Like PMGC didn't happen, right? Especially because the last game's always won by D+. So you literally can't smash in PMGC if D+ is in the finals. But PMGO, Regnum Kara couldn't do it last year. PMWC, we didn't see it happening from Yangon Galacticos. They just were able to cruise their way through with the points every single game. And PMGC Season 1 didn't happen for 4th Thrives. They just outranked Ulf the entirety of the finals. And PMHI last year, if I'm not mistaken, also didn't have a Smash. I'll have to double-check that one. My memory's a little bit hazy for that event. But, yeah, this could be a first. It could be happening, especially with how consistent Chiamba have been. I would not be surprised if we have just 2 games tomorrow. That's how good they've been this event.
Crazy. Crazy. Speaking of crazy, man, that nade from So Easy last game, that was nice.
It's so good. We're still talking about it next match.
It really was. Hey, centered up again. Okay, all right. The zone is just not okay. The last game, the zone was going all over the place. This game, it's like, okay, guys, right? It was all a prank. This is what good old tried and true circles look like, because it is just dead center every time so far. Everybody gonna have to start getting a move on, and now we're gonna finally start seeing some action here, Max.
It's starting.
Podcast is over.
The podcast is done. We're getting to the real action-packed portion of the game. Actually, looking at this circle, Heaven to the east is still available for Tiamba. They've got the entire squad set up there. If you're able to hold teams at bay, which is what I'm expecting, they could get a lot of points. It could be scary for the entire leaderboard. But KRX now and Nongshim Red Force is in full effect. It's going to be Hyunbin and XEY, the really two big names, especially XEY last game, able to secure that win. And KRX still looking healthy in terms of the amount of players alive. Hyunbin looking to defend it, he's just so low, there's not much he can really pull off at that moment. XEY's got 5 grenades. If he can create a bit of a man advantage for himself, that would be huge, but the nade misses the window. And he's actually trying to throw it downstairs. Sorry, didn't see it. What he was trying to do, but no, he's trying to play a little bit of a defensive setup. As KRX slowed down, it's TRE, Hoxie, and Binny. This fight is looking pretty much locked in for South Korea, especially for KRX, because actually they're both from South Korea. Yep.
That's right. South Korea on South Korea once again here. Let's see. Oh, beautiful nade. That's going to really hurt him. Yep, XZY going to go ahead and try to get that first aid. This nade should do it from Binny, though. Oh, never mind. It's RQ. Genfoss said, that's my elimination. And they got it.
Yeah, nicely done. And KRX definitely know that was secured by RQ. So they know the entire compound is theirs to call home. And in this circle in particular, it's a really good setup. You don't have to move. You can easily hide your cars behind the walls of those buildings. This is a very safe phase 3. As we can't really say the same for these northern teams. Got E-Arena and Alula just kind of feeling the area, moving around with their vehicles, trying to see if Alula are friends or enemies. Most likely enemies if they want to take the fight, but there's still a few options to go for the rotation so they don't have to commit to the fight. While Alula might feel a little bit pincered because to the west of Alula there's LGT, so their escape routes, there aren't that many. Unlike E-Arena that could easily make their way south of the road and play around a few dips. But will they look to go for the defensive play? It seems like they really want to deny that rotation from Alula, which is respectable.
Looking right now at these rotations, I'm just kind of staring at the map right now as Alula is just trying out, just going to go ahead and get their teammate out of that hay bale, and that could have been right on time. As if it was 1 second too late, he would have got eliminated here. The zone now saying no more centering up. It's time to do a little bit of a hard shift. It's going to go all the way to the western side. Huge circle shift for a team like Influence Rage. They're going to be set up in this one. But yeah, it looks like both these teams are going to avoid that engagement, and perfect timing too, considering with this hard shift.
It's on Alamo compound right now, so that's going to be massive for the likes of P+ here, but there's a lot of value there, so teams are looking to send it forward if they can. QZ, though, it gives himself a nice initial knock on himself. Use Eagle in engagement, but you know what? There's no flush happening, so that's going to be Tiamba having to maintain that spot. That's a decent dip for themselves. As all gamers, though, XCC is going for the quick pivot, looking to maybe find a bit more information, but he is going to be left stranded as a solo player. He can find a shed, which he is going straight for that shed next to the garage. Maybe he can survive, maybe get some placement points, pull a Schweppes here, but otherwise this is pretty much a non-game for all gamers, and they're going to stay stuck in 7th position or lower based on how the bottom perform this match.
Super unfortunate. You can see Tiamba, though, they're down 1. Oh, and they lost QZZ. All right, that allows some players to try to maybe catch up to him on the MVP ranking. It's going to be tough, though. He's still got a good lead. Let's see what the rest of these teams could do, though. Aurora, they're going to be holding that north side. Top's got his mini. You know he's ready to use it.
Especially in that position in the field. You see the head popping over the ridge. Well, come on. Top, he wants to catch up to QZZ. From Tiamba, he wants to be number 1 in terms of damage and maybe also eliminations. And playing with these roofs, which now are playable because you can actually get your players up there with the assist feature. Put them up there with your arms, lift them a little bit, and that's some extra elevation you can easily secure in the field. That is a great position to have for Aurora. As Alula, though, finally going to be leaving the side of E-Arena and also Yasnaya Polyana. But all the positions are taken, Hodrix. They need to go for a crash right onto S2G.
Here they go. Claws getting knocked out the vehicle there. Nice shots there from Hamzuji. Now Yasser's trying to be able to help out his squad. And what happened? Where's it? Where'd they go? S2G eliminated just like that. Aula. Now here comes a third party from D+. That nade looks good. Oh, just short. That vehicle, blown up vehicle, really helping him out here. Aula going to try to get this res off and get the heck out of Dodge. But it's going to be tough, man. They're stuck here. They are completely surrounded.
Yeah, just to answer your question, S2G went to heaven, but not the Erangel location. real heaven.
It looked like they had a great start, and then all of a sudden, just boom, gone.
Yeah, it really was just it was a risky push from Aula, right? Because they didn't know the exact pinpoint locations of all the members of S2G, but they just able to swarm it, and they only have ready trees. So if you go and pick up enough speed, you can get behind the tree in time and get those players, which is exactly what happened. Though, looking at Aurora, ooh, that nade could have been perfect onto Chan, but it misses, and he does get the first aid. So they're looking to be pretty comfortable now in that ridge line, and I think Aurora don't want to waste their utility. Reefers is really aggressive on that position, especially knowing that E-Arena can see in the distance. They're kind of looking in their direction, and Top will join that position also. I would say just wait for the circle, Aurora and LGD. This is not worth committing to unless the next circle dictates this fight is actually interesting to commit to. As of right now, no, they're just wasting their utility, trying to get it done onto LGD, and the circle shifts away. Maybe now it's going to be more interesting. If you eliminate that team, you can then crash right onto BTR's dip, or do you want to send it there first? That is the question.
Top getting the opening knock. Ooh, another one with a Molotov. LGD, you're in big trouble. Here comes Reefus. Up close and personal. He's got to make sure he doesn't give a 1v1 opportunity. I love that. He got up close and personal, but he's going to wait for the rest of his squad to help him out, as now they're going to start making that press. Reefus with the shotgun right there, ready to assist his team, and that is LGD out of there. Aurora started to make things happen, but E-Arena with the perfect third party right behind them.
This is what was scaring me. Like, sure, the fight was good, and actually it was a little bit critical on the nades, but you know what? They were beautiful. That nade followed it by Molotov. Aurora played it amazingly well. But unfortunately, E-Arena, they're looking to take it down. So if you're an Aurora fan, this is a bad time. Close your eyes for the next maybe 10-15 seconds because things are looking bad for the Mongolian team. Though they do get a little bit of a reset. Top back up on his 2 feet. Up, and he does get the first aid. Can we say the same for Reefus, though, as he did save the day in that engagement? Seems like the answer to that will be resounding yes. The circle doesn't take any weakness. It is going to keep on pushing Aurora and E-Arena forward, and the options are or you send it onto Anemo or you send it into the Yasnaya Polyana field dips, which would be Bigatron's position. You got to make that decision, though, because you don't have a lot of time to work with.
Here goes Yol, going to try to find a way into this next circle with a blown-up vehicle. They're just trying to find any spot they can get, a hay bale, anything. Bigatron going to be applying that pressure to them. That's Reefus eliminated from Aurora. Bigatron need a big game here. They're in 10th place. They have a decent position in the zone. E-Arena applying more pressure to Aurora. Meanwhile, Tianba are all the way on the eastern side. They're down 1. Not a lot of points on that side. This could be a big opportunity for those mid-pack teams. Once again here, Silence gets a nice knock on his Schweppes.
Oh, there you go. It's going to be Furia giving E-Arena a dose of their own medicine. Nice third-party pins to play. They're just surrounded. 2 squads all around them. They're fully stacked up with 4 players. It's looking bad. Tony K will be on his knees. Mormon might follow a very similar fate as E-Arena here just completely demolished. Mormon just trying to leapfrog it away from the fields, hoping to get a few extra points, salvaging this game somewhat in the eyes of E-Arena. Up north, it is getting a little bit hectic in the fields. Down south, though, circle about to shift on phase 6. Are we going to still have an Alamo circle for D+ Kia? Because so far, they've been having an absolute field day, getting so many points. 46 points total in this tournament so far, Hot Troops. If they get a big one, top 5 is available and open for them to take down.
Let's see if they can get it. RRQ going to go ahead and push into this next zone. Genfoss now on the move. Tianba. This is a very difficult spot to hold. It is just this one dip, one nade, and they are in big trouble for those broken vehicles. Oh, nice Molotov there on the Eagle. That's going to catch it. The utility really starting to put it into some work. But Norpeco going down. Genfoss getting knocked to the blue zone. Disaster here for RRQ. They got to find a way. Man, Tianba doing a great job of turning things around on this team. As Kieran jumps out of the vehicle and is able to do nothing here. And Tianba shut down RRQ.
It was actually not a bad push with the monster truck because monster truck compared to any other vehicle is really high, so it's hard to actually get an angle onto you. But it's also not a very quick vehicle, so you didn't have really any momentum, so it didn't work out. But still, nice try, respectable. But Tianba are the ones that get the points, which actually is really bad for everyone else in this lobby. Hot Chiefs, they get themselves those extra boys. That 3 points on the board over to the eastern side, also create a decent entry point to the play zone. That point gap that was around 20 could get pushed up to 30 if they keep racking up those elimination and especially placement points, or keep tabs on Tianba. Moving forward, Furia though leapfrogging out for more. He's got the GS9 trying to cook that nade, but doesn't have time to throw it. That's Igor to wrap it up for the Thai team.
That's, Furia 4 points so far on the board. The zone does go hard shift all the way to the east side. That is going to work out for Tianba, because Tianba, they would have had a tough time getting into this next zone, but it literally hard shifted onto them. Zeol's going to go down to the play zone. I believe that is going to be Aurora out of the game. Big opportunity for a team like Furia here to try and win this one. Ayala now putting down some shots. They have the north side to themselves, but Furia, Ayala, you got to be careful here. You can't afford to go down. And now, gets pecked one more time, but survives.
Well, Igor's got the P90 right now, and he's almost got the entire 250 bullets, just used up, I think, around 30, so he's really going to be able to make full use of that weapon. Bigatron, though, they know the only threat to the western side of the circle for them is going to be Influence Rage. They have to get rid of this squad. Razak almost losing a bit of control of his buggy, but will be able to get himself back online. It's Influence Rage. You have one option here. Crashing D plus TR, which may not be a good option, or you're just going to get third party all the time. Pushing BTR might be the play, as Weibo versus KRX is now in full effect. And Weibo, if they go out here, I would say the tournament run, it would be looking incredibly dire. As it's played, the 1v1, Binny trying to cook up the nade, and it is beautifully executed. KRX, 8 eliminations, but the third party of Influence Rage is massive. They're not going for BTR. There's a massive opening down south, and it was at the best time imaginable. What a play from the Brazilian team.
And now Furia are getting punished here by a Bigatron. The rest of the team not able to help them out. They did not expect that backstab as they were focused on Tianba. And now Ayala down. Igor goes down. It's all up to Chief. Chief by himself, or Silence as well in this play here. They got the shotguns and they wipe out Bigatron. Furia with 8, looking to get a full reset.
Are we going to have a Furia versus Influence Rage finish? It's looking pretty likely right now with how it's going, but look at the minimap actually. Federal is actually scouting Furia early on, so he's trying to make sure that he just gets rid of every Western threat imaginable this game. Liking how aware, how reactive, responsive they are to any situation coming their way. What a spray from Reb! That's amazing, dismantling the entirety of Tianba. The lobby leaders is down to 1. Can he survive? Can Aiken bring it back from the brink of death? As Alula, though, not going for the push, really just holding that ridge for the time being.
Yeah, they know now. Oh, actually, no, they don't, because Tianba has not gotten the thirst yet, but they should have been fighting him earlier, so they should have a good idea of who this is. Alula, this is where it gets so difficult, right? You don't want to leave the zone, even though it's Tianba. You know the play zone's coming. I think you're just going to try to let them go here. Tianba might get a little bit of a reset. Meanwhile, Influence Rage started to throw out some smokes here. They are going to get the reset. They have just enough time to do so. Unreal.
This would have been a good time for Ula to take a bit of a risk on Tianba, because look at behind them. E-Arena eliminated, Not eliminated, Aurora eliminated. The only threat to them really is Influence Rage, but they just couldn't make it to the ridgeline to get nade range. And as we say that, they are going to be nade range apparently of Pedrino and Influence Rage, down to just about 5 HP, and it's going to be me of Tianba to get it. So Tianba were almost fully taken out of the game, but they back up as a 3-man and getting more points. Okay, Tianba, they mean business here on match 3.
Milu said, "You hurt me." Got the revenge knock and thirst. That is how you do it. But yeah, Tianba 6 points. These guys are looking insane here. Yuya needs to find a way to take him out here. Get a nice little pepper there. Gets another. The mini coming on out. Tianba out of there.
Actually, I don't believe Ayala got any of those. I'm checking out the elimination feed. No, it was Silence and he got, and also a little bit of help of D+. It looked like he got the damage with the mini. It was timed beautifully on the screen, but I guess he just got a lot of damage on those. As now, it's going to be Furia, G plus Kia, and Influence Rage. 2 Brazilian teams, 1 South Korean squad. And keep in mind, as he gets in that CQC range, Hot Jukes, he's got that P90 and ready to use it to blast every team right into oblivion.
Well, every single one of these teams needs this chicken dinner right here. Furia needed to try to catch up to Tianba. Influence Rage needed to do it just to even try to get to the top of the leaderboards. And D+, they need it the most as they are in 12th place right now.
If they get that chicken dinner, you know what? Oh, look at the nades, man. The nades, Molotov, smokes, literally every single piece of utility under the sun is in their right hand, ready to pull the pin. The moment they hear a car going, they're just going to instantly just throw everything in the kitchen sink, just hoping they somehow survive the encounter. But as you can see here, they only have 5 grenades, and you're looking at the side of Furia, 12 grenades, 20 grenades for Influence Rage.
What?
Okay, now that utility, if they get in nade range of D+, it's going to become an absolute fiesta of a red zone.
It's going to be a straight bomb at this point. Goodness gracious. But I don't even think they're going to get there. That's the problem. You know, like just even trying to get in that range is going to be so tough here. What do you give the advantage to here in these positions?
The team that fights last, realistically. If Furia engaged first, I feel like Influence Rage would. But actually, wait, Furia, are they going to go on Influence Rage? They're not going to D+'s compound.
No way. Furia trying to take out Influence Rage here. What a play. Little boy almost gets ran over. Does it, though. Igor with a P90 putting his work. Federal shuts that down onto silence. But it's up to Chief.
D+.
Are they only building?
They need to third party D+. Come on, it's your time. There's 2 players not an Influence Rage. You need to send it if you want to win. And they do exactly that, looking for the player. They do find Chief. Oh, that is definitely the way to make it work. Yeah, but Zizi's going to be taken out entirely. He's down to Federal, the utility, being chucked his way, and yet he still survived. How is it working out, Federal? D+ Kia, it was looking so good. They had everything headed their way, but they still lock it down. It's a D+ Kia Korean chicken dinner.
Oh boy, what a crazy one that was. Furia just saying, nah, we want this action. Let's make something special happen here. Do the crazy long rotate. And D+ doing exactly what they need to do, right? Leave that building, get into that third party, secure every elimination you possibly can, and get the win. That's how you get out of the bottom of the leaderboards right there. And the high five, well deserved.
I was starting to get a little bit critical. Well, not critical, but a little bit scared for D+. I was thinking, come on, third party. You're being given an amazing chance to go for the win. And it almost slipped right through the Molotovs, the grenades. They do really deny that tree away. But I want to know, what do you think about that play from Furia, sending it right onto Influence Rage? I think it was a good idea, but I want to know especially what you're thinking about it.
Oh, man, it was a... you're right. I mean, I like the idea. I think the obvious... like the best response would have been just to kind of just push on a D+, but at the same time, it's a bold play, right? Because if they would have just driven up and gotten all those finishes, that would have been huge, right? So it's one of those 50-50 plays. It's just unfortunate for them it didn't work out.
Yeah, I do like the idea. I feel like the overall concept is we're going to fight onto Influence Rage's ridge line, right? Their dip, there's low ground. The D+ Kia, as we saw, don't have a line of sight on that fight. If the fight is quick enough, then it really denies that window of opportunities for a comeback and a third party from D+. I feel like that was the overall concept. As we saw, it's Influence Rage we're talking about, which they're easily going to be able to defend that location and get himself a bunch of elims and knocks onto you. So in the end, D+ got the man advantage. They send it and secure the win. Sure, it was a little bit close for comfort, but it still is a D+ Kia chicken dinner. Actually, back-to-back South Korean win, right? Got knocked from Red Force earlier. Making it really deep in the game, and here they do get themselves a chicken dinner. So in terms of placement points on the day, D+ Kia loving it here on day 2 of the Pmmi final.
Man, I'm loving it as well there. Let's go, right? D+ Kia doing so well. They were, pretty low on the leaderboards going into this one here, but they weren't out of that range, right? And to be able to get the win, it's definitely going to put them in contention here. The question that I have, though, Max, is put them in the contention for what? Second place, right? Because Tianba are starting to run away with this here. Like, Tianba are putting up points no matter what the situation and are looking so hard to take out.
They are just so tough. They were down to I think it was just Nilu, right? And the 2 other players are not fully flushed out of the game, but Abula is actively getting kind of not third party, but down in their dip. They can't really go for a little bit of a stretch outside of it. And then Tiamba, like, you're giving us a massive opportunity. You're giving us, what is that, 30 seconds of chill time where we can get the full reset. Like, look here, they get me. Oh no, Milu goes down, so does Eagle. Aiken is with one player. There you go. Aiken is the one that kind of saves it, gets the full team reset.
That looks so good.
Yeah, they were given such a massive chance to just get extra placements and eliminations, and then all the other squads start looking their way. The circumstances favor them, but Tiamba, never count them out. Hot Jukes, even when they're down to one player, they still have an opportunity to get something done in this game.
Yeah, and they're going to continue that leaderboard. Oh, those shots, by the way, from Federal. Oh my goodness, it was so dang close. Beautiful, by the way. Molotov, shotgun spray. That's how you confirm that chicken dinner. And D Plus are saying, look at the player photos. Just saying, oh, you thought we were out, huh? You thought we were out? Nah, not today. We're here to play. I love to see D Plus make it happen here. I want to see a close finish at the end of the day here, Max.
I want that. By the way, just did you see at the end of the replay how Federal, the Molotov was thrown his way and he jumps instantly? That was a really good response just to avoid that extra initial tick damage of the Molotov. But by doing so, he's really struggling to fight back because as you jump, your bloom on your weapon is increased significantly. So he can't even fight back on an even standing versus that final play of D+. So good play from those two final solo players, but D+ do lock it in. But even though it's a D+ win, in terms of overall points, it's a win headed the way of Brazil. It's going the way of Furia.
Yeah, but you know what's also interesting, Max? This is, I think, the first game that we have seen not end up with 20 points. Because we've seen like
top heavy, yeah.
Yeah, we've seen nothing but 20-plus point games every single match except this one here with 17. Which, yeah, we're going to see a lot of spread out here. We got D+ with 16, Influence with 13, Tianba busting out 10 again. And KRX making a little bit of noise here. Al-Ula, they had a great position, just weren't able to capitalize on it. I would have loved to see them make that push out and make something happen.
You know what? It reminds me that see a D+ kill win. Actually, it just came to me, and I feel bad a little bit. We don't have Orsal, man, and I miss.
Oh.
I know a lot of people were talking about Orsal in chat, especially during the group stage. Like, oh, where's Orsal? He's not there. He's not playing with the boys, which is very unfortunate. I love Orsal. He's great to talk to, especially I talked about with him a few times last year during PMGC, and he was just hoping to make it to global and stuff. And it's unfortunate we don't have Orsal here alongside the entirety of D+. But here you go, looking at the overall rankings, and D+, for what might be the first time of the entire tournament here, Hot Jukes, finally on that first page.
There we go, and they have 60 points, so one more good game from them, and we can see them in second place. First place, though, is gonna be tough, because Tianba are on top, 92 points. Are you kidding me? Almost a 30-point lead ahead of second place, and Tianba, they are looking unstoppable here.
For me, I'm not going to lie, I'm almost just not going to talk about Tianba too much because...
I mean, you have to. Look at that.
Yeah, we have to. Of course, we have to talk about Tianba, and we will. But for me, until I see the gap being reduced to like in 5 points or something, I'm like, I feel like Tianba's just going to maintain that first position. So good on Furia, right? Able to catch up quite significantly thanks to that top finish, getting those 17 points. But Tianba, just the untouched kings so far over the course of these 9 matches. And Alula able to remain in top 3, which is good. But second page... As you said earlier, Hot Jukes, that's a lot of red on this page. It's all down to the Indonesian teams, the Chinese teams, the one team from Turkey in S2G alongside KRX. It's starting to get to the point where that window of opportunities for comeback is dwindling significantly. And unless we see something in the next game, I feel like, at least for me, I don't know about you, Hot Jukes, I'm going to start counting teams out of the discussion for that trophy.
Yeah, I mean, as far as for the discussion of a second place, definitely still there. But for first, oh my gosh, yeah, that's like going to be ridiculously tough because Tianba have just so many points at this stage here. And considering that point gap is huge just between first and second, yeah, that's going to be really, really tough to cross. If you want to try to get that trophy and you're those teams at the bottom, you need to look into try to winning these next 3 matches, like in all honesty. Or if not, winning possibly 2 and then getting a good solid 10-plus point game. That's what it's going to take.
You need good games. Just to put it simply, we need to see big points, very good. Small point, not good. For these guys, though, talking about big points and big numbers, is still going to be QZZ leading the charge in terms of top damage of the Grand Finals, followed up by Top, which expected as he does play with the DMR, the Mini 14, but the gap is closing. It was 2,000 in the group stage. It's just like a few hundred, almost less than that between Top and QZZ, as followed up then by Loranzin and then Joker. But it's interesting to see Joker still up there for E-Arena. He had that one big game yesterday, so man, he's really holding on strongly to that spot.
He definitely is, and look at that as we see the FMVP contenders, and right now, number one, no joke, of course, it's QZZ. Top right behind him, Aurora, kind of having some little shaky games here so far. They're now down in 7th place, but, you know, one good game for them. We could definitely see them back in the running there for second, for sure.
Most definitely. I would not be surprised if Top or QZZ ends up becoming the MVP. Keep in mind, last year it was Federalis that was the MVP of Pmmi in Hong Kong. Now you got another playoff BTR up there in Razy, so maybe he's the one to make it happen. But outside of that one big pop-off he had yesterday on Miramar with that, by the way, still have to say one of the most insane finishes we've had yet, Hotchukes, when it was there was Weibo in there was Xiamba and BTR all working together to defend the compound. It was very interesting, which enabled Razy to get so much damage and especially eliminations. I think it's going to be quite tough, though, to outshine Top and QZZ that have just been so consistent this entire Macau invitation.
Yeah, well, that's it for the first half here of day number 2 of the Grand Finals. We got the other half coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational Grand Finals here, where the first 3 matches are in the books. That is it. And with the first 3 matches being in the books, it's the first half of this day done, but not just of the day, of the whole Grand Finals. That is it, right? So now we are reaching into that second half. Tianba have dominated the first. Is there going to be a new team, right, to make something happen here? We'll have to find out.
I kind of want it. Please, someone catch up to Tiamba. No, I'm not saying that because I don't want Tiamba to win, by the way. GG if they win it, congrats. I just want the last game of the finals to be just super hype. And as you said, I want your dream to come true, Hotrix, of multiple teams in Match 1 and Rondo getting in that smash zone, breaching the point threshold all at the same time. But right now, Tiamba are kind of shutting that down, trying to make sure that there's a healthy gap between themselves and all the other teams here in the top 5. To get ready for this match, looking at all the players, BTR in particular, right, they were in the middle pack of the rankings for a long period of time. This game was looking quite good, but then they get completely wrecked as they try and leave the Yasnaya field dip. This could have been, I would say, there was a chance. This could have been a BTR win, and it kind of was snatched away from them by the other squads around them at that moment.
Yeah.
I need to see a BTR win at a point which we have yet to see here in the finals.
We need it. We need it. They're in 11th place right now, 50 points. If they want to even make a chance for first place, now is honestly the time because, I mean, Tiamba is not looking like they're stopping anytime soon here, and they have double the points BTR has. So we need to see a big shift from quite a few of these teams if we want to keep kind of putting them in the conversation for first place. Because it's still possible. We still have a lot of matches left to be played, but it's going to be tough right now because the Chinese squad of Tianba are looking so dang dominant. But here we go into Erangel for the last time today. And then we're going to be heading into Miramar right after this, Max.
Excited to see who's going to get some Miramar wins. But you know what? Let's wrap it up here for Erangel for the grassy pastures. Playing path still a little bit southern here. Western, northern side not going to be in reach for a few teams, especially the likes of E-Arena. Al-Ula going to have to send it upwards a fair bit. It's actually got to be careful. E-Arena don't want to have a little bit of a clash on your early rotate next to Quarry. So hopefully they do respect each other, avoiding that altercation altogether. But I would say Erangel now, it's just been played so many times, Hotrix, that we had literally nothing of huge value happening until, Circle 3 last game? So the early stage is just loot, rotate, get in zone, wait for the circles where you know as a fact there's just not enough space for all of these teams, and then that's when we get to the real meat and potatoes of these games.
That's right. So for everybody, we got a northern circle here. Okay, so Aurora going to have to loot up there in military and get moving here pretty quickly. But man, oh man, you're right. There's going to be a little bit of a podcast here at the start because these teams are playing so dang consistently, avoiding hot drops, avoiding early engagements at all costs, and just trying to get to that late game. And it makes sense, right? Because you want to keep all 4 players up. And for a majority of this lobby, I mean, they're really hunting down first place. You want a 20-point game here. So if you want to get that done, you got to extend your play with all 4 players as long as possible. So, I mean, it makes sense.
And one thing to also out Tiamba when it comes to being first pretty much the entirety of the finals is they're dropping Yasnaya Polyana. And you might be saying, it's not that great a location. Yasnaya Polyana does, in fact, also have a loot truck. And that extra gear you get from it is really helpful, especially when you encounter some fights in the mid-game because you're going to be fully stacked in terms of loot. Maybe you also have yourself a P90 or an MG3 if you get very, very lucky. Now, I'll have to check the exact odds, but I'm telling you, it's not confirmed every time you're going to get an airdrop weapon. Sometimes you just have M4s, AUGs, and also bolt-action snipers, but otherwise, it's pretty unlikely. But I'm sure they're going to be loving it. But what's the most important in loot trucks is not even those. As we actually talk about it here, it's going to be influence rage. Using the explosive bow for almost the entire team, Hotrix, like having that extra bit of tankiness really can take you a long way in the lobby of this level.
Yeah, the loot truck has just changed the game entirely, and I love it, right? Because it really makes those big cities, we're talking like Yasnaya, Pachinki, just now that much more valuable. Before, I remember Pachinki, you know, when placement points were worth 20 points, it was so valuable. But then after that, and then after the loot just wasn't, as strong as it once was, Pachinki was just kind of put to the wayside. But now that you have these loot trucks, it makes it really, really worth it. Even Severny has a loot truck now, which is fun to see.
Yeah, it actually took me back there when a chicken dinner was 20 points, man. Can you remember that? If there's anyone in chat that remembers that, like, say yes, say you remember. I want to see how many people are still here from that era. There was, what was it, four 4 years ago, maybe more.
7.
Wait, really? Was it that?
Yep.
No.
7 years ago.
You're making me feel so old right now. Oh my
That's
goodness.
crazy.
But like now, if we still had that ruling, Chiamba would be at what, like 150, 160.
Yeah,
So I'm kind of happy we took it away, or otherwise, these top teams are so consistent. They would have like a 30, 40 point lead in literally like what, 5 games? It's so unfair.
And I mean, it really mixed things up. I love to see the fact that, you know, we've switched to a much more elimination heavy play style, because I mean, back then people were just heal stratting. They were doing everything they could just to try and survive.
Don't say that to Raul. No, don't say that to Nimba Galaxy.
Full, like, snake play style. It was wild, right? But now we're obviously all about that aggression. You need to have not just the placement points, but you got to have the eliminations to back it up. And I think it's just so much more balanced now.
Oh, the heal strats on Sanhok. You remember when that was the meta? Oh,
dude, yes. Oh my gosh.
Some people say the shotgun meta is the worst meta. I feel like that was the worst meta by a long margin. You could heal out in the blue and get second place pretty consistent. I've even seen wins of teams just healing out in the blue zone and it would just eliminate the final player if it was just a solo or duo from the blue zone and get the win. That was a bad time. But this is definitely a way healthier meta we have right now. Maybe no shotguns a little bit. I wouldn't say no to that. Maybe. But otherwise, yeah, Sanhok was something else in the early days, Hot Chicks. That is for sure. Oh, that takes me back, man. Nostalgia conversation. Oof.
Those heal strats were wild. I remember seeing teams with 30 first aids, dude. 30 first aids. They would loot they would just trash loot the entire south side of Sanhok and then just sit in the blue, just healing. And I think I remember I was talking to Paul Toddkiller. Remember him in Virum?
Oh, yeah.
I got to talk to him the other day, and I was chatting with him a little bit. He was kind of giving me a throwback, talking about how that one tournament where someone accidentally misclicked the button on the heal strat, and they went out early and didn't make it because of that. That was wild.
Well, he was
good times. Yeah.
Can't click the button and sorry, maybe he didn't deserve to qualify to the next stage, but anyways, terrible meta. You know what? It was fun to talk about it, but now I feel bad remembering. I'm like, oh no, it was actually pretty bad. But there we go. Look at our positions of teams. RRQ going to be making their way onto Potato Hill. That's going to be a decent scouting ground from the southern edge of the circle. And actually, talking about the circle, we didn't mention it too much. You did earlier saying it's pretty northern, but there's an extra factor to take into consideration, which is it is pretty much a 50-50 river split. So teams are finding value on those compounds next to the bridges and the water, such as E-Arena. Bigatron has actually got some players in southern side of the river next to Rozhok, and 3 players up north of Rozhok ahead of the water. So Bigatron's got an interesting 3-1 split. I do like it, and it's kind of keeping their options open in case of a hard shift up north or down south. So Bigatron, I said I wanted to see a big game. I'm not saying this setup is good enough to get a win from the get-go, no, but it's a good plan to just keep your options open and try and do the most optimal play based on where the zone does shit.
Yeah, that's what it's all about right now. You know, it's just trying to make the best decision possible. Here's S2G, though. Nice shots from Lost onto Silence here, and it does look like this fight is going to ring out here. So S2G looking to get into the action early, and it makes sense. They're in 14th place with 34 points. If they're going to do it, though, they got to do it here pretty quickly. You can see the nades starting to come out here. Ayala is going to be there to help support the rest of his team. Unfortunately, none of this util able to hit its mark just yet, but this fight is going to ring out.
I'm really curious STG's committing to this, and I'm even more curious as to why Furia is not regrouping on the northern compound, which they know is free, right? They had Ayala Chief scouting that position. They can coexist in these 2 separate compounds, but it seems like they want to commit to it, and that's going to be it. Great nade onto Silence. He's dropped down to his knees right away, but the two of the players, Ayala and Chief, look at the minimap. They went for the high ground position straight onto Kami. If they get this angle, they can instantly play the pincer maneuver, and STG know they can't give the high ground position away. They instantly send it right back up on the elevated position, but Lost, the good does get taken on out. S2G down to just a duo here. It's still even Steven between them and Furia.
Yeah, these top 2 players from Furia getting eliminated. Oh, yeah, and now there's a third party coming in. That's Hyunbin. That is going to be from Nongshin Red Force. Igor shutting down Hamsuji. Going to try to get some eliminations in the meantime. Oh, even here comes the hovercraft. Hyunbin going to punish S2G. And this is the problem, right? If you're going to do an early engagement and try to get some early elimination, that's great. But you got to do it so dang quickly. Otherwise, that third party's coming. And that's exactly what happened.
Send it for Narnia! Right up to Furia, come on with the hovercraft, and you can easily do it. I feel like now they kind of lost track of the elimination feed. They're not sure what happened. They don't know who's still in the building. They see that smoke, so they have an idea that something is still there. Well, some things. There's definitely a player, but we don't have like AI monsters in the game yet.
Yeah.
But but good third party from Longstream. They know that was just genuinely a terrible fight. There's no reason for it to happen this early on. So like, well, if we can take the fight, get 3 points, hell yeah. Right now, that's going to push them up in 4th position. So really good engage from that team.
Let's see what is going on here as you got Chips. Keeping an eye near Bigatron. Oh, Aurora versus Weibo. You'll get catching Suki out. And he's going to get one of those eliminations. Souk getting knocked out by Top from the mini. It is Weibo versus Aurora, and Aurora's getting the better of him. Weibo just falling apart here.
They're just getting picked apart, as you said.
Oh, nice shot.
Got to be careful, though. Gave a 1v1, so that's instantly going to be punished by the close the gap. Swap the C, but that's still going to be right in the line of sight of 33Z. Oh, we're going to see a full clutch up here from Weibo. They desperately need it. And if he wins the fight now, he can get a 2-man reset onto Bay and Sokito. Oh, a lot of 360s there. Getting me confused. The main bounce goes up, actually. Going for the drop shot. Gets initial damage onto Top. But he has to swap weapon. Doesn't have enough time. And that's Top keeping the dream alive for Aurora Gaming. Maybe looking to jump up in top 5. But oh my goodness, Hodrix. Way too close for comfort.
Way too close. Oh boy, that was dangerous right there. 33Z almost making that crazy comeback. Unfortunately, not going to happen here. And, man, if you would have, I guarantee you, that would have hyped up the squad so much. But considering they're in 16th place, yeah, I think that could have been the nail in the coffin for them, at least when it comes to that first place streams, that's for sure. Aurora, though, stay alive, 65 points, having a really rough day today so far, but that keeps them alive.
Actually, you're talking about Weibo before we move on to the next circle. What's been the issue with this team? Because, yeah, they won it last year. They're the reigning champions of this event for the Invitational. I feel like losing out Order, that deadly duo of second Order was really the driving force for that lineup. And losing Order, I feel like has just kind of taken all the wind out of their sails. Unfortunate, and then being eliminated allows LGD, maybe even the likes of Thundertalk, KRX to build up an even bigger lead. So this might be not only this event done, but also them missing out on PMWC unless we see a massive comeback. So much on the line, and yet Weibo unable to deliver hot tricks. This feels bad for them.
Yeah, it feels terrible. That's the problem, is any little error is going to be punished here at this stage. And for Weibo, just one too many errors so far in the tournament. You hate to see it. But you know what? That does mean that there's going to be a big chance we're going to see a new champion here. And a very large chance, actually. But let's see what E-Arena could do. E-Arena, right now in 6th place, 66 points. Looking to get a win here. And they are just going to be set up at this building, just waiting for this next zone.
This is kind of like Miramar 2.0 than the game of yesterday, but it's a slightly different setup. It's not just 3 buildings. Definitely got a lot more available for E-Arena, BTR, and D+. But BTR, they actually won out that fight versus Jianban Weibo yesterday. Can they repeat that success? And maybe allow Razy. Actually, if Razy pops off it, he could look to catch up to Top and also QZZ on the MVP ranking. So this could be huge. By the way, the question of earlier, Hodrix, as to if people remembered the days of 20 plus points for chicken, 20 points for chicken dinner. So many people said yes. So I thought it was going to be a lot of no's, but so many people remember. So we've got a ton of OGs in the chat, which is great to see. People still sticking around after all those years. Thank you for being so consistent here, showing up for these shows.
You are some legends, that is for sure. So it's so crazy to just remember those times and see just how much this sport has just developed here. And a lot of names, right? Still from back in those days, still playing today, still putting in the work, making things happen. I got some players' esports cards all the way from the first PMGC.
Ooh, I still have those.
Yeah. I actually have some sealed still. Can you believe that?
Oh, okay. Well, that's some rare product you have. I got a signed card from Suk. Hey,
oh, nice, dude! I actually got a crazy offer on those sealed because an esports collector was like, "Dude, I can't find that sealed anywhere." And I was like, "Well, I got it."
They're pretty.
I was like, "Yeah," but I'll hold on to it. That is my collector's item right there. But let's get back to the game. You know, we are getting into stage. Yeah, sorry guys. But you know what? It's been a little slow so far, but it makes sense, right? Because the tension is so high. 2 teams going out is going to be huge for this lobby because it's going to allow a lot more space into these final zones. And that will slow things down quite a bit. The next zone does go on over. Okay, hard shift over here. It's going to be a party at school. Rozhok in play as well. And Tianba, with that hard shift, they are out of here.
School, apartment, Rozhok, and garden is going to get a little bit dicey here for these teams to try and survive. But survival of the fittest, those are the rules of PUBG Mobile Esports, as Tianba making a bit of a leapfrog over the road to find himself a decent position on that compound that usually has a recall tower. But RRQ going straight onto school.
Okay.
One has been spotted out by a QXZ from KRX, so this is definitely going to make it a little bit easier for the entry point of RRQ. Instead of going for the main building, they're going to be going for the swimming pool building, and that's where Influence Rage are looking to make their breaching point inside the building. Jumping over the wall, that's a big misplay, and instantly eliminated by Chemfos. That's a good engage, but there's going to be only a 2-man team remaining in Gemfos and Firen for RRQ against now a 3-man team of Influence Rage. But do keep in mind, they are getting actively third-partied, so this is not as easy a win as it might look like.
Oh, Federal, though, he does have that shotgun. To make Gemfos back up a little bit here, but getting third-partied. AJ going to catch Federal. Tough loss for there. Genfos will secure that very quickly, but now Aurora, they hear all these shots going on over here. They're like, hey, what's happening over here? We want part of this action.
It's good that Aurora could get the reset. They still have Reefus north of the road, but he is in, I believe, that shed that's just over there, surrounded by nothing, so he's just trying to remain undetected. Pull the Schweppes, as I've been calling it today. There's a ton of smoke. Actually, that's a lot of smokes coming out, I believe, from RRQ and Influence Rage, so just trying to deny some lines of sight. It's top, just using utility. I wouldn't recommend it. Just hold on to it, especially if a team decides eventually to commit and crash on your building in school. Definitely want to use that to create a bit of an advantage. As Nocturne Red Force in the distance, they got the hovercraft and 3 other vehicles, Jukes, going for a wide western rotation. I don't know where they're going to crash it, but I believe they might go right onto Rozhok Hill, where Mau Mau currently has set up shop.
Let's see where this next circle's going to go. The zone is starting to close. A minute on the clock. Looking at E-Arena. E-Arena now on the move. Mormon in big trouble. Joker's going to get thirsted out. And Mormon shot up. That is E-Arena just getting picked apart. Big eliminations here for the side of Aula. Third place, 72 points. Looking great so far. They're going to be holding the bottom of this bridge. Not the worst spot in this circle, but not the best either. They're going to definitely take what they can get, though. As E-Arena, going to be stuck to 2 players left.
It's actually really good for Alula because you can just wait for the teams to leapfrog you, and then you don't really have to care about anyone backstabbing you in that place. I feel like actually the transition potential from them on the edge towards for the MENA team. So keep an eye out for Alula. Who knows? Maybe they can rack up a few eliminations if the circle is kind to them. Nocturne Red Force did, as I thought, go onto Mau Mau's location on the high ground position of Rozhok. And Mau Mau just decided, you know what, it's not really worth it. We're still in circle technically. We're going to give it away for free. So nice pivot from Nocturne and avoiding the madness currently unfolding in both school/apartment. So that is a very free rotation. You don't have to fight for it. And look at their position in the zone. Great information, great defensive spot too. So I would say that's one of the best rotations so far this game from Nocturne. They also have a bunch of limbs on their third party earlier. And this circle is amazing again for Nocturne. Boy, they could go so hard this game. Let's go.
They need to, dude. They need to go crazy, right? They got to win earlier. They need to go back-to-back here. Tianba now on the move. Every team in the lobby needs to kind of keep eyes on these guys if you want a chance at winning this trophy. Because if they get another good game under their belt, it's going to make it that much more difficult to try and take it away from them. They are going to be stuck at the apartments, holding off that off building. And we'll see what they can do from that. They do end up making it there. They sacrifice a player in that process. That is the name of the game. Oh, last 2 players of E-Arena eliminated super quick by Quick himself. 5 eliminations for Aula.
Max 20 speed right there for Quick on the 1v2. Able to give himself those 2 players trying to escape the vicinity, but he does secure that 2 extra eliminations. So well done to him. And as I said, leaving the bridge here, there's no one behind him. They can go fully on the assault mode and just get every single squad wipe available in this compound. They got the first one. There was E-Arena. There were 3 teams here originally. Now it's down to Bigatron and the South Korean team of D+. I feel like they see this circle. They want to try and leave if they can. Maybe just jump ahead of them, get a position in the zone. But the thing is, the only positions ahead of them in the zone is or school or apartment. And I feel like it's fair to say, Hodge, those are not great options because you, as a vet, even without any scouting, that those spots are going to be taken.
Oh, yes. They are long gone. And I like to see the teams that went down and took school, because school is that spot that if the zone goes to it and you have it secured, it's like almost a guaranteed win. If the zone goes away from it, though, it's pretty difficult to leave it. So it's one of those do or die positions. Let's see what LGD is going to do, though, is trying to put some pressure onto Nongshim. They have the high ground. This should be an easy squad wipe here for LGD, but you got to hit those shots.
Got to hit those shots. Well, yeah, that's kind of the point of the game. It's kind of how you want to do it. Unless you're using grenades, then you don't. It's a bit different. But otherwise, you've got to get a good arc on that utility. Al-Ula pulling a little bit of a D+ play here, trying to jump ahead of that road. As Tizzy here, behind that hovercraft, looking to survive that encounter. Hyunbin trying to get a bit more insight with the buggy over the ridge. But he will not be able to hold down the fort. But I'm a little bit scared for Nongshim. They're quite spread apart here, while LGD's got an interesting 3-1 split. In terms of their split, they got 3 players together. They can overwhelm very easily the likes of Hyunbin or Tizzy or even So Easy's angle if they play it really well together, closely packed. So Nongshim, I get the idea, but I feel like they are giving this high ground position over to LGD pretty much for free, and they're going to make full use of it in that skirmish.
Yeah, LGD are just not playing this aggressive enough, I think. They have the high ground, they have the advantage, but they're not really trying to get the closeouts. And that's allowing Nongshim to breathe quite a bit and get moving. But yeah, we're also seeing some fights there on the bottom left as well.
I like this. Yeah, Nongshim trying. Oh, actually, no, Hyunbin is just lying. I'm like, he's regrouping. He's not regrouping. He's regrouping. He's just trying to keep them in check. And I feel like, especially here in the car, moving around, scaring LGD away a little bit. They just don't know, are they pushing us? Is it just a bait play? That unawareness of what's really happening really can throw a span in the work. So that uncertainty is going to force LGD to just be a little bit more complacent, a bit more silent and passive, which I wish they would try and get some shots to connect, which they will try and do. But look, at the meantime, the elimination feed. Top Reaper's destroying all of Al-Ula, and they get eliminated. We didn't see what happened, but oh my goodness, was that quick.
That's what I'm telling you. You try to head to school, and you're going to get punished. Aurora were ready for that push from Al-Ula, and they took them out in the process. LGD, what are you doing? You got to get moving at this point. You got to make a push. The zone is away from you, and it looks like now they gave away their position to Nongshim Red Force. Let them circumvent them. Oh, Bigatron, just try to survive on the edge of the circle. They are eliminated, and now you got KRX going to have to find their way in.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Not going to be moving away from those 55-point threshold. Really good opportunity for RRQ, KRX, and Thundertalk to gain a few extra ranks. But actually, KRX, sure, they have 4 players with the circle saying, hell nah, you ain't going to get a good game here, because rotating over the road, we saw what Top and Reefers could do earlier, and they have a perfect line of sight from school. It ain't looking too dandy for KRX. You can see on the minimap, we've got a glimpse of it, that they are looking to go for the engage. Here you go, LGD setting it forward, squishing down Hyunbin under his wheels, and instantly, though, Mao will get punished. That's going to be so easy. Looking to defend his ridge line. It's down to a duo. Hyunbin flushed out the game. LGD making sure they secure every single one of those points while they're still kicking. But with a low ground, he's got the monster truck. So easy, looking to go for a little bit of a rotate. He's actually going backwards, so he can't get shot ahead. Really good approach, as now Tizzy looking to go on the force.
Let's see what LGD can do there. Back it off, trying to regroup here. Nice knock there from Ling S, though. Here comes the shotgun. That is Nongshim Red Force out of there. So LGD do end up getting the better of them right there towards the end. But let's go back to school as we got Aurora in the buildings. Reefus looking for some angles on the KRX. Trying to save his teammate, but unfortunately too little, too late. And now KRX are on the push.
It's time for a biology lesson. Shoot someone in the head, they get eliminated. That is how every living thing works. I feel like that is what Aurora is going to try and use to its full potential. Still 11 eliminations. Oh my goodness. 14 that really has not been doing too hot today. It's been really inconsistent from Aurora. We're finally seeing a big pointer. And Top, he knows there's only one window realistically he can jump through and leap over, so he was just looking at that window. Got to be careful with Rick. Yeah, don't jump. KRX, you go there, that's instantly you getting eliminated. They know exactly what's going down here.
Do not jump that window. That animation will get you. Oh, they do anyway. They do a quick cancel. Not able to. No, yeah. You know what? Maybe this is a bad idea. Let's get out of here. And unfortunately, they thought about that just a little too late.
Yeah, unfortunately, getting cornered in that building, not looking too good for KRX. And LGD finally looking to make a quick exit outside of Rozok Hill. And they got the background angle. Hoxie just literally is given no chance to fight back whatsoever. So that's going to be the 4th elimination of LGD. I thought it might be a little bit higher, but nope, it's just going to be single digits for now. And using that Molotov. Sure, no one's there. We know as a fact they have no idea. So just in case, just to avoid any kind of potential threat later on in the game, they're just trying to deny that shed entirely. So good and respectful play from Ling S to make sure no threat could be taking them down in this match.
Yeah, you cannot afford it. And they're burning a lot of util, just double checking. And then now, yeah, okay, it is clear. There is a box here, though, for a reason.
Someone was here.
Someone was here. Ah, I knew it. Let's look over there at the pool. Influence Ranger holding it down. You got RRQ coming through the other side here. All right. Good old-fashioned school apartments zone. LGD are going to be holding the wall right outside of school. And right now, everybody just waiting for that next zone to incentivize them to start making some moves.
So we've been talking a lot about the Western fight here, especially what's happening in school. Tiamba is still alive, Hot Troops. Tiamba are still alive and kicking Furia out, Al-Ula out, Nongshim, and also Irina out of the equation. If we also lose Aurora soon, which they're down to a duo, that exit of school is not going to be easy to pull off. Man, this lead could go so much higher. They might just breach 100 points this game. Can anyone stop the Tiamba hype train? It's not looking too easy. It's actually Aurora do jump in top 3 and now looking to put the firepower straight onto Genfos. They'll survive that encounter for now, but Firen is also there as backup.
Top making some moves. Hitting some nice shots on the Genfos there. He barely even peeked out and punished them. Let's see if Top can hit this nade, though. Through the door, not going to touch them at all. Okay, QZZ getting finished there by Jing. That's huge for the lobby. And huge for Thunder Talk, too. Thunder Talk in 13th place, trying to make it a way out. And now Thunder Talk, they know Tianba's there. They're going to start hunting them down.
Oh, wow. Oh, it's AJ. Okay, I was confused there for a second what was going on, but no. That's some great utility denying the staircase, which usually is where the defensive team would be located. Trying to get another one. That's Milu instantly taken on out of the picture. As Eagle now still got 2 nades that could very easily turn the tides in his favor. If he hits it, oh, that nade's looking good. But Sitting gets the jump, gets behind cover, and will avoid any significant damage headed his way. Around to Eagle, he walks right into that one. It's a landmine. As now 8 eliminations and Tiamba being taken out of the picture. Aurora being like, yes, this is a golden opportunity, not only for them to maybe jump up in number 1 place here, Hot Jukes, but also for Top to try and become the current game MVP.
Dude, 13 eliminations. Aurora, you got Top with 6 on his lonesome. And I'm telling you, he chose this school position nice and early. The zone goes into the spot. A perfect situation for Aurora. The only fortunate part, though, is that they're now a duo. It's up to Top. It's up to Refus. How are they going to hold this? How many more eliminations can he get? He's waiting. He said, come down the stairs. Come on. No one's here. You're safe. Come on down. Come on down. The water's fine.
They're just going to out. One cool thing, by the way, is that when the circle does shift away from those eastern buildings in apartment, then they will finally be able to play the roof on school. Right now, it's not really playable because of Thunder Talk. But especially able to make it through from the balcony on that roof, that's such a strong angle. I feel like this game top 2 minimum should be happening as Arfu gets a beautiful throw on that util. And I feel like now they read that one, like, oh, we know that's elimination secured on top, but he gets a little bit too aggro without the backup of Refus. That's a big mistake.
Refus, he's got the shotgun, he's got right hand priority. He's waiting for it, trying to hit the pre-fire. They're going for the reses there. Instead, yeah, he's going to go for the reset. Good play, because LGD is going to help him out. So, yeah, good step for Aurora. They can just go ahead and get this reset off here. No worries at all. And Top is now back up, ready to go. It's a party. Yeah, we're going back to school. Who is going to come out on top? Who's going to get their degree, Maxman?
Oh, look at Jing, though. He instantly rocks up. But Reefus and Top used so many of their grenades early on, and because they couldn't get access to the death crates as they were slightly outside of school itself, that would be an easy knock and elimination onto Jing, but they just don't have the resources to pull it through. They just have a bunch of smokes, and I think I saw a flashbang. Maybe I just imagined it, but Reefus, if you had that flashbang, who knows, maybe it could do something of value. Influence Rage, fine getting the CQC on top. Ooh, that's good. Utility chucked onto Tian. LGD now losing an extra member. Really struggling in that encounter. As Reefus now making it into the main building of school over to the eastern edge. The blue zone is forcing them to make that decision going over the roadside, and Thanator just waiting as that's it. Reefus taken out, eliminated, now down to the top 3.
Aurora are going to move themselves back into that second place position, but who's going to win this game? And now you're going to have RRQ versus Thunder Talk. Thunder Talk pushing into the game, and they're going to walk away with their diploma. And that diploma being a chicken dinner. Way to go, Thunder Talk. Needing that one, and they got it. That should put them in a good, solid position for the rest of the tournament.
Oh, finally, from the depth of the rankings, they were in 13th position before this game. This chicken dinner is going to take them so damn far. How far? We'll have to wait and see as we check out the leaderboards in just a few minutes worth of time. But the execution there was clean, especially that fire onto Tianba, the Molotov coming out onto Milu to deny the entire staircase. And then you're taking the fight with very small risk by doing so. Amazing, amazing execution. And for a team that's been, I would say, fairly inconsistent, right? They did get himself a chicken dinner on day one and then kind of disappeared. They can still get these really strong wins on Erangel. The next map, it's going to be Miramar. That has not really been their performance-based map in the past. We need to see some Miramar points on board, Hodges. Otherwise, this game really is not going to have as big of an impact as you might expect.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the most important Miramars of the whole tournament right here, because this is going to really set teams up, right? Because remember, folks, at the end of the day today, we have 2 more matches left to go. And at the end of those 2 matches, the team on top will set the smash point threshold. So wherever Tianba is, to be honest, because I don't see any team passing them up in the next 2 games unless Aurora have back-to-back chicken dinners. But yeah, Tianba are going to set that threshold. Just how big is it going to be? That's the question.
That is going to be indeed the main question going into this one. But AJ will be your match MVP. And really, I'm so happy to see this guy do well because he's been just an MVP contender pretty much since, 2020, 2021 when he started playing into esports. He's been just a consistent outlier in PEL in the Chinese region. Of course, that transition when it comes to global events has been tough at times, but never underestimate AJ. If you watch PEL, you know what this guy can really bring to the table. So really stoked about it. Bo, looking at the replays of this game, still Weibo, just taking an L, taking so many L's. It's hard to count at this point.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. I mean, I just don't see them coming out of the bottom. I mean, they could definitely move to the mid-pack, you know, but to try and repeat back-to-back championship performances here, I just don't see it happening anymore. It's over.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is the back-to-back championship is dead. For now, at least. That's Thunder Talk looking back at their player stats and their team stats, should I say, right now. They do get 13 eliminations on that chicken dinner, 23 points on the board. And we mentioned it a few times, right? Outside of the top positions in the rankings, it's still relatively close between like those bottom 10 teams. So this game is kind of putting Thunder Talk back in the conversation. But as I stated earlier, Miramar, you cannot afford to get like a 0, 1, 2, even 3-point game. We need to get 6, 7 points plus if you want to make this game actually have any kind of weight in these Pmmi Grand Finals. As though second place is going to be Aurora, 14 eliminations. Oh my goodness, they woke up. The trolling has stopped for now.
Yeah, it has stopped for now. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get the chicken dinner there, but 14 elims is going to do great. So yeah, they were they pretty much jumped down to the mid pack there, and with that performance, boom, that should put them back in their rightful place over near second. We'll see what the rest of the lobby looks like, man. A lot of big names still here. I'm going to have to also kind of put the nail in the coffin for S2G, man. I had high hopes from them after the first Erangel on day 1, but yeah, after that, just not able to see anything shining of late.
It's been bad for S2G. We had a lot of hope. I feel like it was built up during the group stage. Right now, not able to do much. But really going big picture, Chamber, he got 2 points, meaning the gap is not increasing. It's actually getting tied up a little bit here by Aurora, thanks to that strong 18 points a match. And yeah, as you can look so far today, they got 2 points, 1.5 points, and then like, oh yeah, actually we're a really good team. Let's try and go for an actual win. They do get 18 points, so really happy about it. As Furia, also happy with their performance, right? Brazil, day one, kind of non-present, to say the least. They didn't really have the best opening day. Furia did get 46 points on day one, which is decent, but it's still not enough to catch up to the likes of Chamba putting up, like, what is it, 60 points in day one. Crazy, crazy stuff. So good to see them actually build up a bit more momentum here. Furia, Influence Rage, can they maintain it? That's going to be the big question for today. But this top page of the rankings, Hotchix, is looking so incredibly stacked that despite the lead of Chamba being up there, any of those teams still have that window of opportunity to take down the current lobby leaders.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if you're trying to catch Tianba, what you really just need is Tianba to have one bad game, and you got to win that one, right? I mean, it's not out of reach total. And look at, PMGO Season 1. We saw a crazy lead almost get closed there towards the end as well. So anything can still happen. We still have a lot of matches left to go. But, when it comes to Miramar, it's going to be tough as we switch maps here. But if you want to be the champs, you got to beat them.
So because QZZ was taken out, I know he's still number one here. It's actually only 3 elimination difference. It really is just a head-to-head of Top versus QZZ. I'm loving it. I feel like Top damage, because of this game, I feel like Top is going to be number one for the first time. I don't know if you would agree or not, but he might be. I'm a believer, as Nolbu and Hyunbin are going to be 3rd and 4th place. Really good presence from South Korea. Those are the 2 best players from the region, in my opinion. Here you go, second page. And Top will indeed be number one. Oh my goodness, he was like 100 damage behind, and now he's almost built a 1,000 damage lead over QZZ. What a game in school from Top. Destroyed everyone around him.
Dude was going crazy. Yeah, he wants that MVP, that's for sure. And now QZZ's got to have to watch his back, because when it comes to damage, Top is on top. But eliminations are going to have to be another story. We'll see what happens here as we're going to head into Miramar coming up very soon. And the FMVP contenders, yep, obviously QZ number 1, Top number 2, and Nobu in 3rd place.
I believe Razy just fell from 3rd to 4th, so Nolbu's still putting up big numbers here, which does make sense with that last game. Yeah, I mean, QZZ, Top, between those guys. Actually, do you have a prediction, Hotchix? Do you want to share which one do you think is going to be MVP, or you're unsure for now?
I mean, I still think QZZ's got it. I mean, because Tianba are just so dang consistent. It's going to be really hard to beat, right? But who knows? Miramar's coming up, and anything can happen in the Sandy Desert, guys. 2 more matches left to go here for day 2. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. That was a very, very fast break, and I am happy because we're going to get right back into the action. These players, I hope you guys are ready for Miramar, because if Tianba wins these next two matches or does really, really well, oh man, tomorrow is going to be straight chaos. So if you want to win the trophy, you gotta make it happen right here, right now in Miramar.
I do feel like they're losing a bit of steam, though. Looking at Tianba's last performance in particular, they got a strong. It was a really strong compound they held, but they were just not able to really hold off a team like Thundertalk. We need to see them just show up a little bit stronger in these games, just willing to take the fights, because right now it seems like other teams are just a bit more hungry, more willing to take big fights to hopefully be known as your Pmmi 2026 Grand Champion. So Tianba are being chased down by every other team in this lobby.
Yeah, and it's going to get to the point here, too. It already is. I think that if a team realizes it is Tianba, I think they're going to go out of their way to try to take them out. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not talking about go out of their way of hot dropping or anything like that, but what I am talking about is if you get an elimination and you realize it's them, rather than being like, oh, you know what, let's see if we can let them reset, they're like, no, let's make sure we take this team out because we have to at this point. They did have almost a 30-point gap. But before, this last game, if I remember, that's correct. Now it's 15. So, they definitely lost some steam. It is still a very good gap, for sure. And one good game could just straight demolish all this, right? But you got to still do it. Yeah,
it's definitely going to be interesting to see if teams will capitalize on this opportunity to take down the current kings of the Invitational. As a Tianba, they go, most of their players, actually all of their players in one monster truck. This will be, oh my god, if anyone saw this and they had an angle on them, like, oh yes, please, let's take them down. But fortunately for Tianba, no one is near them except for Furia, but they're on the other side of the mountain next to Monte Nuevo, so they are going to be big chilling on that southern western rotation, maybe making it to Valle del Mar to get that loot underway. And there you go, second vehicle, they will be good to go.
In the times until you see a new one, then get out of there and let's rotate. Aurora, you're going to see Seoul go over there. Now we're looking on the other side. Furia holding it down. This is going to be over by Monte Nuevo. You have Weibo over there in El Pozo as well.
That's right. I just really like the way you pronounce the compound names.
Hey, these are Spanish names, you know?
Yeah, you know what, I used to do it too before, but I feel like I can't do it because you're just way better. So I'm just like, okay, I'm dropping the shtick. I have been defeated. No, we need a France based map, and then you got it. Like what? He's going to Carrefour.
I'm not even gonna try. No. I'm not going down that road.
Oh look, he's going to Lyon.
He's going to Lyon.
A French map would be so cool as like a theme.
Sponsored by the Pmmi Zone.
Number one map on the French. Number one map also with the number one weapon, the Pmmi Zone.
I love it.
No, it would be fun. Actually, you know what? If you could make a map based off of a country, what would you do it based off of?
Oh, I mean, I'm a little biased. I'd do a Texas-based map. You know what I'm saying? A super Western one.
Isn't that just Miramar?
It's close. Well, as right now in the summer, it's hot as heck outside, so yeah, it's actually pretty close. But what would be a cool map? Let me think. Let me really think. Shibuya.
Shibuya?
Yeah. Imagine.
Like a full city, urban, like skyscraper finish?
Yeah, that'd be wild.
Yeah, that could be interesting. I do like the idea.
Especially with the JJK theme, that'd be fun.
Oh, okay, dude. There was an anime reference in there somewhere. Just waiting to peek its head over. Oh, Fabian actually going to go over Oasis with the glider, which you don't see often on Miramar, the glider being used, because usually a team spots you from like 10,000 meters away and they just get an insta-headshot on you. But no, actually, he's actually here behind the mounting range. So teams even like All Gamers, Al Ula can't really spot you. So if you're going to do a glider rotation on Miramar, it's a pretty safe spot to do it. I just wish gliders were meta, which they're not. It's because, I mean, ARs are too good at 300, 400 meter range. Even Mini 14 is insanely good. So the moment they spot you in a glider, you survive, what, like 10 seconds tops?
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not good. Maybe we need to make like a hovercraft version of the glider. Like it's, but actually, you know what? That's a terrible idea. No, don't listen to me.
Oh my gosh, right?
Oh, no!
Oh no! Weibo.
It's done.
It's over. Yeah, that's done. That's the double nail in the coffin. If there wasn't one already in, that's the second one. Hate to see it.
How many nails are they going to have in their coffin?
I don't know.
Too many to count.
Hopefully not enough to be in last place at the end of this thing. That's for sure.
It might.
It's not looking good.
Going from champions to literally last place in the finals, at least they qualified in like some teams. But that would still be tough to witness. So hopefully at least they can just get in the middle pack, which is feasible, right? That's like 30 points, which is doable in 2 games. But tomorrow, we just don't know. We just don't know. And actually, maybe this is a bit early to have this discussion, but how many games do we think there are going to be tomorrow out of 6?
Ooh. Well, I was hoping it would be a lot closer at the top of the leaderboard, so it was like multiple teams that could possibly smash. Doesn't look like that's going to... It could be. I don't think it's going to happen, though. I think that 15-point gap is so good, and I think Tiamba are due. That's what my instincts are telling me. You know what I'm saying? I think Tiamba are due for a big game because they've been so quiet for these past couple matches. And by quiet, I mean just like putting up regular points, not insane ones. Because we have had how many matches now total? 10, right? That's 94 points, still almost a 10-point average a game. It's still wild to see. Aurora averaging almost 8 a game. So, but yeah, I'm thinking we're going to probably see 4 matches tomorrow. That's what I'm thinking. What do you think?
I think we're going to have 5 matches. I feel like we get 1 Miramar. And the reason why I'm saying this is because Tiamba, I think, are going to maintain a pretty decent lead. But when you look at their overall games of grand finals, I'm not really taking group stage into the equation because, yeah, rotating groups and stuff, it's a bit of a different setup. They only got 1 chicken dinner, and a lot of their top games actually were like podiums / even a top 4. I feel like Tiamba at times really struggles to wrap up a game and secure the win, and that could be a really big hindrance for them going into tomorrow's games. So I feel like Tiamba will be the one to smash, but they will be doing it very late because, again, they really have a bad time to get the actual win outside of just getting strong podiums.
I don't think that's a bad shot at all. The reason why I said Game 4 is I just think that like Game 4 is going to be interesting. I think players are going to come after the break, and then Tiamba is just going to get like a very fortunate circle and just randomly just go crazy on the last one.
But what break? Our breaks are like 5 minutes.
It's like 2-minute breaks. You know, you're right. You're right.
Like, literally, I'm not even joking. I feel like you're in the same situation, Hodrix. The breaks are so short for the Macau Invitational. I have to run to get a drink and come back, or I will miss the start of the game. I'm not joking. So, yeah, it's really quick. GG to the production crew. They've been doing amazing so far.
I like it. You know, get back into the... You know what? It's the old-fashioned... they've been reading the chat, you know, hey, stop talk, start game. You know what I'm saying? And they are starting the game. I like it here. But this game hasn't really started just yet. I mean, it definitely has, but right now the action hasn't started. Teams are just keeping an eye on squads, hoping to maybe catch one of these players on rotation. Oh, there's Tiamba. Okay, Tiamba getting peppered a little bit. A little peppered. As the next zone is going to go on over to Opozo. All right, that's going to make things interesting.
I hate this because Weibo lost Sook and it's a Weibo circle as they drop El Pozo. It could have been the perfect setup for a comeback, and they already lost a player. Come on, Weibo. What is going on? A lot of the teams, as you can see on your screen here, are going to get in their vehicle of choice and quickly pivot towards a better tomorrow in Phase 2. That's going to be the case for Aurora and especially Bigatron. I've been slipping still today. 12th position, 55 points tied up with the side of All Gamers. Actually, you know what? All Gamers, I have not talked about them much today. They had such a great opening setup on the first, 2 to 3 games of yesterday. Ever since then, just smoke grenade and they disappeared like a ninja. You know, it's just they're completely gone. What's been happening?
Wait. Oh no. Yeah, Tiamba versus Aurora, and it's gonna be one of the players that gets them. Couldn't see that in the feed just yet. But yeah, it looks like Milu's going to get an elimination as well. Now we're switching on PMmi. I don't know what's happening anymore. But you know what? Aurora losing a player, that is for sure. Tianba are going to be very excited about that.
That is, well, of course, I was going to say it's good for Tianba, bad for Aurora. Duh, of course. Took them players. But good setup. I mean, they saw, okay, you're in a pretty here, and one of the players actually on Tianba swapped seats at that line of sight, so that was actually a really good reactive gameplay. But Rethus going split where Silence is here. Oh, he definitely knows Silence is here as he instantly cooks up the nade, finds a little hiding spot, those will get pushed up, he's got the combat now, he's got backup from his teammate. It's Top to save the day once again. And it's good, you know what? Give all the points to Top. He wants the MVP, that's the way to do it. Give him all the points.
Oh, give me the points. QGZ.
He told Rethus, miss all your shots, I'm coming right now.
Bait him. Got him. Claws from Alula getting a nice knock there onto Lorenzen, and Ziol's going to go ahead and pick up some smoke grenades there. Very, very nice. Now, yeah, we're going to take a look over. Milu does get that elimination for Tianba. That's going to be 95 points now. Federal going to go ahead and take a look at his buddy. He is knocked Lorenzen. He's going to go ahead and pick him back up. They should be able to get that res. No problem. El Pozo, dead center. Translation, the well. The well.
Is that what it means?
Yep. The well or the pit. One or the other.
I would say the pit because there's like a mini arena in there that resembles a pit. So I think the pit is actually quite fitting. But I can use you to translate the compound names and know what they actually mean.
That's right.
Oh, this is cool. Okay, next time we see an interesting compound, I'm going to ask you what it means. What does Crater Fields mean?
Crater Fields. Don't know.
No. It's interesting. You got some names in English and some non-English. Yeah. The same actually, I guess, for Rondo.
Yep.
In the name of some of their positions. But KRX looking at their spot next to Trailer Park. Very exotic name. As they make a little bit of a move. Tough terrain. Got to make it to the road. There you go. QXE going to do exactly that. He had enough of those dirt piles, making it way tougher to rotate onto. As XEY on the tippy top of the mountain, Aldrich, he's got himself a great line of sight as BTR push up. That could be a good angle to get some nice grenade throws right on the heads of Bigatron.
There you go. So easy. Getting shot up little by little. No translation for that one. XYZ going to go ahead and put some shots downrange as well onto RRQ. Hey, Yasser gets a nice knock there. And Alula are going to be pushing on to LGD. Now, getting a nice little finish there. He's going to go ahead and get some good confirmations. But LGD, oh my gosh, their whole team just getting shut down by Tianba of all teams.
They're going to get to 100 points. If they third-party fully this fight, which, I mean, why the hell not? Literally everyone on Al-Ula and also LGD is down to just a solo at this point unless they get a full reset. Though, it does kind of throw a spanner in the work. One player of Weibo does get a knock onto Tianba, so, you know what, maybe it's not fully worth it. Maybe just give a chance for LGD to get the reset, because Quicker gave himself that one little container. He's just hoping to pull a Schweppes. Am I doing that joke too much? Should I stop saying he's putting a Schweppes? I don't know. I kind of like it.
I think it's good. I think it's one to stay.
Yeah, he's just hoping no nades come his way. So Fury of B+ is going to be the next fight happening on screen.
Now Noble gets knocked. All right, Chips running back into the building. Can't exit due to that Molotov guarding his path. Fabian trying to get an initial knock. Ooh, not going to be able to make it through that window. Furia are going to be able to get some heals off here, but it is going to be a pure 2v2. Chief trying to be able to get one with a nade. No, oh my gosh, both those teammates, but Chips ends up getting caught. Now it's going to be a 1v1 between Fabian. Let's see what's going to happen. Ayala, oh, never mind. Both these teams say, okay, how about we just get a little reset and we'll try it back. But this time, let's do a 2v2 with KRX third party, guess.
How do you like them apples? It's KRX. Very quick to pull the trigger. Going for the third-party engage on D+ and Furia. It's looking pretty bad. I feel like they know now they're in a world of hurt because, sure, you might win the fight, but the war should be won by KRX unless a massive fumble happens. Good nade again from Chief. That's a back-to-back banger he secures. And they know that now they've got the man advantage on them. They've got to push it quickly if they want to maybe escape from the grasp of KRX, but They're really chasing it. They're now making the cross from the northern side of the compound over to the southern side, making it straight in CQC range, and now especially in grenade range as the Molotov is coming out from Hoxie, looking to find that one straggler in the open. They play their cards right. KRX, this should be an easy win in this 4v2v2.
Next zone does pop on up, so if KRX, they need to finish this fight pretty quickly here. They want to finish this fast and get into this next zone. They have a beautiful path on into those buildings right in front of them, so they can afford to take a little bit of time here, but not too much, considering there's only 30 seconds left on the clock. You're going to see them start throwing in some util. What are you going to do if you're KRX? Are you going to try to push this? Are you going to wait? Yeah, you can see them just kind of having a little bit of indecision here. They're trying to figure out what to do. I think they're going to leave.
I feel like this just, we really can't get these players. They're just staying here. I feel like they're even willing to stay in Phase 4 Blue Zone. Phase 5 would be a bit of a different topic, but Phase 4, they can definitely tank you for a bit. And I like the response of E Plus and Fury. They're like, okay, KRX is here. Nobody move. If we don't move, they can't see us.
Leave us alone.
Let's work together. Let's let KRX leave, and let's resume the fight. That is the game plan, and I kind of like it how they have this just
makes sense
agreement without speaking a single word of like, okay, let's not mess around. We can survive it if we play our cards right. As he goes for the roof angle.
They're just battling it out, and they just stop. They're like, hey, wait. Who invited KRX? Yeah, who invited you? Nobody invited you. Get out of here. Now, Beauty are like, all right, let's resume this action. See who wins it out. Ayala, about to go up the stairs. Chips with the DBS said, I dare you to come up these stairs. How about we just let the blue zone take out both of us here? Yeah, how about that? Never mind. Chips jumping out the building. Now getting knocked. Chief going to go down to the play zone. Ayala gonna just heal it out here at this point.
I wonder if, KRX that's happening now. They've just fully given up on that one. Fabian down to solo fight now. 1v1. As Ayala, his teammate was taken out by the blue. It's AKM versus the S12K of Fabian. I'm not sure, does Ayala even have a shotgun? I never really see his loadout, but he's trying to get himself back in that short range. The nade getting cooked up. He heard the pin for sure. Ayala, you got to reposition. That wall is not safe. Nade comes out, gets some good damage, but Ayala will survive once again.
Not for long. That's his last first aid. And it is a 1v1 versus Blue Zone. And the Blue Zone is undefeated, I'll tell you that right now. Ayala looking for any kind of util. Oh, finds a shotgun. That's great, but that's not going to help you. You need first aids. All right, time to push, Ayala. Try to get this last elimination, and then go out to blue. You can't hesitate. You got to move. Just go. Can't free fire.
Let's go. That's remaining. Fabian trying to hit the shot. Like they're both going to get eliminated. He goes out. Nobody gets the elimination. Is denied away from D+, and he gets eliminated too. The worst 1v1 in PUBG Mobile Esports history, ladies and gentlemen. The true winner was the Blue Zone.
Undefeated, I'm telling you. I was like, you don't have time to hit crazy pro player angles. You just got to run in and hope you hit the shot. It's either that. I mean, it's D+. You could give them the point. You know what I'm saying? Either that or you get it. But I don't know. Let the Blue Zone win sometimes.
What's the opposite of absolute cinema? Absolute siesta. I don't know. it was that fight was not it. I was expecting absolute entertainment, but that is not what they delivered. But you know what? Looking at the circle, shifts here, it's going to be actually pretty much 50% of the circle in El Pozo, and the rest is going to be that high ground position down south of El Pozo. So the terrain is going to be quite rough for some of these teams. And the one main issue is if you are a northern team and the circle goes down south, you've got to make your way up the mountainside. That transition is going to be so rough. And even just to get to the mountainside, Hot Chicks, you need to fight each other and then go for the push-up. Man, it's looking really bad. It's 3 feet out in the open on the road, dancing, dodging bullets, and he actually survives. Well played.
That's how you got to do it, them Hot Jukes. That's how you got to shake and shimmy to get to safety. 33Z ends up doing it there. Now we're going to see him be able to make it to his squad. So Weibo just trying to keep their not last place streams alive at this point. All gamers. Yeah, you're right, man. We were talking about these guys a lot on day one, and then now been pretty quiet lately. Oh, there we go. Nongshim Red Force getting a knock onto Tianba. That is huge for the whole lobby, as Tianba are now 2 points away from breaking that 100-point mark.
They're going to make it happen here. They got such a great split to the western side. Milu in a 1v2 scenario. Well, no, in a 1v2, in a 1-2 split scenario. Looking to see what their options are. Do we commit to the lower side in the city? Do we go for the high ground down south? Seems like that's what they're going for. You can see them at the very tippy top of your screen. But XZY is going to have a great POV. And also, one thing that's very important for XZY, he's got a ton of ammo. 200 bullets of the 5.56, so he can really make full use of that Mini 14. With I believe he also had a decent scope. I think it was a 6x. I'll have to recheck in a bit. But with that, he can really keep so many teams at bay. The main issue for him, though, is the circle. He's just, I think, barely in it. For the long term, that position can't be used as much as he was really hoping for.
Yeah. Just hold on really quickly. I'm looking at the zone here as I'm wondering where this next zone is going to pop, because you can see Nongshim Red Force. Look at the high ground these guys have. They are so set up on this circle, especially if the zone pops on over to them. But you also have Federal, the rest of Influence Rage waiting at the midst. But man, Tianba, still alive here. What happened?
XZY just fell from them. Oh, that's terrible. I guess he went up there without a vehicle. I guess he had a car, and he could easily just drop down without taking any full damage. But no, unfortunately, maybe he slipped or something. Not sure what happened there. But Bigatron love this, because now the fact that XZY is taken out of the equation, they can play without any threat of a backstab from that mountain. This is huge for BTR, but they still got their work cut out for them. They still need to make that transition over the road. Axel, got to be careful, shows your back to QZZ for a split second there. Luckily enough, no big damage will be dealt, but Tianba still an absolute menace in this lobby. As you said earlier, Hodge, 2 points away from 100 points, and they want to make it happen right here on Miramar, and BTR might be the one to give it to them.
Let's see. QZZ is looking to get that MVP, though, and trying to put in some more work. Where's the zone going to go? Will they head on over to Tianba and Aurora? Will they go in the opposite direction? Dead center. Dead center.
This terrain is so rough, man. It's literally just a straight-up cliff, especially on the western edge. Though over to the east, you're going to have one big skirmish happening. It's going to be RRQ Indonesia up against S2G from Turkey, the only hope of this country to do well. And right now in 15th, they're kind of pulling a Weibo, which at this point is not a compliment. As utility being cooked up, Kami looking to find an opening knock. Almost got Nepeko, but it's slightly too short. I do like the angle of Lost, though, as SGG's trying to round, forcing them in a really bad spot in the open, and then Lost might be willing to pick them up one by one. SGG right now looking at their position. Hot Jukes in full control of this 4v2.
Oh, yes, they are. And they need it back. Come on, S2G. We need to see a win here in Miramar. RRQ, getting punished. Now we're going to see Hamsuji going to have to make a play here under Labar. Can he do it? I think so. And now we're going to see if Hamsuji can get another. Oh, he got the confirmation. And let's see if Norpeko can make something happen with that nade. It looks good. Ooh, airburst, but just not close enough. Oh, he does get a knock with a DPS, though. Almost got two, but Norpeko not able to make it happen.
The reason why I had an exclamation at fight is because a nade of SGG literally bounced off the character of RRQ. He literally bounced on his head and bounced away, and he didn't get knocked by it. That was kind of crazy. It happened, but still good defense setup from S2G without losing a single member. So massive win in terms of eliminations, but also maintaining your full firepower for the very late game of this Miramar match. Nongshim, though, not a great exit for XZY, but you know what? At least so easy. Hyunbin and Tizzy are still up and kicking. As their clash is going to be between themselves, Bigatron and Tianba. Tianba, again, you don't want to give them any extra points. They got an extra one just a few seconds ago. They're up to 99, one more point, and they will be the first team to join the 100-point gang. And I feel like in this fight, even if they don't win the engage straight up, I feel like one elimination is definitely doable for this roster.
Totally. Not to mention that there's only 10 teams remaining, so they might just get it with placement points alone if they're able to just survive for just a little bit longer here. Next zone, coming to you in 1 minute, folks. We'll see exactly where it's headed to. Federal gets a nice knock with a nade on the Mormon. We saw that in the feed. But right now, all eyes are on Tianba. Tianba has some high ground here. Oh, never mind. We're switching on over to the other side as we see LGD. All gamers as well. And that is Weibo eliminating KRX.
So many big engages happening now. The true breaking point is going to be here when the circle does not favor this rock formation. Nongshim Red Force versus Tianba will be unavoidable. And BTR, actually, if they got a bunch of util, could very easily just hold them off out in the blue zone and just suffocate those teams and get an easy angle on the edge of the zone. Which, actually, talking about teams on the edge of the zone, Aurora also in a, I was going to say similar position. Not really, actually, it's completely different from here. They just got this warehouse on the outskirts of El Pozo. And pushing out is going to be kind of tough, but LGD might fight all gamers, and if that happens, that's a good third-party opportunity for Aurora to actually leapfrog their position and get in phase 7.
Look at this, QGZ right there on the edge, just trying to find an angle onto Hyunbin. He's like, give me my MVP, give me my points. I want it. And here he goes, he's going for it. Milu up close and personal. Gonna go ahead and be right there, putting that pressure on with that shotgun. And now Tianba looking to roar ahead and dominate this lobby. And, with those knocks, though, that can make things interesting. Eagle forced to jump down. Tianba eliminated. Nongshim Red Force get the better of him.
By the way, they don't get a single placement point, so they're locked at 99, no 100 points, unless that final player of Nongshim Red Force doesn't get revived, but he does get brought back on his 2 feet. Yeah, that's Jumba not able to make it to 100, as though Tizzy with a high gun position. M249, interesting loadout, though that's a great nade, followed up by another piece of utility. He still survives it somehow. But Bigatron, I would say, a little bit too aggressive here. Might want to try and pull it back, because look right behind you, Influence Rage. Look at the third party, Bigatron versus Nongshim Red Force. Might not want to overcommit here. This would be a very big mistake that Brazil is just waiting to punish.
Yes, it would. You can see Bigatron now throwing out some util here on this mountain rock side here. Influence Rage looking to get in the mix, though. There goes close to personal. Here comes Federal. Ooh, nice angles. But a great shot there from Axel. Shuts him down. Lauren's in. Gets the return, though, and gets that elimination. Gonna back off here and go for a reset. Nice play here from Influence Rage.
Yeah, really good one. Not overstepping their welcome, just being very respectful. As Nongshim Red Force being given an opportunity at redemption. He's got the good high gun position with the 2 shotguns instantly echo throughout this rock formation. Hyunbin having to heal up a little bit more. Tizzy going on the offensive side onto Federales. Federales and Razak, can he redeem it? Nathan now coming through, surrounded by these 2 squads, and Influence Rage will put the nail in the coffin. And now Razak as a solo here. The nades are just chasing him down like a homing missile. And Influence Rage, it seems like this is a massive win, maybe pushing them up to 7 eliminations in this game.
Huge. What a comeback from Influence Rage today. I mean, roaring from the bottom of the leaderboards, now at the tippy top. 78 points, and they're not done yet. 6 eliminations. They should be able to get this reset off. This high ground working so dang well for them, and they're gonna get a lot of util as well here. The only issue that they have is that it's not in this next circle, so they're gonna have to push up. They are gonna have Aurora looking right at them. Actually, the whole lobby's probably looking up at this mountainside, so they're gonna have a difficult time making it on down, but they gotta try.
The Aurora's position is just not good, like defensively speaking, but the cool advantage they have is that the other teams on the eastern edge of El Pozo are getting forced out of their buildings, making them very predictable and a very easy target. Let's see if they can farm up a few eliminations, maybe something similar for the likes of Influence Rage, as E-Arena here behind that rock and that exploded vehicle. Not having the best time of their life, though they do have a FAMAS in their arsenal. Who knows, maybe they can use it to kind of subvert expectations. As Aurora, with that ridge, actually do find a nice knock onto Federal, kind of hard to res. But the moment they're getting pushed out of that dip position, Hot Jukes, that's when really everything should be looking quite dire for Aurora Gaming.
Let's see what Aurora can do, because Aurora win this game and they get a ton of eliminations. They could actually catch up to Tianba right here. It is possible. So let's see if they're able to do it. Can they make that gap that much smaller? I mean, Influence Rage could have a good opportunity to do kind of the same thing here. And the rest of the lobby is just trying to catch up at this point. Well, let's see what happens here. This is the last circle, folks. This zone will be going down to 0 as Weibo now leave their buildings, and they're getting peppered on the way out.
Oh, good FAMAS spray, forcing Suki to get prone again. If they had 4 players alive, they didn't lose Suk for literally no good reason whatsoever. Maybe we'd be thinking this could be a Weibo win. The nade bounces off of him, and that is going to be it. Flower H is the one to secure it with Maple from All Gamers, the team that has been just so non-existent as of recently, and finally putting points on the board. And actually getting in nade range. Really good ridge line. Right onto Schleps, trying to force him back towards the likes of Ruka and Tony K. They're showing their back actually quite aggressively to Aurora. Be careful, the backstab could be happening.
Schleps the night there first. Now applying that pressure. Gets up close and personal, but it's not good enough. Now you're going to see Maple Having to worry a little bit about Razak from BTR, but the mollies are coming out from every single direction. All gamers just getting peppered from everywhere. Nice headshot. Razak putting in the work for Bigatron in the high ground.
How is Reefus allowed to make that move? He doesn't see it. Razak getting eliminated means that position is playable for Reefus. There's no way. I did not imagine Aurora could actually be competing for the win, but it might just be happening. The 1v1 goes down. E-Arena and All Gamers out of the picture entirely. It's only Lorenzen left in a 1v3 against Aurora. Can he pull it back as a utility raining down on his location, taking out his teammate of Lil Boy? Lorenzen against the world. The utility chasing him down out into the blue zone. Can he take home the win?
Here we go in his second place versus third. Aurora going to have some great util, just a little bit too far. Reefus up close and personal shuts him down, and it's Aurora to come out with the chicken dinner and try to catch up to Tianba.
That is exactly what you needed to see. If you're an Aurora fan, you are loving it right now. Back-to-back strong performance. It was a great school finish, and you know what? They learned a few things in that previous game in school, and they took those lessons in full effect here on Miramar. There you go. Give him the high five. Everyone here deserves it. But Reefus, oh my goodness. I was saying to myself, there's no way he makes it to that central position and lives to tell the tale because of Razak on the mountaintop. But actually, Razak, if he peaks too hard, couldn't really get a line of sight to him because other teams were just spreading down. So actually, that kept Reefus really safe and created an anchor point for his two other teammates to join up on this spot and secure the win. You would have told me around like circle maybe 6 to predict the team. I would not have picked Aurora, and yet they show us that it doesn't matter. Even if the circle is not headed their way, they still can take home these massive games on the highest stage possible in PUBG Mobile Esports.
Yeah, one of the great things about Aurora winning this one too is they're winning quite a few games here. So if it ever comes down to a tie, they're going to be very well set up here. As you can see, Reefus ending up on as the MVP with 2 eliminations.
I'd love to see the exact total eliminations. I believe it's still quite a low elimination game in terms of a chicken dinner for this squad, but that's fine. A win is a win. We're not going to complain too much. You know what? Still happy for the Mongolian team. As he's still actually, because he gets 2 eliminations and his team contribution is almost 33%. Total stats shouldn't be insanely high, but this is great not only for them to catch up to Tianba, which is what you stated already, Hot Jukes, but also for the MVP race. He was already #1 damage over QZZ. I do wonder, are we going to be seeing top #1 in terms of eliminations? Maybe not up there, but he could at least try to tie it with the side of QZ.
Yeah, it's getting close, that's for sure. I mean, Aurora, after this game, are going to be close to Tianba regardless. It was almost a 30-point lead at one point, and it has dwindled down. For a second there, I thought Tianba were going to take this one. They were looking really strong, and then just things fell apart little by little for them. I know they're still getting consistent points on the board, but Aurora winning this one, I mean, that's how you close the gap.
And then we look at the highlights, and this is the most anticlimactic fight I have ever seen. It was looking so good, man. It was like, okay, really down to just individual movement, and also if you can hit your shots with the shotgun, but no, look at that, the 2 players out of the blue zone. He tried to go for the bandage, just a little bit too late, and it does not work out. So still a good try. You know what? Sometimes you're going to have some funny encounters like that. That is all good. As overall, out of all the teams fighting here, I have to reiterate my point. Weibo taking that very unnecessary early game loss, actually not just 1 loss of Sub, they lose 2 players. If they have the 4 players alive, it might have been a Weibo win, and then we might be saying, okay, the comeback is possible, but they're missing out on what could have been a massive game in literally their drop location of Elapodzov. What a fumble from this team. I really do feel bad for the Weibo fans.
Yeah, I mean, second time, too, they get a drop location, kind of late circle, and they're not able to really capitalize on it today. That's super unfortunate. Yeah, Aurora, 4 eliminations. That is how you do it right there. And you got top. Hey, busting out the King Ko-Ho right here. Like to see that.
He's already preparing. He's already preparing for the EWC key. You know, he knows it's triangle. He's ready for the event in Paris. As looking at the overall match rankings, of course, because of the very low elimination-focused gameplay from Aurora, very passive, we are going to see another team be the leader of this game in terms of overall points, and it's going to be 15 points total secured by INF Influence Rage. I would say the timing of their third party onto the likes of BTR, Tianba, and also the north to the west on those clear side positions, Hot Troops, were just so beautifully executed. if any team was going to get the win, in my eyes, it was going to be Influence Rage, because that push-up was just magnificent from start to finish.
I mean, we got to give Influence Rage their flowers today, guys. I mean, this team was so down and out in day one, points-wise, and they have put themselves in the running here. So, one more game left to go, and if Influence Rage get another good one here, I mean, we can see them in first place. It is totally possible.
Definitely doable here for Brazil. Furia did lose a little bit of steam here as we go onto the second page. So when it comes to the Brazilian teams, for today at least, it is most definitely the Influence Rage show. So good approach today. Also, these two teams, actually, talking about the Brazilian teams, they did have a really good finish earlier on Durango. Eventually won by D+ because of that cheeky third party, but at the end it's still looking good. And you know what? Maybe I should not be too critical about Brazil here on Furia, because they're still up in 4th position. INF now up in 3rd. But most importantly, that gap has finally been closed, Hodgix. It used to be double digits pretty much the entire event, but now it is single digits, only 6 points separating Tiamba and Aurora Gaming.
Wow, 6 points separating those two, and only 12 points from first and third place. All right, so we got a show here, folks, with the last game. This is what I'm hoping for, all right? I want to see a Furia win. I want to see an INF second place, right? Aurora and Tiamba rolling out with some points, and I want to see 4 teams all within that smash zone going into tomorrow. That'd be fun.
Brother, are you doing your groceries right now? You're just thinking, I want this. Just that's what I want. Yeah, you're kind of just trying to read into the future and activating your observation hierarchy to know what's happening. But you know what? I don't think you can peek that far in the future unless you're Shanks. But yeah, actually looking at the consistency of some teams, man, Influence Rage, what a day. If I'm going through all the points down today, 19, 9, 13, 6, and now 15, loving what Influence Rage have been bringing to the table. Though, when it comes to eliminations, it's still dominated by QZZ, but the gap is closing slowly but surely between QZZ and top. But Hyunbin wants a piece of the pie, man. He's got 20 eliminations down the finals. Hyunbin, my MVP prediction going into this, he means business. He's taking them down.
Yeah, Dongsha Red Force, after that win in Airgale, they have been doing great here today as the damage now comes out. Oh, Lorenzen passing up QZZ. So QZZ going out to 3rd place when it comes to damage. How are you going to respond, QZZ, to that? How are you going to let that happen to you? Let's see.
Yeah, it was a good game. As I just highlighted their consistency, if you make it very late into the game every time, makes sense that they would also get a lot of damage along the way, and that puts Lorenzen actually in top 3, and that pushes out, actually, we had a player of Razy, right, of Bigatron. It's not going to be in our top 4 MVP contenders anymore, so he's been pushed out significantly by the entire force of Influence Rage. Well done, but still we have one more game before not only do we see who might lead with this, but what the point threshold for the Smash Zone of tomorrow is going to be.
Hey, you heard Max say it, and that is the truth. 1 game left to go. And we are getting into it, baby. Let's go. Last match of the day. That's what I'm talking about. We're not messing around here, Max, man. We're just going to see non-stop action.
I'm a little bit dehydrated, not gonna I need water, please. It's boiling in my office. I can't leave the post anymore. Again, I have to give respect to the production team. These games kick off so quickly, and if you're a momentum-based team, like we just saw Influence Rage, man, you don't want to stop that ball. You want to keep it rolling, and just build up even more of a point gap for yourself. So really good showcase. And see if they can do it. Let's go. Influence Rage looking like a dominating force in these 5 matches so far, and we'll see if they can make it 6.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it here because, I mean, I love to see teams, like, especially having a rough day, just come back going absolutely crazy here. And they're going to have to, man, because no hesitation, no delay. Let's get into it. It's the last game of the day. Here we are for the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational Grand Finals, Day 2, final match. What is gonna happen here, folks? Because Tiamba are on top, but that lead has closed so much So many teams are going to be trying to chase them down, and it ain't too far out of people's reach here. Even if you go down all the way to like 12th place, Max, RRQ with 60 points, they get a 20-point game. That'll put them up to 80. That'll really set them up to have a chance to make it happen tomorrow in the final day. But this could be their last opportunity if they want to try and win this one.
It could be going for them, as you said. It's just so close. So many. I feel like this is one of the closest finals we've had in a minute. Normally, you have a few teams at the top got a really significant gap, but that gap it's still there, but it's not as big as you have maybe seen, especially last year in 2025. So we'll see. But right now, no rest for the wicked. No breaks for all of these players, all these championship caliber players and teams. As the playing path, very southern, very northern. Phase 1 circle. Gonna have to get some teams on an early rotation path if they want to make it work out. Throw a few spells in the process to make it to a decent compound. But teams you want to focus on, I would say, bottom of the rankings, out of the race fully for me, unless we see a miracle, an absolute miracle unfold, as we saw our top players here, MVP contenders. But yeah, Weibo, S2G, actually, what is your cutoff, Hot Juice, you have here for teams you're like, unless something insane happens, not even going to start paying attention to them?
Okay, for as far as trying to get first place?
Yeah. Let's say so. Okay, first place. Yeah.
Let's say I'm trying to get first place. I think 13 on down are cooked. It's just not going to happen, right? I think mathematically 12th on. I mean, technically, it's all still possible because Weibo would have to literally win almost every single game, right? But it's just probable is the real where I'm going with it, right? So I think 13th on down, it's going to be just extremely difficult. I think 12th place on up, with a chicken dinner here, can absolutely make a run for it. But it's still so wild to see, right? Because with how easy it is to get 20-point games, I mean, it's not easy, but with how many we've seen so far, and with Rondo tomorrow, we could definitely see something special. I hope we see something special, but that's my thoughts. What do you think?
I agree. I feel like 13th place is the cutoff because you got almost, what is that, 10 points? It's an 8-point difference right now between KRX and LGD, and that when you're solo on the rankings, 8 points is like your best game of the tournament. I'm not trying to be mean, but it kind of is for some of those teams. So I do believe 14th position and below is done. I would even almost include KRX because I haven't seen anything highly impressive from them this event so far. I feel like their best stage was the group stage. So right now, falling flat on their faces somewhat. But yeah, I would say 12th place above, still up there, because it's all really down, and this is why this conversation is a bit of a tough topic. It's how many games you have tomorrow. Because if you have 6 games, then the amount of teams that really can compete for top position is insanely high. But if tomorrow, Tiamba are like, you know what, let's get the win on match 2 after a great rondo, then really, it's down to, I would say, E-Arena, to be able to jump up. And even then, that's like me being very, very kind to these teams. I would say top 4 are the only ones that can really compete with Chamba if we only have 2 games tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, man. You're right. I agree. With 2 games tomorrow, that's going to make things just so dang dangerous. And, my interest in is just figuring out where that cutoff's going to be, right? Best case scenario for the lobby is, Tiamba goes out super early, and the best case scenario for Tiamba is obviously they go crazy. But these are obvious storylines here, but we just got to rehash it, the different theories of what could happen tomorrow. Because if it goes out now, then the cutoff is 99. That'll make 109 the cutoff, the threshold. And with Rondo happening, there's a good 3 teams that can make that happen. But we're going to have to wait and see here. Will Tiamba make that gap astronomical once again, or will they leave the door open for teams to pass them up? And remember, we got to mention this one more time. Tiamba are hunting down top 2. They need top 2 so bad, Max.
Yeah. For the PL rankings to qualify to PMWC, we already mentioned all gamers, they're 100% in, so I'm just going to skip the conversation when it comes to them. So there's only 2 other slots available. If you're in first place for the PL rankings, it is going to give you 65 points. Second place gives you 50, and then it's like 40, 30, and then the lower you get way, way less points. So I would say right now, Tiamba, even if they don't win, as you said, you need to be top 2. It's looking very likely for them to be up there because of how consistent they were on day 1. Day 2's been a bit of a non-day, as amazing. Finally, he's alive and doing something. That's a great positive point for them. But the team I really want to pay attention to here is going to be the team in 9th place, which is ThunderTalk. They're the team that really just need to stay ahead of LGD and Weibo. If they do that, ThunderTalk should also qualify. So I'm going to say for LGD and Weibo, if you are those teams in particular, I would give up on winning the tournament. I would just focus on overtaking ThunderTalk and getting enough points in our rankings so you make it to TWC, which, as we know, title-wise, is the bigger tournament. I feel like if you give up one part of the event, you really focus on what really matters, which is EWC and Paris.
Yeah. That ticket to Paris.
Oh, the headshot.
Oh, wow. Caught him out. And that is big on 2 players. 2 players gone from Weibo.
Again. Yes. I like these players, but man, losing players this early on, especially when the circle is really kind to them. There's no excuse right now. Just trying to fight back. Give himself the scope here. Deal damage to KRS. Eric's just trying to escape because, you know what? We did our part. We got those eliminations. It's a win for us. We'll get the hell out of Dodge. 1 for Binny, 1 for QXZ. And they wound Weibo. And them going out here, I'm going to say, I think Paris. I think we're not going to see Weibo at TMWC. It sucks to say it, but I feel like it's game over as Furia chasing down a little bit KRX.
And I'll tell you what, all the Weibo fans are cheering that right now. They're like, that's what you get! That's what you get for crushing our dreams! But Furia, they'll take those points all day long. They're in 4th place right now. And they need every elimination they can get to try and catch Tiamba, get a little bit closer here. I'm still thinking that Furia is if they get a good game here, they're a massive threat tomorrow because they can easily end the tournament in 2 games.
This actually reminds me of PMGC, if you guys remember in Turkey. Yeah, what was that, 3 years ago now? 4 years ago? When it was won by IHC, and all the top teams were Mongolians. It's giving me these vibes, except that Chiamba is also here, which is interesting. So it really is back to those OG domination days of Mongolia and Brazil. And I'm enjoying it. It's cool to see that despite Alpha 7 failing so far this year, the torch has been passed on to an amazing squad with just so much potential in Influence, Rage, and Furia, and they're really capitalizing on that opportunity to be known as the possible best new teams from Brazil because, sure, Alpha 7 won PMGC, but this year it's been such a big fumble that if it keeps going this direction for the rest of 2026, I might have to say at one point A7 maybe not the best team in Brazil anymore. It might be these other big names looking to take down the OG champions.
If Alpha 7 really fumble the World Cup, Esports World Cup, then I'll be like, all right, maybe it's over. You know what I'm saying? Because 3 in a row is something just like, what is going on? 2 in a row is already really rough. But especially a tournament like that, yeah.
I mean, it's not even not making it, not winning the tournament. It's not reaching the finals, which especially in PMGO, that's kind of tough because you have to be bottom 2, which they were in 15th position. I don't know. I know this is a bit of a big thing to say, and I think some people might disagree, but we'll see. As Razy does get a nice pick off the Tian, beautiful headshot with the M4 on the 6x scope. Ling S trying to retaliate, build a bit more space for their fallen teammate of Tian, but Bigatron are relentless, chasing down the Chinese team as Arfu, Ling S now forced into grenade range. Razak finishes that one up. Look at the off-angle Federalis. It's so good, literally hitting down the entirety of LGD. They can't even fight back, Hodrix. Look at the way they just surround them. It feels like a prison. They built up, and that is going to be it. 1 and 2 taken on out. It was literally the Bigatron domain expansion.
That was crazy. Look at my shoe, whenever I stand on an ant pile. It was just like completely covered. I mean, Bigatron did not mess around there. Able to get the finish and punish LGD. And getting those points, they need them, right? They're in 9th place right now. 66 points is it's not the worst considering that this is with this last game, right? If they're able to win this game, they could be in the show tomorrow, right? But they got to win it here and now and get all the points they can get.
That's going to be attempt this game. Nongshim Red Force also looking at their position on the map. Pretty good next to Power Grid. Aurora also going to be their neighbours for the time being. It's way down south on the circle. So my recommendation, can ego fight, just work together for now, spot each other, be like, okay, I respect you, you respect me, gentleman's agreement. But you know what, I say that, we are talking about Aurora, and who knows what's going into Aurora's mind right now, what's going on over there. They might just want to send it because they're looking very confident in second place. Tiamba though, the lobby leaders really can't afford to take any casualty in phase 2. He's going to pick up his teammate A-King. He needs to keep him alive. A-King's been one of the top damage dealers in this game, or not this game, sorry, the entire tournament even. So that res is going to be massive to keep Tiamba in that discussion.
There you go, QZ Z making sure that his teammate is protected. Going to go ahead and put some pop shots back towards Federal and get the first aid off. I believe that was one of their vehicles getting blown up. So yeah, Tiamba, nobody knows this is Tiamba just yet, right? There wasn't any kind of thirst or anything. The next zone does pop on over, and it's going to be towards Crater Fields. Okay. All right. Now we have RRQ dead center, Nongshim Red Force there on the south side. And where is Tiamba? I see them. Yeah, okay, so Tiamba now moving on in. They're going to find a position into this next zone. S2G, quiet all tournament long here after game 2 of the first day. Getting an elimination on the board.
Are they going to pull a PMGO comeback like they did on Miramar back in that event in Jakarta?
Oh, that was crazy.
Yeah, it was so crazy. Again, I still believe it wasn't because of good gameplay. It was more because of the circle being very kind to S2G. But this event in particular has given me hope that, hey, you know what? This team, given the right scenario, can definitely put up big pointers. Silence. Oh, nice angle on the head of 33. Luckily enough, though, they do make it out of there. But even if they do survive, keep in mind, that's still a duo. They lost 2 players very early on to the hands of KRX. So this is going to be pretty much a non-existent game in terms of total performance, unless they find literally a godly dip that gives them the win. As a duo here, when you still have 55 players alive, Hot Jukes, fair to say, the odds are not stacked in your favor.
Super bad odds. That is just good math right there. Yeah, Weibo. It's a fact. I mean, it's so unfortunate to see. I think we had a lot of high hopes for Weibo. It's always good to see Sook and squad really make things happen here. A lot of their fans are here. It's just unfortunate they weren't able to make it happen here so far. We have seen crazy things happen, and hopefully we do. We still got plenty of matches left to be played. With 7 matches left to go, anything can happen. But that's if we have 7 matches, considering that smash roll. But KRX, okay, right now we're chatting it up because everybody is playing this so dang slow, and it makes sense, Max, because every single team know that if I win this game, we could win this tournament, right? We could put ourselves in a great position tomorrow, so we can't afford a single mistake. I can just feel the tension in the air.
You know what? I really want to see all gamers just throw everything in the kitchen sink because you are 100% sure to make it to PMWC. And at this point, unlike your other Chinese brothers, right, your other Chinese teams, you have not much to win except for the trophy. So might as well go hard or go home for all games. I really feel like the mindset should be just to go full aggro on these games as they are standing in 8th position, tied up with the likes of Bigatron. So come on, all gamers, unlike the other Chinese teams, you have that massive advantage that you just don't have that much pressure on your shoulders. You just really scream it out. That's really what's happening. A circle shifts slightly up northwest. Craterfield Mountain is still going to be in the play zone as Flower H does find Hoxie. All gamers finally taking a good engagement on that fight.
There we go. All right, now how are they going to finish it? Here we go. Flower got the nuts good. Oh, it does piece up Vinny a little bit. With those nice follow-up shots, he does get the knock. Okay, Flower, now time to make some moves. His teammate is there. He does get knocked, but where's the rest of the squad? Not there in time. Is that XCZ? Did he end up getting it? No, he didn't. He's going to lose his teammates. All gamers just falling apart here to Trey, but they do end up catching him. So they only end up losing 1 in that engagement, but here's RRQ trying to hunt down a third party.
Oh, good smoke there, actually, to keep Flower H and XCZ in the discussion. And RRQ, they see their utility, they say to themselves, oh, we'd have to use so much in terms of resources just to eliminate those players, and by now they probably also got the full reset, which we know as a fact now is the case. So let's pull back, let's use the circle to our full advantage, and also this little bit of extra elevation with a third-person perspective. Just deny the rotation of all gamers. I feel like RRQ played it really well here. Didn't fight down more than they actually should. Respecting all gamers as much as they can. Over to the Eastern teams, the circle not really too favorable to them. D plus Kia, Thunderclaw, got to be quick on that move. Same for Bigatron also. Though they're actually kind of in the worst situation, Aldrich, because they're surrounded by teams, and especially just ahead of them, it's Nongs from Red Force that are ready to fight in fifth position. They've got so much on the line this game, they cannot afford to lose. We'll see if they can survive the encounter.
Hey, you can see Bigatron getting some shots down range. Here we go. Here's that engagement. Bigatron need to win this fight, and they need to do it quickly, but they're going to lose Razak in the process. The team kind of split up too much here. XYZ from downtown actually gets in the vehicle, tries to hit a crazy shot, gets punished. So devastation on the side of Bigatron, and a big win for Gnomes from Red Force.
I love XEY Tangle. He's always somewhere, just perched up on a mountain or something. He loves to be on high spots in high places, and same for Genfos also, as he does find Reb, as you said, hey, Aldrich, really nice shot onto that first play of Al Ula. But with the two players down below in that valley, it's a very nadeable position. I would say Reb, that's a really tough res. The only way you get the res is if you of RRQ, and I would even recommend just do a swift exit if you can. Get in your vehicle and get out of there, because Firen in particular, he's hungry for blood. He wants those points. He gets one, second one secured, and that's going to be, I believe, Lepar with the off angle to wrap it up in style. Al Ula, there was a chance of a comeback happening today, but they are just getting shut down instantly on Miramar.
Yeah, they're going to have to hope to really pop off in probably Rondo tomorrow if they want to have a shot. With a ton of eliminations. That was actually a great nade from Influence Rage. Wow, that one hurt. Yeah, and he's like, you know what? I'm out of here. I've had fun on this high ground. It's time to get to safety.
Well, actually, I'm not sure about this one, because by doing so, you give that previous position over to Influence Rage, and, I mean, look at this setup. This is a perfect POV. A few nades, man, on that cliffside, and it's pretty much done, so I feel like maybe they could have tried to set up a defense, but I say that it's easier said than done. But at least I understand it's an unplayable position. Let's regroup maybe onto the likes of Lepeko or even Lepar, the center of the circle right now. If you want to go passive-aggressive, that's fine, but you've got to fully commit to that play.
Sitting getting eliminated, and that's Thunder Talk out. Okay. So we already have 5 teams remaining, sub 20 minutes. That is going to make things interesting here. Influence Rage with some high ground. Man, this terrain is brutal. So many different highs and lows, and the squads that have that elevation, they're able to get a great lay of the land here. And that's going to be Influence Rage and RRQ. Let's just see how many points they're going to be able to rack up here as the game goes on.
I feel like they really want to regroup onto Lepar. The thing is, the only way you get on top of that mountain is if you use your vehicle to climb the ridge, and so many teams would be looking your way when you're doing that. So I'm going to say that's an impossible transition for RRQ. So all they can really do is play around that shed and the previous dip from Al Ula and survive. So they have this little bit of a bush here, and also those vehicles. So that's going to keep them safe for a little bit. Just a golden Mirado on top of the world. Going to be right next to Federal. Just flexing. We got the best car in the game. It's so cool.
Let me see what happens here from S2G. S2G, yeah, just trying to do the best they can at this point. But I am looking at the top of the leaderboards right now. Furia, 81. E-Arena, been pretty quiet here. 73 points total. Ooh. If they get active, they can definitely make things dangerous. And that's Schweppes blowing up the vehicle of Sizzy. And D plus Kia just getting picked apart from so many different angles.
Yeah, it's getting really tough to play in these positions, especially with the elevated angles from both Lepar from RRQ and the entirety of Influence Rage. Unless you have like a great dip that's really deep, chances are you're not going to be able to survive those long range shots. I mean, look at Lepar here. Even there, he's just getting some massive sprays onto Tizzy Longstrom Red Force being like, where the hell is that coming from? Well, Lepar, unfortunately, one thing you have to keep in mind, he's very low in terms of ammo. 41 bullets in the chamber, 62 extra ammo ready to reload at a moment's notice. So once he's out of the ammo, that's it. He's not going to get anything done from that mountaintop.
Uh-oh, here we go, the big fight. Weibo versus Tianba. Tianba looking to extend their first place lead. How are they going to engage this fight? Vilu's on fire. Oh my gosh, he's walked right back into it. That hurts. But Weibo getting punished by those nades. And everybody knows who it is in this lobby. Is E-Arena going to get active here? Are they going to try to shut down Tianba? They definitely should try, and they are. You can see Tourniquet throwing in that nade. Schweppes driving up. Oh, what a shot from QZZ! Are you kidding me?
How does he hit that shot? By the way, one big mistake from Tianba. One of the players flushed out his teammate, meaning they saw in the elimination feed that is Tianba. I think that's why E-Arena was so willing to come into the fight, and they're still doing it. Going right into the garage. Actually kind of setting it one by one. What is happening? E-Arena, you did that mistake earlier today, and you're doing it once more against the lobby leaders of Pmmi. That is not the way to do it. Tianba, 5 eliminations. Maybe looking to make it 6 onto Joker. But now extending that lead, making it double digits once again against Aurora. What just happened?
E-Arena feeding the beast. That's what's happened. Oh my goodness. Driving into that garage, we saw Aking from the other side of the door hop in the vehicle, the driver's side, exit the driver's side, and get that knock. Absolutely disgusting. Tianba just showing why we are the best team in the lobby right now. 104 points, and they're doing it in style.
Yeah, just suffocate that player if you can. At the end, Tianba, just send it. Oh, no, what? So easy does win it for Longstrom Red Force, so that's going to be a nice extra placement point and elimination. So now this is going to be a fight that could be actually talking about that chicken dinner later on. It's going to be Influence Rage sending it right into the dip. I was expecting that fight to go in their favor, but no, apparently RQ said sit down and instantly eliminate Federal and Loranzin Milboy. That rare is pretty much impossible as Lepar's got still a great angle and actually looted up. A JS9 as he's out of ammo on the Scar, so the SMG at that range not going to be as impactful as he would hope for.
Did you see how long it took for those bullets to hit? The spray, look, he like literally he shot and yeah, it waited like a whole like 5 seconds before we started seeing the hit markers. But those nades, oh my gosh, dangerous from the heavens. Lepar, how about some of this? It's hailing. Doesn't get the second knock, but he got one.
Is he going to push down? Yes, he's going to go. He's going to drop on them, I think, with the vehicle. But RQ is going to go fully engage the fight onto all gamers. That's 1, 2, and 3. Quick math there for RQ. 14 eliminations. Oh my goodness. From the middle of the rankings for literally this entire event, it feels like, Hot Jukes. Maybe the climb is possible for Indonesia.
It's super possible. Oh my goodness. If they win this game, we could see them in the top 5 very, very easily here. Let's see what RRQ could do. A miracle comeback from the squad. Unfortunately, the par on the high ground does get knocked by Fudia. Fudia need to win this game again. And look how top heavy it is. It's 1 through 5, and RRQ are on a tear. This is going to get wild. Tianba with only 1 player up. The lobby needs to try to take him out here if they want to balance out that smash rolling. Little boy, that nade from Genboss shuts him down, and that is Tianba out.
That's the post-mortem nade, by the way. He got knocked while the nade was flying through the sky right as it was getting delivered to Influence Rage. What a play. And actually a pretty resible position over there. It's still in zone, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the event still has a chance to bring Genforce back into the fray. But yeah, losing out onto Lepar on the high ground. You know what? Even if you were still alive, it would have still been kind of the same situation because you had 3 bullets left on the JS9 magazine, so you would literally get no damage done. But he would still been good in terms of gathering information, feeding intel to the rest of his squad. So in that sense, it is still going to be a pretty big loss. As RQ, if they're in headshot once again, I feel like this chicken dinner might not be going their way. As down below, under this mountainside, it is going to be Aurora. One huge nade connecting for So Easy. And the second one will get rid of Doc. That's it, the dockening not paying off on Miramar.
No, that tree was just not safe enough. Top though, oh my gosh, 4 eliminations. Every single one on his team is because of him. They are working as a squad, but he's the one able to shut them down for now. And meanwhile, look at Chief. Oh, getting peppered up immediately. Yeah, back up. Ooh. That's my teammate. Meanwhile, Fudia have all 4 up. Because the prediction, I mean, this is starting to get pretty crazy here. So Easy.
Wait,
Those nades look good from Rifus.
Hodrix, just to say, by the way, because of the point gap currently between Aurora and Tiamba, if Aurora win this game, they're first place. And if they get even just a bunch of eliminations and make it to podium, they could also be first place. It is so much relying off the back of this game for the Mongolian super team. Come on, Aurora, if they make it happen, they will be, for the first time right now since Ronda on day one, your #1 ranked team over Tiamba. But with so easy's Arfangal, it's making it really tough to use that ridgeline to its full potential.
Every single team needs this win. Aurora needs this win to get into first. Nongshim Red Force, the final player, he's in big trouble. But if Furia or RRQ get this win, that'll put them in the running big time tomorrow. Let's see what happens, though. Who's going to end up taking this? You gotta, if you want your dreams to become a reality, you gotta make it happen. And So Easy is eliminated. So that's Nongshim Red Force now out. They get 4 placement points. RRQ with 15, just having a monster game. They got to finish strong. Norpeco gets the knock on the top.
I love that graphic, by the way. It says Nongshim Red Force eliminates Nongshim Red Force. But good plan from So Easy to deny himself that point. Never know who's going to be securing it. Aurora here, down to 1, is the savior of Aurora. He's done it in the past. Can he do it here up against GenForce? But GenForce cooking up that nade. Very bad throw actually onto that one, but you know what? It might still be enough, as it's going to get some nice help from the Western team of Furia. That is not going to be a win headed the way of Aurora, but still an extra 5 placement points up to 102, finally joining that 100-point gap.
I think this is the best case scenario for tomorrow. We're going to have a whole lot of teams kind of within that smash range here. Furia versus RRQ. RRQ want this one, and they deserve it so bad. They've had a crazy game. Norpeco gets the knock onto Ayala, and now it is a 3v3. Chief just applying pressure with that mini. Trying to save Igor.
Yeah, based on how many eliminations you get, you might also push yourself up in the top 3, overtaking the likes of Nongshim Red Force and maybe Influence Rage, but you will need to get so many eliminations.
Oh my goodness.
Echo, man, RQ's been using this mounted for the longest time, and it's literally just giving them 3 angles onto every team that gets even remotely close to their location. But finally, the rest of RQ are going to be joining up on the Pecco. Oh, this is an amazing regroup on the Pecco again.
Another one.
Kilo has to swap over to the JS9.
Here we go. Norpeco, 13 eliminated. He's only got 5 rounds left. Okay, he does have the JS9. He's going to be able to get that reloaded. Saw red there for a second. Was really nervous for him. But now, RRQ pushing onto Furia. Can these reigning 2 players make something happen? RRQ playing so close together. That Molotov is going to hit Norpeco. Oh, and Feared. Both of them running into the fire. And now Chief starting to push up all on his lonesome. Oh, Norpeco is waiting for him. Nice shots coming out. Great teamwork. And it looks like RRQ gonna close this one out with silence as the last player up. Can he hang on? No, he cannot. It's RRQ with a legendary comeback right at the end. Are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness, what a great use of the mountain range. This entire game just peppering teams from a distance. The biggest enemy for RRQ, by the way, was not really the other teams. It was the lack of ammo they had at times because they just could not get to those death crates from that high ground spot. What a great game regardless. And you know what? Very deserving of this final game for this final chicken dinner of day 2 of the Macau Invitational Grand Finals. But, of course, we need to look big picture right now, Hot Juice. The point threshold has been set at the very top of the rankings by Tiamba, and we now know the smash point threshold that's going to be needed for these teams if they want to be crowned your Macau Invitational champions.
Yes, and we're going to find out exactly what that threshold is going to be. Man, I love those player photos. I'm telling you what, these guys look menacing, especially in that last game. Was that the best game we've seen so far of the tournament?
I would say in the final.
I mean, I don't think it might be the best period. I mean, they got a ton of eliminations.